the first of these Easter skins. Let's get this started. And heal, did I? There's the first Easter skin, though. 5 stars. Yeah, I did crack and buy the magnifying glass because it's the only actually useful game pass. It's the one thing that you actually kind of need if you want to seriously hunt in any way, shape, or form. Hey, what's up, water? It's really dumb that you need the magnifying glass to not waste your massive chains. Because, like, I don't want to have to catch every single misprint to tell if it's 6 stars, because that would ruin chaining. So I cracked and I spent the 450 Robux on the magnifying glass, but it's the only thing I'm going to buy. I've been watching Daredevil on Disney Plus and doing chaining in the background all day, and a lot of last night. Finally got it up to 499 chain, as you can see right there. So every single one we encounter now will be a Easter bunsweet. Hey, what's up, lobster? So right now, at a chain of 500, we have a, let's see here. So, 500 divided by 10 plus 1 is 51 out of 4,000. That's a 1.2% chance right now. Right now, to get a misprint Easter skin, we have a 1.2% chance with a 500 chain. I believe it's 1.2%. If I did the math right there. It's 51 over 4,000. Yeah, every single one's gonna be an Easter skin now. And for hidden trait, 500 divided by 20, it's 25 plus 1. It's 26 over 200. So it's a 13% chance for hidden trait right now, and a 1% chance, 1.2% for a, 1.2% chance for a, God, I can't brain. Misprint. 1.2 for misprint, and about 13 for hidden traits, so. Those numbers will only go up with every, thing of 10. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna have time to also chain Glubby. What is bunsweet SA, or HT, whatever you call it? I haven't actually checked. Caloric deficit. Yeah, I probably would die inside. Restless. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stars though. Cool. Don't care. Only the free roulette I'm looking for mythicals on the roulette right now. It's the only thing I'm doing. Already did last night's roulette. It's not going to refresh for another 2.5 hours, I want to say, right? 2.5? 2.5, yeah. So I do my daily resets. I'm stockpiling my gems. And I'm hoping to get a mythical that you can only get through roulette right now. Yeah, no, the roulette is garbage. I agree. But, I mean, if I'm doing it for free, I don't really care. Got the macro set up on my mouse so I can just auto hunt it and occasionally move my character back into the grass patch. No. Oh, yep, there's hidden trait. Damn, 30% is huge damage modifier. What the fuck? Alright, so yeah, it should be roughly a 1 every 9 or so encounters we get one of those. Toss my, found 2 prestige skins. I found one off, stream, but I found it at like 300 for, 386, I think. I found another prestige, but I didn't catch it because it would have reset my chain. But I shoved the 1 prestige I did get on the, 30k bunsweet or whatever, the trade locked one. Because you can just move the skin over. So now I have diamond bunsweet. Dude, I'm so glad it locks in your chain after 100 unless you actually catch something. Because I've knocked out 4 or 5 nibblins on accident on the way to 500, just not paying enough attention. I just updated the stream title to include that I'm on a 500 plus bunsweet chain. Anyways, how's everybody doing today? Glad to hear it, Bottle. Okay, so yeah, this one's hidden trait. We are finding them faster than 1 in 13 right now, but it's interesting that there's no signifier on, the actual bunsweet that its hidden trait, other than having the magnifying glass, which is really stupid. This is the other reason I say the magnifying glass is necessary, because to find a hidden trait, misprint, you basically have to have the magnifying glass or risk losing your absolutely massive chain. It's really stupid. Hey, what's up, Joe Bleef? Let's hold on. Did I miss something on that? I wonder. One sec. No, all it says is the wild bunswirl has a skin. It does not say that it's hidden trait. So you do. To find the hidden traits, you have to have the magnifying glass or lose your chain, which is really stupid. Should announce hidden trait like it does skins, so you don't have to have a magnifying glass. Like, you want to get perfect stars on it as well? Yeah, that should need a magnifying glass, because that's... I don't want to call it overkill, but it's not the same as, like, an actual hidden trait. I'm more checking out of curiosity to see if they're hidden traits than actually, like, caring. I really should stop checking unless they're, misprint. It's about a 1-point-something% chance to find a misprint right now with a 500 chain, so... Stick around, guys. We'll find one. We will find at least a misprint Easter bunsweet today. If not a couple. Yeah, exactly. It's easy. Once you have the 500 plus chain, you got the hard part out of the way. You've locked in the Easter skin. After that, you're just rolling the 1 in 10 and the, like, 1 in 100 against each other. Which is only a 1 in 1,000. Theoretically, at this rate, it will take under 1,000 encounters to find a hidden trait. Misprint. Because the odds will constantly be going up that I find it as the chain increases. I've done the math. By the time you hit 3,980 encounters, you guarantee that every single one you encounter will be hidden trait. So, like, by the time we get to 1,000 chain, it'll be like a 1 in 5 chance, and then some. No, 1 in 4. It'll drop from a 1 in, like, a 13 in 100 chance, from a 13% chance to a 26% chance, by the time we hit 1,000 chain, that it will be hidden trait. Like, hidden trait misprint sounds rare, but when you start getting into the higher chains, it just becomes more and more statistically likely that you'll find it. Because as you get the higher and higher chain, the odds of encounter keep going up, as well as the amount of encounters you've done. So it affects the encounter rate in two different ways. Not only are you actively lowering the amount of encounters it'll take on average, but you are slowly working towards a 100% encounter rate. And theoretically, you should find it way before then. Like, we only have to get to a chain of 4,000, basically, to guarantee a 1% chance of finding it. So as time goes on, it becomes exponentially more likely that we'll find it. Theoretically, if you were to spend the time to get something to a 1 in 40,000 chain, you could guarantee hidden trait misprint and just go for easy 6 stars and like max size, because then you only have to work with 2 variables to get it literally perfect. There is no odds cap on misprints and hidden trait. So at a certain point, which is 1 in 3,980, it becomes a mathematical certainty that every doodle you find in that chain will be hidden trait. And that point comes at about 1 in 3,000, that point for misprints comes at 1 in 39,990. So at 39,990, you literally are guaranteed to encounter hidden trait misprints every time. That is an absolutely mind-boggling, insane train, and it would take you forever to get it, but it is mathematically possible with enough time. That's insane. Your friend got a HT misprint Glubby? Wild. I know Ducky has an HT misprint Kronos or whatever. No, I did not. What's up, Hypno? You want to DM me what you're talking about on Discord? Hey, hold on a second.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This person had a repairman come to fix something, but he fell asleep. Someone ordered pizza from both Pizza Hut and Domino's, so there's only one way to settle something like this.
They want us to fight, bro. What they want us to do?
We gotta do it, brother.
Alright.
Let's go.
This guy had to go to court after being accused of stealing a jersey. So he showed up wearing what he claims is a different jersey.
Alright, you're charged with stealing a Dolphin jersey?
This ain't the one, young.
No?
No, ma'am.
These are professionals. Please do not attempt.
Base.
Yeah, buddy.
It's working. Yes. Yeah, buddy. Mic is open.
So why couldn't this automatic faucet detect his hand, but it could detect this paper towel?
Can you imagine going like this and that being the size of your head? Because like, that's the size of his head.
A photographer was laying so still that these meerkats started climbing over him. This delivery guy found something in the grass. This person wanted to see what their bearded dragon would do if they pretended that they were asleep. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
I love Daily Dose of Internet. I hadn't realized he had uploaded. Hey, what's up, Snipes? I'm just watching a Daily Dose in the background real quick because I didn't realize he had uploaded. And then give me a second here, Turtle. Okay,
So, can you hear me or
Yeah, I can hear you. Not much going on here, Snipes. We're looking for, hidden trait misprint 6-star Easter skin. Going big.
Oh, have you looked in the Lumion Legacy Discord server?
Huh,
wanna
yeah,
ask
I
you
just
that.
grabbed the react rolls I wanted. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, you sniped 3 of the 5 first react.
And I came in second for like the other 2, and that's like,
yeah, but
literally
second
the first
doesn't
thing
count
people
'cause it
see is
doesn't
my.
show.
No, it does. I think it does.
No, it didn't. I checked.
I mean, still, like, literally getting like 3 of the 5, like, and then being second, so I'm like on the top of the list for the other two. Like, it's got to be really impressive. And I'm just above like fly point, I think, for a few of them. So that's like, yeah, like. I don't know how I reacted that quickly to get the first like spot on there. I like looked at that and I was like, wait, why is my name all the way up there? Usually that's like somebody else's name. And then I looked at that and I was like, wait a minute. I reacted first, didn't I? Which just like kind of blew my mind, if I'm gonna be honest, because like again, I thought that like other people would have reacted a lot quicker than I did, but that was just like, I don't know. I hope they add like a, because I don't think they're gonna add anything else to that chat, because again, it's really just like the basic reaction roles. I have a feeling that I might be like the one person who's gonna be like at the top of that reaction role forever, and that's just gonna be really, really cool.
Yeah, congrats.
Because now when people react to that role, they see my name and they go,
Yeah, no,
oh.
they're not gonna. They're not
Yeah.
gonna pay attention enough to read it. But yeah, it's there.
yeah.
If people pay enough attention, they'll see it. But most people aren't gonna see it.
Yeah, because I don't think people are gonna go back there other than to they'll probably see it the first time, but they have...
Yeah, Lobster, I
know.
played Terraria. Not in a while, but I do play it.
But imagine if there's like a couple thousand people who react to that role, and just being the first person to react to like a reaction that like has a couple thousand reactions to it. That's gonna be like, that'll definitely be interesting, you know. Like, I kind of noticed that as soon as you get past a certain amount of buns, like a certain amount of chain, you're basically always guaranteed the... I thought it was every 500, but it's apparently every encounter? Which I'm like, why is it every encounter?
Yeah, it's after 500 encounter, you're guaranteed that every encounter will be the Easter skin. That's what they said.
Yeah, that's incredibly weird. I'm gonna be honest, like...
It's so for the people who actually want to put in the time, they can be guaranteed to be able to find the Easter skin.
Yeah, let's see here. 500 people have already reacted, but I was the second person to react to that one. On Leaks, I was the first. Which Leaks is the second biggest one, so I actually kind of like that. Hype, I came second. Then the other two are not really as big, but still the fact that like I'm kind of like top 1, top 2 on all the reactions, it's like, I don't know, it's gonna be there forever, so that's kind of cool.
Too bad I can't just encounter only bunsweets. There's got to be nibblins and
I mean, I think you do, it's just, it'll take a while, because it's like,
it caps the encounter rate out at 50%. Not sure.
a friend of mine keeps getting these misprint glubbies, and that's why I say nothing in this game is like really, except for the tints are actually the thing you want to hunt for in this game, from what I've heard, because they like, when you're chaining, they don't actually go up. The odds of the doodle you want go up, but the actual misprint odds, or the actual tint odds never go up, and like, you've got double, triple, whatever degree tints that you can get, so like, ideally what I'm hoping to get with this chain for bunsweet is I want to try and get a double or triple tint bunsweet or something.
Wait, you can get a bunsweet that has multiple tint layers?
You can have up to 8 tints, which is like incredibly rare. Nobody's done it, but like,
Wait, what does that even look like? Does that just look like...
it kind of like has like a aura effect around it, I guess. Like it kind of like the rainbow lumions, I guess, but like closer to like what the tint colors are, and they just kind of like move around like a field radius, I guess. It's hard to describe. I've seen 1 or 2 of them before, but like, yeah, multiple tints are like really what you want to hunt for in this game. Everything else is kind of like just made really common for the for the chaining, I guess. But everything else, like if you're getting a multi-tint, that's what you want, because you can't get it in the roulette. Well, you can, but it's incredibly, incredibly rare, and you can't see it. Basically, tints are always at 1 in 500 at the base odds.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's Classic Native coming at you with another exciting video on Doodle World. This is going to be about rare tints that you can find in the wild while hunting. Thankfully, one of my fans hit me up named Luke or Kianta. I'll post their YouTube channels down below in the description with this amazing one of like 2 double tinted doodles in the game. Basically, a tint is a 1 in 500 chance to find a cool color overlay on top of the doodle in the wild. It'll be like a blue, pink, green, red, orange, purple, some other different colors, where it'll take the color design of the doodle that it is and it just puts that color on top of it. But there is a chance that you can get anywhere from like 2 to I think 8 different tints on a doodle, and what it'll do is it'll just cycle through those tints, and it actually ends up looking really sick on a doodle. I'll show you guys right here what it looks like when you check out the stats. You go to info and it says 2 tints, and it still cycles through. It cycles through it in combat. It looks really clean. And what I decided to do is check out what it looks like on a prestige skin, because prestige is already gold, and when you have a gold or when you have a prestige skin and its misprint, it looks diamond. When you throw some tints on a prestige skin, it looks like other different colored gems like emerald, ruby, sapphire. It really plays well with the prestige skin. I think this skin is absolutely sick with the different tints. This is 2 tints, like I said.
Like
it's actually a 1 in 250,000 chance.
Interesting looking, but it's still
And when
pretty
you go
cool
up to
that
3
there is
tints, you're in the
some tints on
millions.
at the very
4
least. Like, literally everything can have that. It's not just like, not just the rare stuff can have that. You can get it with like literally any doodle, and it's just as rare. So it is nice that everything feels kind of the same in that regard, but like, it's a shame that that's the only rare thing in the game, having the multiple tints.
Yeah.
And they're still incredibly rare. It's not like they're rarer than.
Snipes, it's a game pass. It costs 450 Robux for the magnifying glass. I think it's stupid that it costs Robux because it is actually something that's very needed. Compared to
I mean, to
other
be
games.
fair though, I think they show you if it's hidden trait in the
No,
in its name color.
Nope.
Do they not? But
Not
it
if
changed the
it's
name
a
color to
skin.
blue.
I don't know if it's regular, but
Oh, wait,
I'm
if
sure
it's a
it doesn't
skin?
if it's a skin. The red.
Are you talking about with the skin? Yeah, it does actually. It has 2 colors on there. Basically, the name color will be both red and blue. That's how they've handled that. Like, one half will be red, one half will be blue. Like,
I'll double check next time I find one, and I'll show you you're wrong.
have you found one like that, or
Yeah, dude, I encounter hidden traits literally like every 10 encounters at a 500 chain. I'm not even joking. It's like a 13% chance right now.
They could have sworn it shown. Maybe it's only in roulette that it shows it, but like,
That.
they know the name color does change, but does it seriously not show both of them? Because like, I could have sworn that it would have changed to blue for hidden trait, like, well, red and blue.
Like, it will take me like 5 minutes here to find a skinned HT, and I'll show you the name is only red.
Oh, yeah, you've got a custom PC, right?
I built it myself, yeah. Well, I had a friend helping me build it, but it's custom built, yes.
Do you have any recommendations for like overheating? Because my laptop has just been like
Liquid cooling?
quick cooling. What's that? Like,
What do you mean? It's liquid cooling. Oh, he has a beach ball. Neat.
oh yeah, I believe all Glubbies have beach balls, and that's a really good competitive item. So what you want to do is you want to get like a doodle that's like very like for example, Jineko, right? Jineko is really good because it's both an offensive and defensive doodle.
I know,
It's
I'm
not
just gonna
based on
pickpocket the
offensive
beach ball.
stats. You have a Jineko or
Oh, do I not get his beach ball?
you have to catch it, then you have to take it off of him.
Oh, yeah, I'm not doing that. That's my chain. It's the second Glubby I've ever seen.
You can get one from the roulette if you get a Glubby in the roulette. I believe Glubby is always guaranteed to hold a beach ball.
I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay,
Alright.
I'll let you use the bathroom. Back.
Welcome back. Actually, kind of wondering if you're at a 500 chain for anything with an Easter skin, right?
Yep.
You go to a route that does not have that doodle, but there's other doodles with Easter skins. Could the whole guaranteed Easter skin thing be abused in that way? I'm just kind of curious now.
What?
Because I mean, it seems to up all misprint odds, not just like not just that
that's
specific doodle. Like,
not how that works. What are you even asking? I am so confused.
well, because like I've noticed that whenever you're training any doodle, any misprint just goes way up. Like, regardless of
No,
what
it
the
doesn't.
doodle is.
You're having confirmation bias,
like,
buddy. You're
Literally,
having
I've noticed that it's
confirmation
all
bias.
doodles that like just go up. Like,
No,
it doesn't even have to be the one.
no,
that changes.
buddy, you're having confirmation bias. You're wrong.
I mean, this is really just a theory because we can't really look into the code, but
Okay, let me ask you
I
this.
just have a feeling.
No, hold on. Let me ask you this. Why? Why would they do it that way? It does not make sense. Okay, hidden trait. Look, check my stream. Hidden trait. Caloric deficit. Only a red name. Right there. Only in red. There's no blue anywhere. No blue anywhere. It does not say it during the encounter, unlike it does with the skin. There is not even an indication on its thing here, like little stars, to say hidden trait. If I wanted to check if this was hidden trait without the magnifying glass, I would have to catch it and screw the chain.
Another bunsweet. About 110 away from my 500 chain.
Nice.
So I'll be able to test this. Actually, wait. Do you want to go to like the route where you can get moss and just see if it's like? 'Cause
No!
I just have a feeling it could.
No!
Not that it will.
I'm not going to chase your confirmation bias, buddy.
I mean, you're not resetting your chain. You're not catching it. I just want to see if it
Yes,
does work.
but you also know what I'm not doing? Encountering bunsweets.
You could just go back to encounter like.
No.
So I believe not necessarily that it'll guarantee the skin for the other, but I think it increases the odds.
It
of finding a
doesn't!
misprint
You're having
for a recent
confirmation
general.
bias.
I don't know. We'd have to like get more sources, I guess. See if other people are getting. The
No,
same
we
thing.
don't! We could just use basic logic to go. They wouldn't do that because it makes no sense. If that were the case, they would tell players.
Who knows? Maybe it's a hidden feature.
No!
But I don't know. I just have a very strong feeling about this. It's not that it's really confirmed. It's just a maybe.
Yeah, I have a
Just
strong gut
looking into
feeling
it.
too. It's called I had a few too many energy drinks and now my body hates me. Doesn't mean I'm suddenly the messiah of figuring out secret shit.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be an
Yeah.
asshole. I'm just trying to reality check you here with some logic.
Watch as I actually like. Okay. So watch as I get to a chain of 500 bunsweets though. Literally go over to moss. First moss I encounter is the Easter skin.
That would just be more confirmation bias. An unlikely
Confirmation bias or
event happening
coincidence?
just because you believe it does not make it so. It simply confirms a bias you already held.
Okay. So have you ever heard of the hypnotic method, right? There was
Oh
this
my
whole
God,
running gag I
Hypnotic,
had,
I'm gonna
right?
kill you.
Okay. So I'm just gonna explain the whole like situation. Okay.
I know
There's this
what
whole
your
running
joke
gag.
is, that you have predicted stuff before.
Yeah, exactly. But like, whenever I would say I would find something rare would happen. It's kind of like this. It's like if you believe it enough, it just happens. It's like
Yeah, if you believe it enough and then keep searching, statistically it will happen. Yeah, it's funny how
Exactly.
that works. Me saying it's going to rain sometime this year does not suddenly make it me a prophet when it rains. It just rains during the year. That's
I
how
mean, to be
nature
fair, though,
works.
the amount of spot-on predictions I have had are so statistically improbable. Like I have literally predicted a 1 in like 4 million before.
Yes,
on the
it's
spot.
called getting lucky. It's unlikely. I will give you that. But I am a
Believe it or not, I've
logical
also won
individual.
several really big roulettes before that have gotten like I won like tickets to like Hershey Park once. Like I've won a lot of weird stuff. I'm just gonna say that now. I'm like, it could just be me. It could just be like my specific like that. I'm just around a lot of very strange coincidences, but like it's weird that it happens so much. That's all I'm gonna say. It's like it pretty much is just coincidence, but it's weird that it just always happens around me. I don't know. Alright, time to find 8 tins bunsweet. Oh my gosh, it's normal. It's a normal bunsweet.
Watch me pull an octuple tint bunsweet.
Honestly, I would kind of like find that funny if we were literally talking about coincidence. You just literally find it right there, and then that would just be like, because I think that thing's like over a couple million. Like, I think just a double.
Oh yeah, no. If I find that at that
like
point
1 in
after we're talking about it,
127.
and I just found out about it, like,
Yeah, then I
Quit
think
the
it
game.
kind of
You beat it.
confirms.
You beat the game. Like
Yeah.
there's
You'd
nothing
be the
you
richest
could
player
ever
in the
get
game.
to top
Nobody's
that.
ever getting a. I don't even know how rare octuple tints are. I think like the double tints can go up to like 125 million odds. But that's iffy to me because again, chaining makes it easier.
No,
But,
it doesn't. Hold on, let me double check the wiki page for chaining real quick.
Yeah, it doesn't make the tints easier, but it makes finding a specific doodle. So let's say you're going for a route rare.
Yeah,
It
but
makes
I'm not
finding
going
that
for a
route
I'm
rare
going for
easier.
bunsweet.
So therefore, the odds are a little off. The odds of the tint though stay the same. That's only past the first 50. Once you get to 50, the odds don't go up anymore.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Holy shit, that's a lot of colors. That is way more than I realized.
How many tints are in the game, anyways? Like,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
you only see like 4 or 5 of them ever, like, which is really weird. I would find it if I found a
Okay,
legit.
so hold on,
'cause,
hold
like,
on. Let me actually read the list. Red, orange, yellow, gold, green, blue, navy blue, cyan, pink, teal, dark green, brown, black, purple.
I would really love to get a pink tint Easter bunsweet or something. I think that would just look really good on it. And what's weird is you can also stack on like a misprint on that too. If you get a tint, you can get like a tinted misprint reskin hidden trait. Like, literally, like, it can get insanely rare in this game, but it's possible.
So, what I'm guessing is that basically it rolls a 1 in 500 for whether it's going to be a tint 14 times. One for each of the tints if I had to
Not sure if it's
guess.
1 in 500 the second time, because that would just be like... That is so insanely rare that why would they have like up to 8 of them, 8 cent? That just gets so insanely rare that it's like...
Yeah, that's the
We
joke.
don't even have a 1 in a billion Lumion in the game. Why would they have like this 1 in like 10 trillion doodle that nobody's ever going to get? Like, actually, no. What would the odds of that be?
Already mathing it.
I know it goes up to 8 tints. So
Can I get that
the-
not in scientific notation, please?
Yeah, I don't like scientific notation either. It
That's-
gets confusing. Let's see, 500.
So it'd be that many zeros times 8.
Right, so it'd be basically 3.9 and then about 7 sets of zeros. So it is definitely over the 1,000 million, billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion. Yeah, it'll be like
Got the number.
1 in 3.9
Got it.
sextillion. That is
So
definitely
that's
rarer than that would need to be, because
Millions,
that's like...
billions, trillions, quadrillions, sextillions. 1 in 3.9 sextillion.
Yeah, there's no way that it's that rare. I don't think like anything in this game is going to be that... I don't even know if it can really calculate it that high. Like, I think that like would indeed probably kill not even the game, the computer itself. Just like the amount of calculations that needs.
Well, it wouldn't
least
actually be
storing
that
that number.
difficult, because if it just rolls 1 in 500 one at a time,
Yeah.
all you're doing is calculating 1 in 500 14 times, not trying to calculate 1 in 14.
To store that
Whatever.
number though, that just...
It wouldn't
That
have
would
to
just
store
really
that
confuse.
number.
Yeah, I don't think it would, but...
So, it, like, what you have to realize is, all it would be storing is that it has 8 tints, which is just 8 bytes of information, what the 8 colors are. The actual roll would just be multiple 1 in 500 rolls, which it does all the time for, basic skins already. So that's not, like, any different.
I'm assuming that it could be a factorial as well. So it could be, It could be like 1 in 500 and then 1 in 250 for the next tint or something. And that goes in half, and then it's like just kind of like halves itself each time to make it like still rarer than the previous one, but like
No.
not so insanely
This would
rare
be
that it's gonna
something
affect
where
the-
we can only speculate, and if we wanted the official odds and calculations for multi-tints, like at each level, we would have to get it from Wish.
Yeah, and nobody's found like I think there's only been like one
Couple dual
real
tints.
double tint, because there was one person that technically found one, but it was hacked in. Like it was actually like legitimately hacked in, and they said no, this wasn't real, this was hacked. So it was like, and there's still nobody that's found a triple tint yet. So imagine as I say that, I find like the rarest like tint in the game, literally like go on the spotlight for this game. Or, like not even doing it. I literally have barely played this game, but just imagine like barely playing the game, finding like the rarest thing in the game, and then all of a
Of course,
sudden
in the
everybody's like
billions,
talking
five
about you,
tints
you
is in
know,
the
it's
trillions, and so on. It just gets harder and harder and harder to get.
Like, it
Oh,
happens from
it
time to
might
time.
legitimately be, because Classic was just, like I was finishing out the video and he said that 5 tints would be in the trillions. So, it is entirely possible they made it that rare.
If nobody's found it yet, though, there's no real way of knowing if they don't really publicly reveal it yet.
So apparently someone's claiming they saw a guy with a rainbow yagoat that had 4 tints.
So that might mean it's possibly less than what we're thinking it is.
Could just also have been hacked.
Yeah, that's also possible. Because a lot of, I mean, I think they've taken more measures where if they notice a hacked doodle, like, there's like a code that checks that now, I guess. But if it took like 3 years for only 8 1 in a million, like, at least with the Rainbow Wisp bombings, most of them are at a base odds 1 in 10 million, right? There's only been about 20 of them that have been found in the past like 4 years that Lumien's been out. Or no, 3 years, not 4 years. But in the past 3 years that Lumien's been out, right? There's only been like
Hey, hold on, I'll be back
20
in like
rainbows.
15, 16 seconds, sir. God damn it, Jimmy. Leave it to him to just casually flex like that.
what, did they actually get one? Like,
No, not that. Jimmy Donaldson. Also known as Mr. Beast.
oh wait, Mr. Beast?
Yeah, he released a new short that was, like 11 seconds long. I just quickly looked at it.
Yeah, Mr. Beast is rich, but at least he does things with that richness. He actually decides to help people instead of just like, I don't know, buying a yacht or something for himself. Like he buys a yacht for somebody else, which is
Told
like,
you guys we'd find one. 51
What'd you find?
encounters.
what did you find?
And yes! Oh, that is only 4 stars though.
Is that a misprint hidden trait?
Yup, but it's only 4 stars, so this is literally the worst one we possibly could have gotten.
Hang on, screen share. I'm not looking at the stream because my laptop's got to kind of like.
Oh, dude, it's even got a
Yeah.
thingamajig.
Oh, it's got a thingamajig, huh?
Yeah, that's literally what it's called if you look on stream.
Yeah, I remember that item. I'm wondering what all the battle items I can get are currently.
Oh, I'm tempted to catch this, but I know we could do better, and it wouldn't even be that hard.
Okay, so all I'm gonna say is just get a tinted one. I think tinted would be way better. So, I mean, if you want to catch it, catch it. But if you want to keep going, because
I mean,
like,
it's definitely
you're guaranteed that you basically have better odds the further up until 999 you go. So like, you could technically get a ton of these later on. So it's not necessarily worth it right now.
Cool. What are you talking about, 999?
Yeah, because at 999, that's when your chain basically you don't necessarily need to knock anything out after that, but like, you can if you want to, but there's no real reason to. You can just keep running around.
You do
That at
realize...
999.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't cap out at 999. Not as far as I know.
From what I had heard, the odds like don't go any higher. Like you can still chain it, yes.
Oh,
like,
you're way wrong. You are way wrong. Hidden trait and misprint are both confirmed to have no cap on their odds. At 1 in 3,980, you have a 100% chance to find a hidden trait, and at 1 in 39,990, you have a 100% chance to also find misprint.
that is exactly why I say that like misprints don't really matter too much in this game.
I'm sorry, do you
It's because you
understand
can
how much
literally guarantee
39, basically 40,000 encounters is?
Yeah, but I mean, like, you could technically do better. Because, like, let's say you were to get a misprint on tint, right? If it's going to be guaranteed, right, at that point, the only thing that is truly RNG in this game is the tints. Because, like...
Yeah, but at that
Does
point,
that
you've already done
transfer to
40,000
skins?
encounters.
Skins?
How hard is it to do another 500 to get it tinted as well?
I mean, I have a friend who's at, like, 2,000 chain, so... I don't think it ever goes to exactly 100, because I don't think that's, like, mathematically...
It does. It is stated on the wiki that it is theoretically possible to guarantee it. With enough time. Give me half a second here. I'll link you the page for chaining.
I think that is why it is good that the chain resets when you cut. I mean, it would be nice if you knocked something else out that you can reset it on your own without having to,
Go
like,
read the chaining page I
waste a
sent you.
disc. But if I wanted to like change my chain up or something, if I got really, really bored of one chain and I wanted to do another chain, like it would be nice if we could have an option to reset it without having to use a disc, but unfortunately, nope. They had to make it a convenience, I guess, which it's not really conveniencing as it is inconveniencing. Like, I don't know. You're gonna just leaf sap this bunsweet. I'm gonna try and get like a laptop stand or something to kind of like allow my laptop to get some better ventilation. Should also see about like cleaning the vents or something, because it's possible like one of the vents on my laptop is like clogged with something. I don't know.
But no, so you had asked what's liquid cooling, and it's literally liquid cooling. It uses water to pull heat away from your motherboard rather than air.
I'd always heard that like water on the motherboard is like bad though, isn't that? Is it like in a special component, or is that like?
Yes.
I see.
You don't have the water directly touching the
Yeah, I
thing,
figured
obviously.
that. I don't know if I can really do that with my laptop though, because I don't think I can.
Probably
really,
not
like...
with a laptop. No, it would have to.
Yeah,
probably
I don't
be a
think I can
desktop.
actually like mod my laptop. It's
Hold
like...
on though, 1 second. Check out my stream. I will show you what the water cooler in my PC looks like. Turn that off before I accidentally do something. Close that.
Oh, so that was your Easter, by the way.
It was delightful. I spent it alone. I'm Jewish. Nobody bugged
I
me.
see.
It was wonderful. Bottle, there's a couple ways to get free gems. One is just keep checking in, because every other day you check in, you get gems in varying amounts, couple hundred every day, or every other day. And the other way is certain mastery tasks in the Doodlepedia award gems, or not mastery tasks, but certain mastery. Excuse me. Hold on. See if I can't find one real quick.
If I had the money and I had the space to get like a nice gaming PC, I probably would actually. Like, but I'm probably gonna like get my laptop checked out so I can see about.
Like this one, Leopold's evolution, gives 550 gems for completing its tasks. And there's a couple others scattered around. Don't know if you can get Leopold's evolution right now, other than through roulette, but...
Oh, you know something that I actually do kind of like that, like looking
looks
into
like
this
Glimmu's
game is,
Final Evo also gets it, but I don't think Glimmu's Final Evo is available right now, other than
I
through roulette.
think roulette, yeah. I know they added some more
second
new
form looks like it gives 550 gems. Like, they're scattered around. You just have to find them.
I think they added some new level evos with the level 25 cap right now, but I'm not
Hey, what's
sure.
up, Think Run?
I think
Think Run, we
Not sure
already
if-
found an HT misprint Easter skin bunsweet. But it was only
you know what's
4
funny
stars,
though
so
is
we
you can
killed it.
literally like guarantee that at a certain point too. Like you can literally get to a chain where you can just guarantee that. Like, I mean, like,
Yeah, I know.
so I mean, if you really think about it, the real odds of like finding hidden trait misprint, like, by definition, are going to be like the minimum possible odds until it like is guaranteed that you will get a hidden trait misprint. Like, what even are the odds normally of getting a hidden trait misprint? Because like,
It'd be 1 in 4,000 multiplied by 1 in 200.
yeah,
so
that's
1
why
in
I think they need to make a
80,000?
little bit of a nerf to the chaining, because it's like the fact that something that's supposed to be that rare is just so much easier to obtain at like a chain of like 3,000 something, right? Like
200 times 4,000 is... No, is that 1 in 800,000? Hold on.
3,000 times 4,000? Or
No, 200 times 4,000
200 times 4,000? That would be
is...
1 in
Yeah, 800,000.
800,000.
But I mean, that's at a chain of 0.
Yeah.
That would be just stumbling across one in the wild, not hunting for it.
Yeah, that is fair. Like,
That's why
I do
it's so
definitely
rare, is
think
because
that-
if you actually want something like that, you're supposed to chain for it. The game's
Yeah.
rarities are designed with chaining in mind. That it will make it more common the higher you chain. It's designed with that in mind. That's why even just basically the equivalent of Secret Ability Alpha is 1 in 800,000. Like 8 times as rare as it is in Lumion Legacy.
it does kind of hurt me just a little bit to have it be guaranteed at a certain point, though. Like, especially now that it's harder to reset your chain than ever. Like, having it guaranteed at a certain point just kind of doesn't feel like hunting, more just like a waiting process. Like, because you know that at a certain point you're guaranteed to get the
Okay,
misprint. Like
the only thing that makes Lumion Legacy feel different is that there's no guarantee. But it is essentially
Yeah.
also just a waiting game.
Yeah,
That is
I
how
agree. Like,
statistics work. You understand this, right? If I tell
think
you
the one
something
nice thing
is
about
1
this
in a
is that
million odds, that
it's
just
gonna be
means
1
I
in a
need to
million.
do it 4 or 5 million times to basically have a 100% chance statistically
exactly.
of doing it.
Even then, it's like just like the odds of you having found it at that point are like so high that you would have probably found. Even then, it's
Yeah,
still
once
1
you
in
go
like a
4 or
million.
statistics-wise, for probability calculations, once you go about 4 times the drop rate, you're already at a 90% chance of having found it. And once you go to 5 times, that's up to like 99.6% chance of having found it.
Oh, that's weird though. Okay, so literally, this reminds me of back when I was shiny hunting a Litten in Sun and Moon, right? So I had the
Hold on,
Masuda method
what?
going, right?
Shiny hunting
Shiny
what?
Litten.
Litten,
Shiny hunting
okay.
Litten. Yeah, so I basically had the Masuda method going. I had the shiny charm, right? It should have been 1 in like 700, I believe, for the odds of it, but I went like 10, 20,000 in. I still haven't found that shiny Litten. I had the Japanese Ditto, had everything I needed, but like, yeah, literally 10,000 eggs and no shiny. Although the weird thing about that is technically the RNG is kind of like guaranteed in that, so like you can go so many out, but like technically speaking, your RNG is always going to be guaranteed to give you a shiny at a certain point, kind of like in the, well, not really necessarily, because it's more of like RNG on like guaranteed RNG, where it's like a certain random point out, you are going to get a shiny. but you don't know when that point is until you get that shiny. So like, it's why Sun and Moon might actually have like one of the weirdest like Masuda. Actually, no, one of the worst Masuda hunts in the game, because like you could literally be guaranteed not to get a shiny until like 1,000,000 eggs out, and that it's improbable, but it can happen, and that's why I think it's like not.
Then that
as
would
fun
be
as it really should
RNG
be.
then.
Like, it's technically RNG, but it's technically like guaranteed like. So the number that is going as far out as like 1,000,000, right? It is RNG in that
Why would you
the number is
no,
random.
hold on. 1 sec. Let me bring a little logic in. If the base odds of a shiny are supposed to be, what, 1 in 4,096 in Pokemon, why would it ever calculate its random number generation out to 1,000,000? That is wasted processing power. They would never calculate it like that because it's just not quantitatively
It's just in
feasible
theory,
or
not-
reasonable.
Not that it is the way it is, but it's just in theory that like you could. It goes out a certain distance where it's like a guaranteed like you can go a really far distance out before you. So
Okay,
I think it
hold
was like
on.
a whole thing with like
Hold on,
Magikarp or something, right? And the shiny.
Let me ask you this.
It's weird. It's
Hold
very
on,
weird in
let me ask you this.
Cinnamon.
Let me ask you this. If I want to calculate something in a game that should be a 10% chance, roughly, with RNG. Obviously, because of RNG, it's going to be a little bit different. The most minimalistic way to calculate this would be to just have it generate a number from 1 to 10. And every time
Yeah.
it lands on, say, 6, it has the 10% chance thing happen. Only when it hits 6, though. At its base, you will end up with something that happens every 1 in 10 with the least amount of variability from that 1 in 10. However, I could, if I wanted to have it feel more random and have people get quote-unquote lucky less often, or because it's only 10 numbers it's pulling from. If I just want to
Yeah.
artificially inflate the RNG or whatever.
You just increase how big the pool is by like another 10 times, right?
Yeah.
Or
So what you
multiply it by
do
10.
then is you say it's still that 10%. Now I have it draw 100 numbers, which is a more usual number that things calculate off of. And then if it lands on a round number, assuming it can't roll 0, which is just 1 through 100, so that it's actually 100 numbers,
Yeah.
otherwise it's 101. If it lands on 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, or 100, then that's still a 1 in 10.
It's just you going into the intervals between the 1 and 10.
It
It's
doesn't actually change the statistics at a mathematical level. However, it can change how the RNG feels, per se, at times. Because otherwise, if you only have the exact 1 in 10, you're relying on it, if you want to hit multiple in a row, always hitting that exact same number. So what ends up happening is that 1 in 10, if I want to get 2 misprints in a row, I have to roll exactly 6 twice in a row. Which means I
it's
have...
kind of like Snake Eyes, right?
Let
You
me
have like a 1 in
finish.
36.
Let me finish. Which means then I have 9 options that do not let me win, and only 1 option that lets me win, that I have to roll. So I have to roll that exact one multiple times in a row, which is unlikely. However, when I increase that to 100 numbers, I can land 10 and 20. It removes having to repeat the exact same number to win multiple times in a row. And so, in a way, it increases the RNG in a weird way. Because it's every number is equally likely that you'll roll it. And so even though it's theoretically still a 1 in 10, it becomes this weird trip where once I roll 1, I don't have to roll the exact same one again. I have no, actually, I guess that doesn't change much now that I stop and puzzle it out, but because it's still equally likely that it'll land on any face, since at the end of the day it is a 1 in 10.
I'm not really sure why Sun and Moon does that anyway, because like Sun and Moon is the only game where its Masuda method actually does that, which is why it's like it's the weird one of the bunch. It does have like guaranteed RNG at to a certain like I think it calculates at a certain distance out, and I don't know why Game Freak decided to do that, but
it just wouldn't make sense though for them to calculate out to a million.
Yeah, it doesn't, but it just is. I mean, it could be similar to the whole you know the whole cute charm glitch in Pokemon
Nope.
Diamond Pearl Platinum.
Nope.
Basically, if you had a certain ID in like a certain game, so like it's very complicated. It's a very, very complicated bug where it's like a 1 in a million chance based on the game cartridge and like the player ID. You need to have the right game cartridge, right? Where it's like very, very, very lucky because of like some sort of code that's on the game cartridge that's like your ID for the game cartridge. And you need a very, very specific trainer ID for that specific number that you get on that game cartridge. So like it's just a lot of like RNG on RNG that's not necessarily like it's not necessarily that it's calculating it, it's just the bug only occurs when certain conditions are met.
Not
Those conditions are just
that's random chance. There is actually a difference.
yeah, it's like it is different, but like I guess it might be kind of the same thing where it's like
the biggest
If I
difference
remember
is
correctly-
RNG is calculated by computers. Theoretically, if you feed it the exact same set of parameters, under the exact same circumstances, it will always produce repeatable results because
I need
it
to
is
relearn
just
myself
a
on the,
program running.
future
I just found
because
a
it is
tint
very-
niblin.
Oh, you just did.
Yep, not even searching for it. Teal tint. Only 2 stars though, so don't care. And I wouldn't rune a chain of 568 for it.
If you want to like get a better like some better stars, if you I believe if you put a little bulb with incandescent out, it increases the star chance.
Pray tell me, how besides roulette do I get Lil Bulb? Because you can't.
Just roulette. It literally
Yeah.
is just roulette.
Wow. Funny how that works.
At the moment, it's going to be added eventually.
Yeah, I
but
know, but still, it feels...
You can also
pay to
trade
win
for
in the
it,
moment.
which... Like, and to be fair, it's really just like a little difference. It's not the most... I've noticed that like I get like... I think the higher up in the chain, the better the chances of the traits are, but I'm not even really sure about... Not traits,
The stars?
the stars are, yeah, the better...
So what it actually does is, as you get a higher and higher chain, it removes your ability to encounter lower stars, and so the minimum amount of stars you can encounter changes, and so you become more likely to encounter 6 stars simply because there's less competitors in the pool.
Yeah.
That's on the
wait,
chaining
there
page
is
I
actually
sent you if you
one-
would read it.
I'm actually just remembering this from back when I played Fire Red and Leaf Green,
Mythic.
right?
That
So,
brings back some
you remember
memories.
Unknown whole thing where it's based on like on your IVs and like the back when shinies were determined based on IVs and your trainer ID, right? So Unknown
No,
had
I
this
was
weird
not that much of a
thing
nerd back then.
where depending on the Unknown you got, right, and depending on your game cartridge, your trainer ID, so it's very, very weird. But depending on your trainer ID, the game cartridge, and all these other factors, and the type of Unknown, your unknown odds could be better than the base shiny odds, or they can be like way, way, way worse than the shiny odds, and you would never even know. So unknown was this like really weird thing in that game where you can have like a really easy chance hunting for a certain unknown and like a really, really hard chance hunting for another one because of the odds of it. Like I don't know, it's just weird looking at different kinds of like RNG and like random chance in any shiny hunting game. Some games have done it in really weird ways, like which I actually kind of like. I like those unique and interesting like RNG / random chance methods that they have, like that aren't just encounter this until you find it. Like it kind of goes into like encounter this but in a weird way, or like encounter this but the odds might not be the same as what you think they are. Like I don't know, it just keeps things engaging, I guess.
I'm gonna go back to some old school doing this real quick. Hey, grats, bottle. I will be back in a little bit here. There's a YouTube video I want to watch on the side as I hunt while I watch chat and whatnot. So I'm gonna go deafened. I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
Hello, fellow engineers, and welcome back to Planet Crafter. So, if you've never seen this series before, basically we're on a barren planet. I guess it's similar to Mars, and we've been trying to terraform it as punishment because we're a convict. We've got that far at the moment.
Oh, this is real civil engineer, not Kibitz. I really don't want to watch his anymore. Kibitz has me spoiled. Plus, I'm not actually caught up on civil engineers, even if I wanted to watch it. Okay. I was wrong, it was not the video I thought it was.
So what's your opinion on shiny hunting in this game though? Like what is your overall judgment on it?
It's less exciting as a whole. Like, I would have to find something dumb rare to be remotely excited. I don't know if I'd even be excited then. I just don't have the passion. Let me finish. I just don't have the passion for this game like I do with Lumion Legacy. Like,
yeah. It is nice to have it free to play though.
I don't feel invested in this game. Is the answer.
Same here. I'm also kind of like, as I've played it more, I'm like, so I'm pretty much a hunter, and I do like playing the base experience too. There's some games that I'm actually just playing for the base experience, but like,
yeah, that's fair.
As I'm playing this game and as I'm playing Lumion, the one thing that I kind of miss is that like, so Doodle makes it so that all doodles feel the same, so I don't feel like any doodle is lesser than any doodle.
Other than Glubby.
Yeah, kind of sort of Glubby, but that's why I say kind of sort, because I have a friend who's found like 4 or 5 of them easily just by chaining it. Like,
oh yeah, no, you can get Glubby odds up there, up to I believe 1 in like 130 something.
Like everything definitely feels a little bit more even, so I don't feel like anything feels less valuable than anything else.
With the exception of the route rares.
really feels worthwhile to hunt because it just feels too easy to hunt, I guess. Like, not that I want things to be insanely rare. I like insanely rare things from time to time.
I
I mean, why do people hunt Manaphy or Safari Zone? They literally do it because they want to, like, make it so insanely hard on themselves that it's just, like, the thrill of it. I just
thing is,
have something that's, like, a challenge, but not too challenging, you know? Like,
you gotta find a doodle that actually means something to you. Like, for me, it's bunsweet. Bunsweet, you know, because I'm Rabbit Warrior 2, and it's food-based, and I am a foodie. You know, so it means something to me, unlike other people, you know? So it's like, you gotta find your favorite doodle, and that's what it makes worth hunting, is that you have a personal connection with it. So you want a rare version of it.
to me, I'm more after just, like, getting the rare... So, like, it's weird for me. So I like shiny hunting because it's the thrill of, like, getting the shiny. Not having it be guaranteed, but not having it be, like, so incredibly rare that it's, like... Yeah, it's fun when you finally get it, but the actual, like, road to hunting for it gets so boring. I just want, like, an engaging hunt that, like, is challenging, but not too difficult, if that makes sense. Like, I really do think that a lot of, like, hunting, for me at least, is for, like, the adrenaline rush when you find that thing that, like, you spent, like, so long, like, is so, not necessarily so rare,
I don't
but,
feel
like,
that in Doodle World at all. I find something rare, and, like, Lumion Legacy has spoiled me, kind of, in a way, because I just...
Yeah, I agree. It's like, I'm so used to everything being so rare that it's like...
The little
nothing
things,
below
even
the
in this
odds,
game,
like...
don't even, like, make me blink. Like, I find a tint, and I'm like, oh, cool. Okay, that's a tint.
It even got to a point where, like,
reaction.
so... You know I found my Rainbow Pyramid, right?
Yeah,
After that,
okay,
I
that's a
even got to
really
where I
good
can find,
point,
like, literally a
actually.
Gamma Pyramid, and I don't even care anymore.
Yeah,
like, I literally, like...
That's what I was gonna say. If you think about it, Paramines are only 1 in 300, and we literally get annoyed at them. Tints are only 1 in 500 for a regular tint, so no wonder they don't mean anything to us. But we get annoyed at stuff that's 1 in 300.
Not even that I'm annoyed at the Pyramid. It's still a really rare encounter that I like. It's just, I don't really
Oh no,
care
I
that
hate
much
encountering
anymore.
fairies and Paramine in the wild. They feel like wasted RNG.
I do like Pyramid, though. I love its Gamma design. It's just such a
Oh
clean
yeah, no,
Gamma.
finding an alpha Paramine definitely hits a little different. It's like, damn, now that's nice.
And
You know,
trade
that's
community
like a
doesn't
1 in
help anything, too,
12,000.
because if you get an SA Pyramid, it's just like, it's so undervalued that, like, you literally wish you got the regular Pyramid over the secret ability Pyramid in that game, and it's like... Oh yeah, that's the funny thing. So, do you remember Pokemon Sword and Shield? I uploaded a video on this a long time ago. It was like my first video to hit 1,000
Never
views,
played
but
it.
Oh, you never played it? Apparently, I was actually the first person on YouTube to get a shiny secret ability in Pokemon Sword and Shield, and it was the first ever shiny Sandaconda as well.
Hold on. I don't actually like the Nintendo Switch. I refuse to buy one.
Really? You don't like Switch?
No, it's a dog shit overpriced product.
I always thought it was cheap. I always thought it was cheaper than the other two. Like, yeah, it's not as powerful, but like, I do like handheld consoles a lot more. It's just a lot easier for me to like stay
Oh my
engaged
God,
when
you're
I'm playing
funny.
a handheld console.
Bro, new Switch is $300. You realize this, right?
To be fair, the KF console's $3,000, and it literally
The
is
KF
like-
console's a fucking meme, though.
But they actually made it, like, and it
Yeah,
was $3,000.
I'm aware.
Like,
And in principle, it's actually not that bad of a design because
yeah,
it's
from what
one
I've
of the
heard, it
better
actually is
heat
a really decent
capacitors.
console too. I mean, I'd be worried about the grease getting in the console, but
Well,
I guess
meat
it's got,
is
like,
actually
resistant
one of the better
measures.
heat capacitors. It's a very good heat sink, ironically.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a really clever design. Like, question is, who's gonna put their chicken in their console and get like grease all over the components? That's like. Also, like, it's a $3,000 console. I feel like you might as well just get like a. Actually, the one nice thing about the Switch is you can kind of like, if you're playing it handheld mode, the cooling is definitely better. And I wouldn't recommend playing certain games because it's not powerful enough for certain games, like modern Fortnite, for example. Like, because older Fortnite used to run well on it, but like,
Dude, okay. So the PS5 is $400 MSRP. the Nintendo Switch is only $100 cheaper and is like a quarter the quality. Not to mention,
we're gonna consider Joy-Con
No,
drift,
I'm
yeah,
talking. Shh. Not to mention, the games for the Nintendo Switch are $60, the same price as PS5 and Xbox, whatever the hell the new Xbox is. They are charging the same price as AAA games while still delivering Nintendo DS quality. And I find that insane. You cannot. No, I'm still renting. You cannot promise me the portability of a handheld and the power of a console and then deliver on neither and charge me as if it has both. It is not the portability of a handheld. You want to call it the portability of a handheld? It better be like my cell phone or like my DS. I better be able to shove that shit in any pocket I want and just hit the road and not have to worry about it all day. When I need a special carrying case to bring my Switch with me, that is not a handheld. And don't get me started on power of a console. That's a fucking
Can you bring your Xbox with you wherever you go and just play it wherever you want? You
no.
have to think about it this way.
But if I had a carrying case for it, I could.
And to be fair, though, Xbox and PlayStation don't have as many games as the Switch does, so it's like...
Okay. They are not claiming that it is more portable than a console. They are claiming portability of a handheld. They are two very different claims.
Isn't the Switch the first technical hybrid console too? I mean, it might have been the PSP. I'm not sure, but like,
if you're the first hybrid, then charge like it. Don't enter the market pretending you've perfected the product. You're just gonna piss people off.
Oh no, the Switch definitely needs a lot of renovations. I agree. For example, Joy-Con drift, they still haven't released like.
Oh no, Joy-Con drift is fixed. They just refuse to implement the change because they make more money off the repairs than a permanent
That's
fix.
the only thing that I really found annoying about the Switch. Like, I love the Switch because one, I like the games on, and two, like, I prefer holding the console in my hand compared to like playing it on a bigger screen, I guess. But like.
So,
I am very nearsighted when I'm like...
Joy-Con drift. Going back to Joy-Con drift. 4 years and a, hold on, what's Nintendo's, value? I gotta Google this shit. Nintendo value. 4 years for a $60 billion company to fix one of the most complained about issues. No fix. Not even a whisper of one. Some random ass Boondocks YouTuber with anger and supplies fixed it in a month on his own. And the fix is as simple as adding a 1 inch by 1 inch piece of cardstock business card paper behind a plate in the Joy-Con to add the necessary pressure to prevent the drift. All it was the components being off by about 1 millimeter in the casing, which causes contact failure on the two pads that determine the joystick's position. And so by adding that 1 millimeter of cardstock, it adds the necessary pressure in the case to remove the drift entirely.
Yeah, that's insane. Like,
1 month and a pissed off nerd to fix what a $60 billion company couldn't be bothered with in 4 years.
So
that's the other thing that pisses me off.
Every single one of Nintendo's previous consoles, right? Besides the Virtual Boy, nobody likes the Virtual Boy. Nintendo has made sure that there's been like this high quality of like the console itself was of high quality, right? Like, look at the Game Boy, right? Somebody literally brought their Game Boy into a war. It got hit with a bomb. Literally was still playable, right? They called Nintendo. They said Nintendo consoles were made of like Nintendium or something, right? The most indestructible element. Then you go to like the you go to the Switch, right? And you get this like Joy-Con drift. All of a sudden, it's like, wait, why is Nintendo like the company that literally like specialized in making their consoles durable? I mean, to be fair, if you look at Xbox and PlayStation, right? Xbox has not had a very good start. Like, look at the Red Ring of Death, right? That was like compared to just your
no,
joystick
I wish I was
drifting,
kidding.
right?
There it is. There it is for you, right on stream. Literally one Google search on how to permanently fix Joy-Con drift gives you that. I wish I was joking. A 1mm square of paper under the joystick housing. Boom, problem solved.
I had heard about that. That's. Although I'm not gonna disassemble my Joy-Con to do that. I'm way too afraid to just like mess with the circuitry of it, if I'm gonna be honest, and then just basically ruining the Joy-Con.
VK's channel. Literally some like 21,000 now subscriber YouTube channel. Fixed this last year, July 2021.
Well, the question I have is that with all Joy-Cons, or was it just the couple cases that he did? Have other people tried this, or?
Yes.
Because I mean, if that works, I don't see why Nintendo hasn't tried to like address like. Where does the Pro controllers actually work? The Pro controllers, I've used my same Pro controller, and the most I've gotten is like a little squeak because of like a little bit of wear and tear. But like, what's weird is the actual like wired and Pro controllers, they're much better quality than the Joy-Cons themselves. And I mean, the Joy-Cons, like, they snap into the Switch, and it's nice that it's like it's both the controller and the console. But for some reason, they couldn't fix a simple issue of like the Joy-Con drift, or like even patch out like the Joy-Con 2.0 or something. Like, if they were just like, if they were to just release a Joy-Con 2.0 or something to make it the same specs as the same Joy-Con, but have less issues, and maybe even add more features to it or something, you know, like maybe add like I don't know, better motion controls, better amiibo support, you know, like just stuff like that would be really, really nice for the Switch, like, which they could eventually do. They might. We never know. Nintendo's like this whole mystery. They like to, I don't know, they drop these whole things out on us like, I don't know, like it's like fly pit. Actually, I think out of all my Nintendo consoles, right, like besides like a DS hinge getting like loose from like, I don't know, just the way it's been treated, or like, or the rubber coming off like a 3DS joystick, like there haven't really been many problems that I've seen with Nintendo consoles until the Switch. And even then, it's like I still like the Switch as a console because I love some of the games that are on, and if I'm using like a Pro controller or my wired controller, like it's still a really fun console. It's just that like it's had a lot of issues for some reason. I mean, by far better than the issues the Wii U had. I'm gonna just say that because there were just like, I don't even know what went wrong with the Wii U, but like from what I had heard, there were a lot of like issues people had with it, not with hardware, but like. Actually, then again, it's not even like it was the it was not like they released a game that allowed people to just hack onto the Switch, I guess, like, because I remember with the 3DS, it had been like really hard to crack, and then they released this game that allowed you to scan like QR codes or something to like upload a level, and that just gave people a gateway to basically hack onto the 3DS. The game went from like a $1 game to like I think it was $100 game because Nintendo like released it, or they removed it from their market. They made it like, the people were like selling the game because it was like the game that you used to hack your 3DS or something. So it was like, it's really interesting, but. Also, I mean, you technically don't have Breath of the Wild on Xbox or PlayStation. Breath of the Wild is like by far a $60 game. Like, it really does depend on the game you're getting.
I'll give you the Breath of the Wild to $40.
And Odyssey as well. Super Mario Odyssey is good. I think it really only applies to their main shelf, like their top shelf games, like Mario, Zelda. Metroid Dread definitely is a $60 game by far. Like, that is like,
I would say even
possibly one of the best games I've played.
I would say even them charging $40 for the DS games back in the day were pushing it. Those were like $30 games at best.
And I understand that their Pokemon games going to $60, at least the main series Pokemon games going to $60, because those are like their best set. Like, the reason that they're probably $60 is because they know no matter what the price is, they're gonna like, they are going to sell those games. Like, Pokemon is pretty much like the top grossing. From what I've looked up, Pokemon is apparently like the top grossing franchise of like all time. Just a video game franchise, or like, well, that's not even including like the or that's including like all the other stuff, like the spin-offs, like the anime, like the card game. Like, they have like a lot of money to spend. But, like, I don't know. It's weird to think that like Nintendo has all of these IPs where like Xbox couldn't come up with anything like that. I don't know. Like, I'm just wondering why Xbox hasn't tried to like create a new IP to kind of like.
I'm sorry, Xbox doesn't have IP. Halo would like a word.
I mean, they have a few. They don't have like no IPs, but it's not as many as Nintendo has, I guess. Like, 'cause, I mean, if you think about Nintendo, right? Like, think about Nintendo and just think about how many games come to your mind, right?
I was just gonna say, it's almost like Japan is an outdated country, and that's where Nintendo's based out of. Because
Oh no, it's legal practice. They're so outdated. I agree. It's like they copyright strike you for like the stupidest freaking reason, right? Like, oh, you drew Mario in a way that Nintendo. I mean, I can understand if it's like somebody's drawing the character in a very inappropriate way, like the Sonic community. I'm just gonna say the Sonic community, right? Like, I can understand if they want to shut that down, but like.
A little bit of a story time with Rabbit, something you might not be aware of. Disney. Oh god, this is gonna be a rabbit hole. Okay. Disney has this lovely practice where anything the artists under their employ draw, whether it is at work or on their own free time, becomes Disney's intellectual property. They own their artists like they're slaves. That's the first thing you have to understand. If the artist goes home at the end of the day and decides to draw some Mario on Peach XXX action in their free time and posts it online, it's Disney's property. They can go in, take that down, and say, yeah, that's our property, we don't want it up, take it down. Also, they sit down with all of their artists and pull out stacks of NSFW art that they just have sitting in an official vault to show their artists so that they understand any character you come up with or draw will get NSFW made of that. You have to understand this. It will happen. Keep it in mind. Disney has a legitimate vault of NSFW, officially Disney-owned NSFW art of their characters and whatnot. So, just saying, they don't go after everybody online who makes that. So, my point being that, like, it doesn't matter if, you know, you draw Mario and Peach like that. Like, every other modern company is just like, yeah, it's the internet. You, get used to it. This is how it is now. You're not going to stop it.
What I'm aware, Nintendo has always been, like, trying to preserve a certain image of their IPs. Like, so they'll even take down, like, any, like, boundary break things, right? Because they want to, like, maintain the image that, like... So somebody made, like, a boundary break on Super Mario Galaxy, right?
Boundary break is what, where you break out of bounds?
Yeah, pretty much. But, like, I think part of Nintendo's strategy, not that I always agree with it, is that, like, with games, right, if somebody's kind of, like, breaking the illusion that the original game had, or, like, they're just kind of, like, breaking the illusion of, like, the reality that Nintendo's trying to set in, right? That's kind of what they want to try to avoid because they kind of don't
Turtle,
want
are
you
you
to
in my game?
lose that. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, 1 second. Do you ever, I want to check something. Hold on. Get in a battle and just sit there for a second for me.
Alright.
How do I spectate you?
Go to your inventory,
Backpack,
go to
key
spectator
items,
camera.
spectator camera. Interesting. I cannot use my magnifying glass on your encounter.
I don't know why that would really do that. That wouldn't make too much sense. Because, I mean, if you think about it, you're really just, like, spectating the like... And I think they might have, like, saw that as an oversight, and they just removed that, because, again, that would be, like, a very major oversight that would not be very fair. Like...
Yeah, because having the magnifying glass in the first place is fair and not pay to win this early in the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, they're a little better with pay to win than Lumion. I'm gonna say that now.
A little? I'll give Doodle
I mean,
that.
the whole
They're a lot
boost system
better.
in Lumion is just no. It should not exist the way it does. Like, I mean, with Doodle, when you're boosting, yes, it's like it is boosting, but it's really more of a convenience because technically the chaining is really all you're going to be doing in this game. You don't even really need to boost. If you want to boost, then you can, but like, there's no real necessity to boost in this game. Like Lumion, if you want to actually hunt for a Gleam Realm per se, right? You need to boost. Otherwise, it's going to be like the 1 in 10 million. It's going to be in the 1 in 1 millions for just a simple Gleam Realm. Which is why I say that Lumion does not have any free-to-play content, and that's why... I think that's part of the reason why it was like... Doodle has been doing so well, is that like... A lot of these players aren't really the people who are like... normally hunting in the game, like paying for boost to hunt. These are the free-to-play players, because there's nothing for them to do in Lumion. Like... As much as I really like Lumion, I can see why there's like... people who are going to this game, because it is way more free-to-play than Lumion. It's like... They've also been communicating a bit more, but Lumion's starting to do that now, so like... We'll have to see how that turns out, But, yeah, I definitely think a lot of the reason why a lot of people came to this game was just because, like, it's way more free-to-play. Like...
Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was just commenting idly that I had a Chana 600. Did you die? Okay, let me know when the funeral is.
Do you think that Pokemon should, like, do another 2D game at some point? Like... I mean, I personally think it would be nice to have another 2D Pokemon game. I actually kind of prefer the, like, the sprite style over the 3D style for Pokemon, but that's really just me, like... 'Cause I don't know, like, I think when people say, like, 3D is
interesting
superior...
to have seen them done a revamp of Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum more in X and Y's, like, quasi-3D style. And, like, work on improving that rather than trying to go to true 3D. Because I think
I'm gonna be
Pokemon's
honest though,
trying
I
to
am
be-
so glad that when they did the Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl remakes, they didn't, like... So I was, like, so worried with the Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl remakes that it was gonna be, like, completely botched up, because it's just, like... Diamond Pearl Platinum were some of my favorite games in the entire series. And, like, if they even botched it up, like, I just would not have been very happy. That was,
They
like...
literally didn't add two of the best features from Platinum.
And they literally just nerfed contests. They basically, like, got rid of the game corner, which I understand they already gave the reason for that was being that, like...
Yeah,
laws
I
were
understand
different back
legal
then.
reasons you can't have the game corner. But... You still
Even
could have
still, they
had
don't
the
even have
game
the
corner
Battlefront
just
either.
as an activity to do for fun, not for prizes.
I honestly just kind of want them to go back to a more... Because, like, I think after Black and White, right, like...
Also, I just want to
say,
point
like,
out real
3D
quick that the
quote-unquote.
laws have never stopped them before. When it comes to gambling, there are literal ways they do it in real life in Japan to get around the gambling laws. In that the
Oh no,
prize
look at arcades in the US,
hold on.
right? Like...
the prize redemption building and the building where you actually gamble the currency are two different buildings. And so one is simply a business that trades in the currency you get from the gambling place, and the other one is basically a game parlor where you pay money to play a game, where you can win their little tokens. And so one is legally an arcade, and the other is legally a prize corner, essentially. That is why they are hosted in different buildings. And that's how they did it in Red, Yellow, Blue to get around their gambling laws in the game.
Yeah.
They could have done the same
thing. And to be fair, though, but I am going to make a point here, though. That's only according to Japan, because that's all within Japan.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Now
I'm aware. And
so much more
the main issue is that it's gambling to kids. I agree with removing the game.
Yeah.
But
that's why I don't like the Roulette. It is literally like gambling for kids.
They literally removed the Battle Frontier and the Villa and all of the best post-game content that was added in Platinum.
Yeah, I definitely think that Brilliant... So, I'll still play them, but they definitely made a lot of things that just, if they were going to make a faithful remake, you make a faithful remake. You make it as close to the original as possible. You don't add, friendship mechanic. Oh, we gotta make this easier, no HM, I mean, I can get that they can't have the game corner, they have to replace that with something. I like that they added the styles thing. But did you really have to make it so that it's you have a whole friendship thing from it's not even it's the friendship thing from X and Y, because it still happened. The one in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it happens every single time, and that's why it's so annoying. I wasn't even annoyed by it in Sun and Moon, or in inside of what is it, Sword and Shield, because it very rarely ever happened. But in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it just happens so often, and it happens so quickly that it's it ruins what the supposed difficulty is supposed to be, I guess. Although, to be fair, at least it's not Megas and X and Y, because, I think they should have given us more gym leaders that had Mega Evolutions in X and Y. I'm gonna be honest, it's they gave us Megas, but when we're using them, nobody else uses them, so it becomes an easy sweep of the game, and it's why does nobody else have these Megas? The mechanic that was introduced in this region, it should be getting more attention in the main story, but it's not. It's just barely even a side thing.
Because that's all Pokemon is good at, introducing a gimmick for a generation and milking the shit out of it so that it feels like a fresh game when it's not.
They used to be really good at implementing the gimmick well, though. That's the thing that's really hurting me about
when.
Do you remember Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver?
Yeah, of course.
Following Pokemon, people really loved it in that game because it was actually really good in that game. Technically didn't return until recently, but
that wasn't new.
That mechanic has been around since the original games. Granted, it was locked to only Pikachu, but Pokemon Yellow has had that mechanic since its release in 1998. That was not a new innovation, that was just expanded on. Oh, he said he had to BRB. Can I? Okay, there we go. Back in half a second. Fudgesicles are great. Joke's on you, I don't have any bread in my house. What's up, Duck? I got ramen, fudgesicles, Monster Energy, Rockstar, couple Popeyes, a frozen pizza, no, I do not. I have a can of water. I have 24-ounce monster cans that I refill with water, but not like a bottle. Hey, what's up, Blue? Chain of 500 plus. Look at my chain counter in the bottom right. I'm at 619. When you get your chain to 500 plus on a doodle with an Easter skin, it's guaranteed to be Easter skin. 50? I think it's 50. Oh, hey, speak of the devil. Easter skins are not that hard to get. I would argue that tints are harder to get than an Easter skin. Especially since you only need a chain of 500 to literally guarantee one. No, Bottle, you're wrong. It's 50. It's different for Clubby. Oh, you're really gonna make me go find this. Alright, let me find where Wish explicitly stated. Motherfucking streamer mode. Here it is. Underlined areas. Note, if you get a 500 plus chain, you'll get a guaranteed Easter skin encounter for that doodle if it has one. Additional note, you can encounter Glubby skin guaranteed at 50 chain, but you'll have to find it first. These are the 2 underlined bits. From Wish, in the Discord. I mean, Glubby is a fairly rare encounter at 1 in 800 base odds before you start chaining, so it kind of makes sense for me to say that, to be fair.
Back.
Welcome back. I honestly forget what we were talking about when you left.
Something about Pokemon?
Oh, right, the follow mechanics. Yeah, no. The follow mechanics was not a new innovation.
Yeah, now that I remember, it's yellow. I remember it was like in that.
Yeah, it's just expanded upon, which definitely was something great. It's not like that was a bad thing. It just wasn't actually a new mechanic.
Yeah. Actually, what's weird is I don't think Pokemon games really got like. I'm not gonna say bad because I think Pokemon games are by far like better than a lot of other games that have come out. But
Pokemon
I think
games
in
have
terms
gotten
of like
worse would be the way to put it then.
yeah, I think it only really started once you get to Sun and Moon. Like Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire was actually a good remake. Looking back at it, like yes, did they tone the difficulty down?
I would argue that the peak was Gen 4 and it's been going downhill since.
No,
That's
Gen 5 is
not
actually
let me finish. That's not to say that Gen 5 and Gen 6 weren't really good, because they still were, but that's how a curve works. Games around the peak are all going to be very good still. You don't get noticeable until you get far enough away from the curve, like at Gen, 7, which is Sun and Moon.
I actually agree that the peak was around like that point, like Gen 6, 5, 4, right? But I actually think the peak was at Gen 5, not at Gen 4. And I think Gen 4 was still really good, like it's kind of like tied between the two. I mean, mechanically speaking though, and like
Gen 5
the art
is where
direction,
Gen
5 like
Gen 5 is where they started getting desperate for mechanics.
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest though, like look at how many mechanics they like kind of shoved into like.
Think about this.
I kind of miss how many mechanics they added though.
Black and White was the first game where you didn't have all Pokemon available off the bat. You only had the new Pokemon. That was the first sign that things were starting to go downhill. Was in Black and White, Gen 5, because they suddenly, to introduce a new gimmick, was like, you can't use any of your old favorite Pokemon for most of the main story. You have to try the new ones, because they wanted people to spice it up. That was the first time Pokemon got actually desperate to maintain and challenge and
I am going to make a counterpoint though.
Okay,
I think the one nice thing about having it be just the Gen 5 Pokemon was that every single time you went to a new route, you were going to see a new Pokemon.
I'll give you that.
If you were to go into X and Y, right, which has one of the smallest Pokedexes in the game, which I think is at least because they were so focused on making it so you only use Gen 5 Pokemon, you got more Pokemon out of Gen 5.
You could
if you got into Gen 6,
you could do it.
Yeah, they could have done
most of the things you encounter are new.
To be fair though, when I go into a new Pokemon game, the Pokemon my main interest is going to be on is the new Pokemon, not I mean, yeah, there's some older Pokemon that if I get the chance to catch them, I would catch. For the most part, I think when I play a new Pokemon game, my main mindset is to use the new Pokemon if I can, just kind of if I want to use an older Pokemon, it's fine, but I definitely think when I play a new Pokemon game, one of the first things
hold on, sorry.
Almost
sorry.
like a remix or
One
something.
sec, sorry, one sec. Fuck. You must find it in the wild. Okay, so, wait, what does it find it first mean? Oh, you were asking a question, not saying find it first is mean. Okay, that suddenly makes a lot more sense. Yeah, find it first just means you have to find it in the wild. He was just commenting that it's a rare encounter, so that getting it to 50 chain is difficult because you have to even find Glubby to start. No, you don't have to find the Easter variation first. Simply getting to the chain of 50 will guarantee that you get the Easter skin. My first Easter skin was at the chain of 500. No, roulette does not count towards chaining, as far as I know. Yeah, no, Find It First was just a poke at Glubby's rarity. That's all it meant. Alright, sorry, Turtle, I'm caught up on chat now, go ahead.
Alright, so what was I on? I know I'm kind of like defending Alright, so I think that with the Pokedex, right, like having the newer set of Pokemon compared to the older set of Pokemon, right, like you're kind of like, you're forced to encounter one of the newer ones, which was kind of what I was already doing in a newer, depending, because a Pokemon kind of fits the theme of the generate. For example, like, I think a lot of Gen 3 and 4 Pokemon kind of like are on that boundary where they feel like they're in the same generation. So if I were in a Gen 4 game, I would catch a Gen 4 Mon or a Gen 3 Mon if I really want. And some Gen 1 and 2 Mons also fit into that. Like, but,
okay, so
if I'm gonna catch a Pokemon, I'm gonna want to catch something that's either new or fits the theme of that region, I guess. Like,
I would argue that the only generations that feel entangled are Gen 1, Gen 2, and Gen 4. Gen 4, because obviously they added like the 20 new evolutions like to older Pokemon, like Rhyperior, Electivire, Magmortar, and Yanmega.
It actually went up past 20 now because of Legends Arceus and Technicality, because they added Cleavor, Basculegion, a couple other ones that are like, in Technicality, it's really weird because it's technically not originally introduced in Gen 4, but like, it's based in Sinnoh, which is like, why it's kind of like drawing nods at like the Gen 4 introducing new evolutions. Like, it's kind of sad that they stopped doing that too, except for Sylveon, until like Generation 8, where they like sort of did that with some of the regional forms, but even then that was regional forms, so that's not the actual Pokemon itself, it's just a rehash of the Pokemon. Legends Arceus was the first game since X and Y, and X and Y is a big if, because like, well no, because then you got Megas too, and that also was technically an evolution of the same Pokemon. They didn't really stay in the game after after Let's Go Eevee, but yeah, Legends Arceus, I think the one thing I really appreciate about it is they actually added like new evolutions to older Pokemon without it being regional exclusive. And there are some regional form exclusive evolutions.
That's Hellbottle. Well, cheating is a loose word, but I have a macro that I custom made down to my mouse that automates all of the key presses. And then I just have that set on a loop and bound to toggle on my middle mouse click. It's free with any Logitech software. You just have to download the Logitech G Hub, and most Logitech mouses will work with it, and you can program buttons in to do things, as long as you make the macro yourself. Hide that. So right now it's off. I hit my middle mouse button, turn the macro on, and it goes until I turn it off.
Oh yeah, Rabbit, I don't think I ever asked you this, but do you like rhythm games by any chance, or
Depends. That is a big swing thing where it can depend on the game itself.
So like, from that context, I guess you like some rhythm games, I guess? Like, what kinds of rhythm games do you like? For me, I play mostly
I don't
Roby.
like rhythm games where the only thing it is a rhythm game. I don't like rhythm games for the sake of rhythm games. But I don't mind rhythm mini games where it's built into another game, like Lumion Legacy Fishing. Could be considered a rhythm game of sorts.
Really? I don't really... That to me
You're
is
bringing
not
your
much of
mouse to a
rhythm.
designated location to get a good action. That is literally the definition of rhythm game. You're just not being scored on it in Lumion Legacy. Other
LL
than the
fishing
green
kind of
bonus.
sucks for me. I don't like how it's like random. You have to kind of... I mean, it's an interesting gimmick at first, but like, it wasn't well implemented in my opinion, because like, one, it doesn't account for like any mouse lag you might be having. Two, it's in just these such random locations that sometimes you can
total
have
quick
this like
question.
really weird layout that just makes it harder than it really should be.
Or it blends in with your green iguana.
Exactly.
Do you have a glubby?
I have one, but can't trade it until I get another one.
Okay, can I literally borrow it for like 2 minutes to try and turn in the quest in the place just before the crossroads, and then I'll send it back your way?
You want the battle item from it, or because I can literally just give you the item that you get
No,
from
no,
that,
no,
if,
no,
like-
no. Help me. What is the town with Craig and the mayor and whatever? I can't remember the fucking name of it.
It is Graphite Lodge.
Yeah, in the Graphite Lodge, when you do the Glubby subquest, remember there's the dude who says, I think Glubby may be a creature from my world. If you catch one, bring it to me.
He gives you like a power cufflet thing where it's like increases your melee attacks.
Yeah, I just want to get that. I want the rewards and to complete that quest. Can I literally just borrow your Glubby for 2 seconds to do that?
Yeah, sure. Just gotta open up Doodle.
I could catch a
have to actually
Glubby on
put
my
it in the
own. I've
party.
seen like 4 of them now, but it would reset my chain. That's the big issue.
Yeah, same here actually. Like I can't catch another right now either because I'm on a chain for. I do have my one that I can trade you.
Yeah, but I'm on a 637 chain.
I'm on like a 471 chain.
Oh
right now,
yeah, so
too.
you're really close to getting the Easter skin, guaranteed as well.
Believe it or not, I had like a 600 chain and I just completely reset it once, and like I wasn't actually mad because you know I actually kind of like when that you have that like a little bit of a chance to reset your chain. Like, I mean, why do people safari hunt with the exception of like wanting to feel some like pain? I guess like the adrenaline of like you could fail this, but you didn't, but you could have. It's that. I don't know, I'm weird. I like small little inconveniences like that because they actually kind of make it a little more interesting. I have the thought process where if it's a completely perfect game, it's going to be a boring game. Because, like, sometimes having those little inconveniences is what makes the experience of the game so unique and interesting. Because, like, if the game was perfect and there was no little inconveniences, nothing like that, it's like, yes, technically the game is perfect, but by definition it's not perfect because it means it's going to be a boring game if there's nothing that like really
not
sets in the
necessarily.
memory.
Only boring to you. Also, by definition, it's impossible to make a game perfect.
And I think that's actually a good thing because if it was perfect, then like
This motherfucker.
if there were no flaws in a game, like it's kind of like if there was a perfect person, right? Then would they truly be
This
perfect?
dude is
Because if
still
everybody
searching
looked
for
the
the needle in
same,
the haystack. Okay.
like
Yeah, my chat is saying you got some shower thoughts, bro.
isn't having 0 flaws technically a flaw by
No.
definition? Because I mean, think about it this way: if you have 0 flaws, right? Doesn't that mean that there's 0 things that make you unique in a certain sense, right? Like,
Right,
really,
there's
every
nothing
single
that makes
person
me
was
unique
perfect.
other than the fact that I literally have no flaws, unlike every other human being. Because that doesn't make me unique.
Which wouldn't that, in a sort of sense, because like perfect is like this like, because perfect is just such a loose definition. Because like,
That is a good point, is that perfect is subjective.
I think the only way you can achieve true perfection is if everything was the same. But if everything was the same and there was no flaws in anything, then nothing would be unique. Therefore, that is in itself an imperfection, just a larger scale imperfection, I guess. Like, I mean, I'm one of those people who like look at HMs and Pokemon, for example, right? Like, one of the most complained about features, but I personally think that it's fine. I actually kind of like the little bit of the inconvenience because it actually like makes me have to do something rather than just like, oh, I just go into my menu and just click this and that's all it is. It's like HMs, how you had to kind of like put it on a Pokemon, you actually had to kind of like, you can choose your team wisely, so where it's like you're not like completely ruining your team with
That's
the
not
HM.
horrifying. I literally have an item in my inventory called the Skin Trunk. Ooh.
So what I'm getting at is that you basically kidnap the doodles from their natural environment. You steal their skin, and then you let them fend for themselves. I guess that's what I'm getting at in this game.
It's I guess you could consider skins like a costume then. I don't know. Trade.
It's called a skin, so doesn't that mean it's like literally?
Well,
just
I mean, we
stealing
also
the skin
call
off
it
the
a
doodle
gun
and putting it on another
skin.
doodle.
Doesn't mean it's made of actual skin.
It's kind of like the whole Squidward salmon suit conspiracy in SpongeBob, where it's like,
No, it's
is
really
that actually
not.
just
Okay,
a tailored suit, or is he just wearing the skin of like a fish?
Hypno. Just because we call it a gun skin in CS:GO doesn't mean it's made of skin. It just means it's a cosmetic overlay. Something that goes over the surface, which is what the definition of skin is. Skin is something that covers the surface areas of our body.
I think that's half-half with this, okay? So there are some where it's like more of a cosmetic, if anything, you can just like...
For
example, if you get like the Dapper or Flittum, right, where it's just like a hat they put on it, that's just a cosmetic. Where if it changes the physical body of the doodle, right, that itself is just like the physical traits of that doodle. That's where I say it's actually more of a skin than a cosmetic, like... In technicality, you can't really like, I don't know, like it's just a technicality on that, not necessarily like, because I think it goes either way with this. It's really weird. Do the trade.
Oh, wait, does it? Oh, you have it in your party. Okay, cool.
Oh wait, you have a prestige Bunswirl?
Yeah, I found 2 of them.
I found 2 of them. I still haven't found a prestige skin yet, so...
Alright, that's in box 1. Let me grab it real quick. I wonder if it has to be in my OT. I haven't ever...
No, I was able to do it. That one was actually traded to me, and I was able to do it, so you should be fine. Anyways, back on the topic of like Pokemon Black and White, like...
Hold on.
I think that
Hold
Black
on.
and White... Pokemon... Oh. Sorry.
Champion belt. Okay, cool. Alright, let me trade this back to you.
Alright.
Social... Nautic Turtle Sun trade.
Alright, so let's do the trade. But, so I think Pokemon Black and White, the reason why I say it could actually be where it's like iffy between Gen 4 is that like Black and White, aesthetically speaking, was probably the best art direction, the best story direction that they've had. Because it is technically the only Pokemon game that's had a sequel besides... I think there was one other, I can't remember which one. Oh wait, technically Gold and Silver are sequels to Red and Blue. That's really about like as far as it goes, I guess.
I would not call them a sequel, more of an expansion. It wasn't
I mean,
until...
it does go
okay,
2 years
wait,
into
actually,
the
hold on,
future.
hold on. Heart Gold and Soul Silver were definitely sequels to Gold and Silver because they actually revisit and change the plot line. Because if you look at the Celebi and Giovanni and Silver event, it actually adds story.
Okay, because from what I'm aware, when you go into like Gold, Silver, might be Crystal that I'm thinking of then, but it technically does continue the story of Red, Blue, because you have if you go to Mount Silver, right, you literally battle against Red, who is like technically speaking the champion at the time. So it's kind of like, I believe the story is supposed to take place 2 years after the original Red, Blue, Green games. Like, it's a little complicated because the Pokemon timeline is just so messed up, just so messy right now. It's like
that's an understatement.
Trying to like
they can't
piece
even
together
decide
the
who the
Pokemon
first
timeline.
real Pokemon is, if it's Mew or Arceus.
Isn't that technically Rhydon because that was the first Pokemon they designed? And that's why it's on every single statue in the game.
There's 4 answers to that. The
I mean,
first
depending on the game
the
you're
first
playing.
one by canonical lore of what came first, would technically officially be Arceus because he created the universe and all Pokemon.
Here's the other question.
Hold on, I'm not
Arceus.
finished.
Did he create every single universe, or just the universe that you're currently in? Because if we go into Sun and Moon, right, that's when they introduce Ultra Wormholes and other universes, right?
We don't have an answer to that, is the only thing I can say. Mew
the question is there only one Arceus, or is there an Arceus for every single universe?
Don't know.
All of the same...
Don't know. Mew
That's
is
why the timeline is just so
explicitly
messy.
stated to be the ancestor of all Pokemon in multiple games. Arceus is a Pokemon, which would mean, according to canonical game lore, Mew would have to be an ancestor of Arceus, which puts it in a really weird who came first paradox. If Arceus created everything, but Mew is the ancestor of all, which one of them created, or, like, the other? That's a weird one.
So, my thoughts
and then
on
obviously
that...
the Bulbasaur and Rhydon are the two other obvious answers.
Okay, so my thoughts on that, with Mew being the creator, I think there is enough information to piece
Mew's
together.
not a creator, it's an ancestor. There's a difference.
Yeah. So if you look at Arceus, right, I think if you look at certain unique Pokemon in which there's only like one of that set Pokemon, you can kind of piece together that like maybe it's not that Mew is the ancestor to all Pokemon, but more just like the ancestor to kind of like modern Pokemon, I guess. Like let's look at Pokemon like Dialga, Palkia, Arceus, Giratina.
In the official Dex data.
And then you also get Pokemon like Lunatone and Solrock, right? Or technically speaking, they weren't even really discovered until like 50 years, like according to their Pokedexes, like 50 years ago, right?
Snipes, that is only
they, like,
in
apparently
Victini's
fell from the
regional.
sky.
That is only in Victini's regional Pokedex in black and white that it's number 0. It is not in the international. In the national Pokedex, it is not number 0.
So my take on it is that it's like Mew is kind of the ancestor to most Pokemon, but not necessarily every single Pokemon. There are some Pokemon that like break the exception, like legendary Pokemon, right? Because most legendary Pokemon, except for Manaphy could very well be an ancestor to Mew. But I mean, if you look into it, besides like maybe a few set legendaries in the anime that have had instances of having like an egg or like something like that, like most legendary
there is
Pokemon
actually
cannot
canonical
breed.
lore interconnecting a lot of the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum legendaries. Arceus created the Creation Trio, Dialga, Giratina, and Palkia. And then I believe Dialga and Palkia combined created the Emotion Trio to help them govern Sinnoh. Is I believe
Yeah,
the
that is
canonical
confirmed
lore.
in
And then Cresselia and Lunatone were also offsprings of
and
no,
Darkrai.
sorry.
Darkrai is kind of the opposite of
Yeah, I said Cresselia and Lunatone because I was speaking on autopilot. But Palkia created Cresselia to help it manage space, I believe. But as a side result of creating Cresselia, there was an equal and opposite reaction from the universe which created Darkrai, the antithesis to Cresselia. Shaman is just like a natural result of the land. In the anime, Shaman isn't actually that special. It just comes from a special area, which is the only thing that makes it rare.
Okay, so you know what's actually kind of funny to me? So, do you know what the most referenced like legendary/mythical Pokemon is in most Pokemon? Not necessarily main series, because main series has a tendency to not really care about its like non-cover legendaries that much, except for Black and White, which
is it Mewtwo?
Black and White had the most story legendary events, which that is another reason why I say like Black and White might be a little higher up in the Pokemon tier list, like. But actually no, it's not Mewtwo. So you go into a lot of the spin-offs after Generation 4, right? Darkrai was treated as a final boss in like a lot of different Pokemon games. Pokemon
Oh,
Mystery
yeah, if we're
Dungeon,
talking
Pokemon
that,
Ranger,
yeah, I'm well aware of
it had
Darkrai.
so much lore involved in it too, like that. It's like literally like the nightmare. It's manipulating like it literally manipulated Palkia into making Dialga like it literally manipulated Palkia and Dialga and like almost caused the end of the world in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon.
I am aware.
And then
I
it
have
literally manipulated,
I have Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers with Sky sitting in my Game Boy over on my dresser right now, and I'm playing through it.
Then Arceus kind of comes second in the most reference. Well, depending, because like, actually no, it really only gets Conquest and Legends Arceus, if I'm gonna be honest. And
Pokemon Conquest was such a banger game. I'm disappointed that it fell into such obscurity. I think Conquest's big issue was it had too much side
so
content.
Close to when the 3DS came out, right? Like, it would have done really, really well, right? And I got it. It was so hard to get a hold of it when it came out, but like. The reason Conquest didn't do as well is not because it wasn't a good game. It was by far one of the best Pokemon spin-offs I've ever played. It's just that Conquest came out at a really bad time. Like,
Conquest RNG could screw you over a lot. It was actually pretty difficult. And you had to do a lot of ridiculously difficult challenges to unlock the true ending, which I didn't like. I never got around to the true ending before I lost my copy.
So, I think one of the things I always kind of like look at in a game is like, does the idea get like, so like, if you look at an N64 game compared to like a game that was released on like let's like Xbox today, right? So even though graphically speaking it was not as superior, right? I think the message will sometimes get across a lot better on those games. Even though the graphics might not be amazing, you can still tell like the effort that gets put into making it as good as possible with the limitations that they have. Where like, yes, a game can like look good, but like the actual graphical capabilities of the console, like they're not really like always even really pushing it, I guess. Which is
I feel
why
like
you can
Pokemon
kind of, like,
Conquest could have been a lot better if they had more focus on the actual town building aspect of it and the management of your conquered districts, rather than just conquer a district and strip it of all of its resources in your goal for conquest. Didn't feel very good. It didn't feel good to just take over a town and fill it with gold mines to fund your expeditions and whatnot.
To be fair though, like the one thing that really makes Pokemon Conquest stand out is that literally like you are basically competing to become like the owner of the entire region, and that is like where I like the Arceus lore, is that like they actually use Arceus.
It's very
feudal
Japan. It's very much feudal Japan. Feudal
What's
Japan
really cool about it
samurai.
is that it's a crossover with Nobunaga's Ambition from Koei Tecmo, which is actually like, I think Koei Tecmo is definitely one of my favorite game dev companies because they made Monster Rancher, which is like one of my favorite games of all time.
Yeah, I love that you got to see the game from the other side, from Nobunaga's perspective. Like once you got far enough in the after story.
Perspectives in that game too. Like you actually like, and you can recruit like a lot of the characters in the game too, which is like one of the parts I like best about it. You kind of like, instead of building a team of like your favorite Pokemon, build a team of your favorite warlords, and then you build a team of the Pokemon you want on those warlords. Which I just think is like something that made that game so unique compared to like any Pokemon.
It's definitely an overlooked gem.
I definitely think that Pokemon has had like the main series games are very iffy, right? I think at the very least, Pokemon has always had good spin-offs, depending on the spin-off too, because like there are some questionably like alright ones, but like Pokemon spin-offs can really, really show how much polish they put into it. Like look at Mystery Dungeon, right? Especially during the DS era, like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky, Darkness, and Time are arguably better than the main series games, in my opinion.
It's not arguably, they are better.
Yeah, and then look at Pokemon Ranger, right? I mean, I never played
Never got
Guardian
the
Sign,
opportunity to play Ranger, any of it, unfortunately.
Okay.
I cannot personally...
If you're going to play a Ranger game, play
Guardian
Pokemon
Signs.
Ranger Shadows of Almia.
Oh, okay.
Shadows of Almia has like possibly my favorite Pokemon story out of any Pokemon game I've played, right? It's literally like the comedy in it, it's like, it takes a bit of a comedic approach and like its writing and stuff, like instead of it being like, oh, you go to this gym and get this badge, you actually like kind of go from like being a student to kind of like being a rookie ranger. Then you go to like the big leagues, and then you kind of like save the world. And I really like that aspect. You meet characters along your way, and the characters like you kind of form attachments to these characters. You form attachments to the Pokemon that you like kind of befriend, I guess. Like, and also they kind of like have HMs in a way where it's like actually a very clever way that I think they should kind of do HMs now. Instead of them being like this move that you unlock, right? You kind of have to get a certain Pokemon that can interact in the world with the world in a certain way. So for example, let's say you've got like a magma pool, right? And there's like a Torkoal nearby. You would catch that Torkoal, you'd kind of like ride on that Torkoal across the lava. Not that you'd need an HM to do that, but you kind of like use the Pokemon in your environment and kind of like, does that make sense? I just think that would be like such a good way to implement HMs back without actually like making them annoying, I guess.
You basically want to implement what it's like from Sun and Moon, except instead of just being given the Pokemon, you actually have to
like,
meet and befriend it.
Exactly, like you'd catch the Pokemon that you need for a certain and you'd have to swap out the Pokemon, yeah, but like
oh, no. It would be like you befriend them and then they'll come at your call when you need them. So it's like
HMs that aren't like you just use it whenever you want, that you actually have to kind of like plan out what you want to have in your party at that time, right? Where it takes like a little bit more brain space. Or you've got more freedom where it's like instead of being like a move that hinders your party, it's like an ability that Pokemon already has. Like you could even have multiple abilities, right? You kind of have to like pick and choose which abilities you want in your party at that point in time. And that's where I think like the mobile PC box would actually be kind of helpful, where you can kind of like have a couple Pokemon set on the sideline where you can kind of like swap them out if you want for like HMs and stuff.
Hey, by the way, check stream. I am lazy gaming.
I'm literally 11 encounters away from every single bunsweet being 3-skin bunsweet, so hopefully I'll get like a tinted one.
I think I've only seen one tinted bunsweet in 651 encounters so far, so good luck.
I definitely think the DS era was probably Pokemon's best era out of all of them. Like even if you don't necessarily like a certain aspect of a Pokemon game, like
I'd have to agree.
In that era, it showed a lot more creativity with like the resources they were given. Because I mean, technically speaking, yes, the DS itself was a little limited. They made the most out of that limitation that they had. Where now, I think it's just not necessarily like that they can't really push through the limits. That like, because the limits are just so slim to none now, there's no real motivation to kind of like push past those limits, given those limitations, I guess. Like, you can really just kind of see where it's like, yeah, the game looks good, but did they really try when they made it? Or was it just kind of like, yeah, we made the game, but we didn't really like put in the best possible effort to make this game, you know, like. That's why I like to look at games like Breath of the Wild and Breath of the Wild 2. And Breath of the Wild 2 hasn't come out yet, so we don't really know how good the game is going to be. Like, when I see a game takes a while like
Katie?
that, right?
And then Katie, my follows are open to anybody. They just joined off my profile. If you go and look up my name on Roblox, you can join me too. By default, my follows are set to open, so literally just go to the Roblox page, search up my profile, and join my game.
I do have a feeling, though, that Scarlet and Violet might actually be the sort of return to the original formula of Pokemon, kind of like... So, what I mean by original form, not necessarily in that, like, it's going to be the same exact game as the original games. Being, Gens 1 through, like, I'd say 5, because it's, like... Gen 5 also had a bit of free exploration aspect, but not as much. But, kind of like that free exploration aspect that you get, where you can choose what part of the story you want to encounter first. Like, I think it might have a looser story to make it so that way you can kind of just, like, do whatever you want in the game, I guess. Just kind of, like, you can go to this town and do this specific thing before, like, you do this specific thing, I guess. Like, which I think was one of the nice parts about Pokemon, the Gen 1 Pokemon game. It's not that it's like, it doesn't have a story. I think the fact that it lacks a story allows for it to kind of be a little bit more like free, I guess, because you can kind of just like, after you beat Misty's gym, you can basically go to whichever gym you want as long as you obtain cut, and it's like, yeah, that's one of the things I really, really love about the original couple Pokemon games, is that there was just so much more freedom in them, because they didn't really have this like
so
linear.
what you're trying to describe is the fact that it didn't have a story, it only had its actual gameplay loop to rely on, and so they had to make the core gameplay loop good because it didn't have a story.
Yeah, pretty much. No, Tinted Rosebud, but I'm not going to catch it. And that's not a multi-tint, so I'm just going to run. Yeah, but I definitely think that the first 5 Pokemon game, and I think part of it's also because of the limitations that they had, not necessarily like time-wise, but like device-wise, they were forced to like...
getting like a triple tint, but it's just like blue, dark blue, and Xion.
You couldn't even tell. Like, yeah, that would be funny. It would be funny if they added more tints too and just made it impossible to tell which tint was which.
Or even like getting a double tint, but it's just like red and orange or something. Or
I think
like
that's
orange
the one
and
thing
yellow.
that this game really does have better over LL, is that like it is so customizable. There's just so much that like you can make your doodle look like basically almost however you want, depending on how, I mean, with certain limitations, but like one nice thing about the reskins is that like it's just an extra level of customization for your doodle, which if you really, really like a doodle, you want to kind of like change its like aesthetics or something, you can in this game. For Lumion, you only really get a few Lumions that have like some variability, but like usually that variability is like very, very limited.
Mochibi.
Yeah. So, anyways, back on the whole Pokemon curve thing. X and Y, the only reason why I say that, like, they're... X and Y I give a little bit of an excuse to, because it's technically the first official main series 3D Pokemon game. And it was also on the 3DS, which had a little bit more limited, like, graphics quality for 3D games, so, like, X and Y gets a little bit of an excuse to not have as much as we really wanted it to have, because it's like, it was on a very, very limited time scale. It was the first, like, they had to, like, actually make all the new models. And then once they got to Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, they really, like, took the X and Y formula, and they expanded on it. They added the soaring feature, like, they added so many new shiny hunting methods, like, actually, I think that's the one thing that made X and Y and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire stand out, is that, like, well, technically, yes, the gameplay was not, like...
Oh my god.
They had so many shiny hunting methods that were actually fun to do. Like, those were basically the shiny hunting games.
Bro, you ever
like,
sneeze so hard your fucking balls tighten up and it hurts?
That sounds a little cursed, but...
Do you know what I'm talking about, though?
I don't know.
Like, when you sneeze so hard and you get, like, a pinching pressure at, like, the base of your...
I mean, I've yawned so hard that, like, my jaw has kind of locked, and it, like, you just get that uncomfortable moment where it's like...
No, that's
really
not what I'm
close your
talking about. That's
jaw.
not what I'm talking about. You would
I've
know
never had
what
that
I'm talking
happen.
about.
I've never had that happen, I'm sorry.
Well, it's the same reason that doctors handle your junk when you're a kid for wellness visits, is because the respiratory system and, like, coughing and sneezing and whatnot is connected to the muscles down in your genitalia area.
Yeah.
It's like an actual medical thing. I'm not just being weird. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, I kind of assume that. I mean, it's a little weird, but yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, well, the body is weird. Get used to it.
That just reminds me of those, like, videos that they show you in health class in, like, 5th or 6th grade. It's like, the magical changes your body's going through. oh, magical, and then it's like
So who said
you
hi
actually
to
have it,
me?
and it's like
That
miserable or
was
something like.
Walmart Muzan? Hey Walmart, what's up? I had trouble reading your name because it's such a dark color.
You know what's kind of funny to me though? Like, Pokemon Sun and Moon, everybody like really praises the story, but I actually feel the opposite. I literally looked at the characters they revealed, right? I saw Team Skull, and I was like, okay, they're kind of a joke, which is a little bit weird. Then I looked at the Aether Foundation, I looked at Luzamine, and I was like,
gotcha.
That's a very evil, villainy kind of design. So, like, this
Oh
is
my
gonna be a
god,
fist
that
villain,
reminds
isn't
me
it?
of the meme. Really, like, if you guys are ever confused
get
about
mad.
why Professor or why ages are weird in Pokemon, is they showed a picture of Lusamine and a picture of Cyrus, and they said, one of these is a 40-year-old parent of 2 with children who are rebelling against them, and one of them is a depressed 22-year-old. Can you tell who is who? Well, you're wrong.
I mean, to be fair, didn't Luzamine's, like, husband just kind of, like, disappear?
Hey! Hello
Even
there.
though it was, like,
Let's see
actually
what
in the
your
game.
stats are. Garbage!
Oh, it's a misprint.
Yeah, but it's 4 stars and
I wouldn't even say it's worth catching because you could just move the skin onto a regular misprint and it's already. I would just get a tinted one because it's like.
Well, I literally already knocked out a hidden trait misprint one that was 4 stars. Why would I catch that
Yeah,
one?
if you knocked out that one, why would you bother? Like, a few encounters away from getting the 500, and at that point,
Like, I
can
do
just
want
probably...
hidden trait misprint, but I want better than 4 stars.
You know, if I'm gonna be honest, what's the point of like chaining past 500? I mean, you could get like a misprint tint, but like, might as well just go for the tint at this point. The tint is like,
Okay. Hypno, as you increase your chain, every 10 it increases your odds of finding a misprint by
Yeah,
just a
it
little
does.
bit, and every 20 it increases your odds of finding a hidden trait. You remember when I said this? I told you
yeah,
to
it
read
does.
the chaining page.
I mean, at that point though, it's already so good. You could just run from it if you really want to. You don't need to like. It doesn't. There's no penalty for it, and it's like. It's still really, really good odds at 1 in 500. You're just basically guaranteed the bunsweet. So. If that was like a really awkward pause, I like had this like moment where I was like saying it, and then I was like. Then I was like about to yawn or like burp or something, and it was just like. I hate when that happens, when you're about to like hiccup or like something in the middle of like what you're saying, and it's just like. Okay, next encounter is a bunsweet skin, so let's see what I get. Let's see what bunsweet skin I get. Is it gonna be misprint, tinted, or whatever?
Half a second here, guys. I'm just checking.
Hey, the reskin bunsweet. I am gonna say I am very excited for the possibility that Scarlet and Violet might have a more loose story, so it's kind of like do whatever you want, I guess. Like you don't need to worry about the story. Just you want to catch everything, you catch everything. You want to like you want to go do whatever encounter the story however you want. Just
hold on.
do that, I
Half a
guess. Like
second, Turtle. Lucas, it is less so that I've quit Lumion Legacy, and more so that I'm playing Doodle World because it has the event, and also I've been busy with adulting. Taxes are due today, and I literally only finished that shit yesterday. So the
I need
answer
to get
is
my taxes
I've
in.
been
That's a good
busy,
point.
and Doodle World has an event. I have not quit Lumion Legacy. I'm
That's a good
still
point. I
planning
still
on
need to
hunting
do my
for Marshall
taxes.
Bob. Oh, you haven't ever done taxes? Oh, you sweet innocent summer child. Let me know when you're an adult.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I've done them before. I just didn't do them yet this year, and I gotta get that done.
Hey, yo,
it's
Chief,
like-
Chief, hold on. You haven't done your taxes yet?
I've never really like. My parents kind of helped me with it the first time, but like it's like.
Yo, no, dude, I'm not joking. Get the fuck off this game. That shit is due today. Go do your taxes. You do not want the IRS on your doorstep.
Yeah, I gotta get them done. It's like we're gonna go someplace this week anyway to do it. So.
No, dude. Okay, you. Oh wait, are you Canadian?
No, I'm U.S. Like I'm.
That shit is due today. You can't go somewhere this weekend. Unless, did you like
not
file an
this
extension?
week, I meant.
Did you like file an extension? Because then you have till like October to get it in. But if you haven't filed an extension, that shit is due today. Not this weekend, today.
Really?
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Fucking 7 p.m. on the deadline, and he hasn't even. Oh my god, he needs to, like. Jesus Christ. This man is coming close to getting that in on time. He needs to sit down and do that now, or he's not going to get it in on time. Man hasn't even fucking done his taxes and he's sitting here playing Doodle World like that shit's not due today. Holy shit, I think I just helped him dodge a bullet. What? Hey, yo, wait, that's right. Easter's done. What am I doing? Hold on. What do I want to wear?
Okay, so from what I've been told, they're it's a little bit late, not too late. I'm also a student. I'm not really like I go to college, and apparently like it's less on how much taxes I'm actually like paying right now. So like,
It's not an issue of the amount; it's an issue of the deadline. But
yeah. Like, I mean, technically, I'm a little
question.
overdue.
Do you actually file your own taxes, or you just filed as a dependent under your parents?
That's a good question. I'm not really sure what to do with taxes. Like, so far they haven't really come for me. They haven't done anything about. Like, I think it's like, especially since it's like not even that much that I would even really be. Because again, I am a college student. I'm not like making a ton in the first place. I'm only like working a minimum wage job for like 12 hours a week at most. So it's like.
Bro, I got audited by the IRS last year. I'm not even joking. I messed up my taxes. Granted, in the opposite direction. They owed me money. But I literally got a letter in the mail like a month after tax season ended from the IRS, and it was like, you were audited and we found a discrepancy in your taxes. We have corrected it this month. Here's a check for what we actually owed you.
IRS never really because technically last year was a bit of a mess too, because like everything just got like really weird last year.
Oh shit.
Yeah, because they extended it for like 2020.
Not you. Mortal got a hidden trait Easter Glubby.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, hidden trait Glubby is easy again once you get past like a 500. Actually, I think it's lesser for Glubby. I think it's like 50 chain. Because you know Glubby's chain is different from all the other chains, but.
Should I buy mine paper? What? Only $499? Bro, I don't know what you're talking about.
And it's not even that I refuse to do my taxes. I will do my taxes if I know how to do them. Just, I don't know how to do them, and it's like this very complicated system.
Motherfucker,
need
use
help with my
TurboTax.
taxes.
It takes like 3 hours.
I tried that and it got complicated.
No, it didn't!
For me, because like technically last year it was a little weird with my taxes. So
Okay, yeah,
it was,
last
like-
year was a bit of a clusterfuck. But, like, as long as you have all of the forms, it's kind of like taking a... Oh my god, my voice is cracking so much so hard. As long as you have all of your tax forms, it's just basically like filling out schoolwork. You answer some yes or no questions. You cross-check some information and fill it in based on where it is on your tax form. It tells you what box to copy where. And you send it off virtually. Dude, I literally did not even start my taxes until yesterday. And I finished it in like 2 hours, even being lost on one part.
All I'm gonna say is if I'm gonna get my taxes done, I'm probably gonna go to a place where there's somebody who can help me with it. It's just like I don't know where to go. I don't know like what to start with. Like I am like, I'm only 20. I'm gonna be
start
21.
by logging on to TurboTax and clicking start, and they'll walk you through it step by step, asking you about, do you meet this criteria? Do you meet this criteria? Just answer yes or no. Card with spoon? Lucas, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I need to get that done. That is a good point. Like I don't know any of these things because I'm literally like new to a lot of this because I am like
TurboTax literally just asked me, did you sell any stocks, dividends or bonds or other financial assets in 2022 that were not reported income? I'm just like, nope. And then it's on to the next question in a similar style. It's so easy. Let me put it this way. Taxes are a pain in the ass. TurboTax makes them a streamlined pain in the ass.
hey, at least it's not the DMV though. Am I right? Because I remember when I got my drive, actually, even getting my probationary license, right, to become like a normal license, right? We still haven't gotten that done because they gave us such a hard time about it. Because like I literally got my driver's license when I was like 17, 18, right? And like they gave me the probationary license to start out with, right? So we literally tried to get the probationary license turned into a regular license, right? Because the time has passed for that. It was so much of a even online, it's like and the funny thing is, like, even if you have all the right information, sometimes it just doesn't work online. So it's just like...
No, are you still in my server, or did you actually leave the game?
I left the game because I had to go ask them. They didn't want it running while I wasn't there because it's gonna overheat my PC.
Yeah.
But the DMV, I've got to say, like, I mean, the one time that I did do the taxes, like, it was like, I don't really remember much of it, because I think my parents helped me out a lot more.
I haven't gone anywhere, Lucas.
The funny thing is, I still remember the DMV and actually, like, getting my driver's license, like, actually, the funny thing is, like, I had my blue card for my freshman year of high school. I didn't really take, like, the actual, like, rest of the driving portion until, like, my senior year, so I lost the blue card, so I had to, like, go through a whole process to get that again, which was not fun. It was, like, really inconvenient. Then I had to go to the DMV, get, like, all the permits and stuff. That took, like, a couple hours,
Sorry, Turtle, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Alright. Welcome back. Yeah, but if I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't know why the DMV has to be so slow. Like, it should literally be like, I mean, I understand there's a lot of paperwork, but like, you can at least like do it all in one line. They shouldn't like put you in these like all of these lines that just go from like one.
Welcome
like,
to the government. We like bureaucracy.
They treat the DMV like it's a McDonald's. Like, you're set to one station. You do this one task. You stamp the paper. That's all you do your entire life. You just stamp the paper. You don't sign everything. You don't like do everything. You just stamp the paper. Where if you go to like an actual like any other business, right, that would probably do the same, not give you a driver's, but like similar things, right? Really, all in one thing. You don't like have to go to these different stations. They have like one meaningless, like one very minute task done that takes like 10 hours, right? Like it literally, I don't know why the DMV has to treat itself like McDonald's, but it just does. That it's the way it works, and it's like it's not fun. Yeah,
I would imagine not.
I just want to imagine like the one person who has to like retake their driver's, like get a new photo on their like driver's license, because I don't think they really allow you to redo it right away. Like, if you like, which is especially the case for me, because when I took it, I looked a lot different. Because like I'm in college now, I've got like a beard and everything now. Like it's.
Bro, I had a buzz cut when I got my ID picture.
I have so much PTSD from buzz cuts because that was the only hairstyle I was allowed to have for like up until high school. Because like, not that I wanted buzz cuts, but that was all my dad would allow me to have, because he would just give my head at home. And
I jumped into a private server with the rest of the tryhard squad. Heavy apparently bought a private server, so I'm going to be playing in that because I want to play with the rest of them. So if you noticed I'm suddenly no longer in the server you joined with me, it's because I went to a private server that Heavy is in. Heavy, Mortal, and Net.
You know what's weird though? So something I've noticed about taxes is that like they make a big deal about somebody who's only paying like a small amount in taxes, right? Like literally these like billionaires, right? They don't even pay taxes and they just kind of like brush it off, even though that's like
Biden
more than
is
one.
Trying to change that. He's trying to impose a new minimum tax on billionaires.
I agree with that completely, like, because they're just like, I mean, Mr. Beast probably pays his taxes, I'm guessing, because he's really willing to give the money away.
Oh
like,
yeah, no, but his taxes are a nightmare. His taxes are a nightmare.
You know, I bet he just lists it off as like a charity or something, because technically speaking, in a way,
No, he
Mr.
can't.
Beast kind of is
It's
a
a
charity.
lot of business expenses, and it gets very, very convoluted. But no, there was actually a video about Mr. Beast and his taxes that somebody put out where they talked to Jimmy about it, and it's insane.
To be honest, like, I think if they were gonna like not give like a billionaire taxes, the one exception I would have to make is if that billionaire is giving that percentage of taxes back to the community, which the taxes would usually like pay for a lot of stuff like roads and schools and stuff. So like, example, look at Mr. Beast, right? He makes a lot of money, but he gives a lot of that back to the community. Therefore, you could argue that he's kind of like a charity almost, like, because he does do a lot of stuff for himself as well. But I mean, if like Jeff Bezos and like Steve,
I'm sorry, did you just say Jeff Bezos?
Because I like making fun of billionaires. Okay, just don't judge. Elon Musk, like if they could all like just even like 1% of their wealth could like, from what I'd heard, if Jeff Bezos like Elon, no, I think it was Elon Musk, right? He had just given like 1% of his wealth, like he could like solve world hunger twice or something. He's got that much, which is why I say like, if he were to literally give that amount to like charity, like split up, like even more than that, right? Like I'd understand them not paying taxes if they actually did give some of that money back to the community, because they've got so much money that they're not even like There's like rich where like you've got enough money, but you're still spending that exact amount of money that you're making, so like you're kind of like evening out. Then you've got like excessively rich where you're controlling so much that it's just sitting there. It's not even like traders, right? Where like they trade for all these things, but they just sit there. They don't even like do anything with them. They just, it's kind of like they're hoarding money almost, you know what I'm saying? Like, if they actually just took some of that excess money that they don't really need that much, you know, like it. But I guess it's the ego of like being the richest person. I don't know. Like, I'm not a multi-billionaire, so I can't really like say what it feels like.
Human greed. Dude, I don't even want to be a singular billionaire.
I mean, yeah, it's gotta be nice to have money.
If I ever hit $1 billion, I am putting almost all of my money in a bank, living off the interest and donating the excess to charities.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that. Like, I would just literally give the excess to... Even then, if you have $1 billion, you can't really, like, put so much of it into a certain... Because, like, not even all backed in the same... You'd have to put it in, like, multiple banks with that much money. Or just store it in a vault and, like, Scrooge McDuck it or something. Actually, you know what? If I were a multi-billionaire, I'd have it all converted to coins. Then I would go swimming in my own money. Because you know what? That's what all billionaires have to do. You train your muscles up, apparently. Like, you gotta just, like, become so strong you can just swim in money because you're that rich, I guess. And I think Elon Musk literally just buys his own yacht so he can cross one river and then he just throws the yacht out. He doesn't care. He's like they're that rich. They could just do whatever they want with that kind of stuff, and it's just like kind of hurts, you know, just looking at how wasteful.
So the average interest rate on a savings account is 0.06%. So if you had $1 billion times 0.00 for 1%, 0.06. Literally on $1 billion, you would get $600,000 a year just off interest.
Oh yeah, and there's also the whole fact that a lot of these billionaires literally like to buy out their competition, and that does not do well for the economy. Look at the whole Elon Musk and Twitter thing. He's literally just blackmailing Twitter with his 9% stock of Twitter. Like, he's literally saying, if you don't sell me all of Twitter, I'm going to sell my 9%, and that's not going to be good for you. And it's like...
You do realize Elon's memeing, right?
Yeah, he kind of wants to change Twitter, but like...
No, bro. Look at the price he offered to buy the shares.
Isn't that like 46 billion to buy Twitter or something? That was how much he was like.
No, hold on. Elon Musk posted his offer at $54.20 a share. He literally put $4.20 in his share offer price. It's a fucking joke. It's literally a meme. He's not serious. You don't put $4.20 in your buying price. You would just say $54 a share. Nobody says $54.20 a share. That's a very weirdly specific amount. He's making a joke.
That's the thing, though. He literally buys, like... That's the whole thing, though. We don't really know for certain. Like,
Snipes,
again,
he's like my private
He could be serious. He could literally be, like, serious about, like... I mean, look at Disney. They literally buy out any IP. Besides video games, I think they said they don't want to dabble in video games. But look, they literally bought, like, Blue Sky. They bought, like, every other, like... And that is Disney. Disney is just, like... I have zero respect for
Disney is a corporation. Elon's an individual. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Disney is actually trying to make money. Elon is trying to make jokes. That is the key difference.
When did Disney become like a because Disney used to be a studio. I think they used to kind of just be about the movies. Then they just became a corporation. I'm like, what happened to you, Disney? Why did you all of a sudden just like decide you no longer actually care? You just want the money.
They realized the money was in merchandise?
If I'm gonna be honest, I think that George Lucas never should have sold Star Wars to Disney. I think that just made the whole situation with Marvel being owned by Disney fine. Because, like, you know what? Like, collecting it all in one place, that is nice. Because there's a lot about Marvel. Like, Star Wars being owned by Disney, they literally did not care about Star Wars as a whole. They just cared about the money. Case in point, the sequel trilogy. Especially the second one. I think it's The Rise of Skywalker. Like,
hold on, I gotta take my headset off for a second to crack my neck.
it just sounds painful
Okay,
cracking your neck. Yeah, you can literally even tell with the quality of the movie. Like, look at Disney Plus, right? So you know the Diary of a Wimpy Kid movie?
Nope. Never read the
one?
books, never watched the movies,
Literally.
wasn't interested.
Disney announces this thing as like this whole big thing, right? Everybody says the animation looks rushed. The movie itself is just like word for word from the book, even less actually. And the funny thing is, they didn't even choose to do a book that wasn't already covered for Diary of a Wimpy Kid. They just did the first book, which was already like a live-action movie, which was critically praised because it was like way different from the actual book in a good way. Like, the character of Greg from being this like sociopath to being this like, yeah, he just kind of like does some things, but he's forgiven. He's not that bad. Like, and they just turned Rowley into just this insanely horrible person, which I just don't get why they did that. There's literally zero reason to tolerate Rowley inside of the animated one for some reason, but like, with that in mind, you can kind of tell that Disney just doesn't care. And there's a few things that they did do that, like, I will say actually does look good. But a lot of those were just more contracted rather than, like, Disney themselves actually, like, making them. Like, you know, I'm surprised people even still watch Disney. I'm just like, they've gone so downhill. Or even Pixar, like, one of the most critically acclaimed movie studios is like, they're not good. Pixar is not in a good state right now, but people still watch it, and I'm just like,
oh yeah, no, Bottle,
why
don't
do
get
so
me
many
wrong.
people
There are
watch
some
Pixar?
kids books
Like,
that are absolutely amazing. There are kids books that were my childhood, like
did you know that Shrek was a kid's book once? Actually, it started out as a kid's book and then got adapted into a movie.
Sorry, one second, I'm trying to think. Aragon. I don't know if I'd call Aragon a kid's book, though. It's more like young adult, but Aragon, Harry Potter, Narnia, trying to think of a couple other really big books that really impacted my childhood.
How to Train Your Dragon, I guess. Like, that one was on...
I'm not that young. Also, that's more a movie than a book.
No, it actually started out as a book by,
God, Magic Treehouse!
Oh, the Magic Treehouse! I remember that. Oh, that brings back memories.
Bro, I'm old enough to remember when, like, the first couple books were coming out. I remember when I started that series, I think there was only like 13 of the books out or something.
I'm old enough to remember when Finding Nemo and Shrek came out, and that just makes me feel... Because, like, they're nearly 20 years old. I'm 20, I'm going to be 21 in a month, so it's like...
Yeah, I turned 24 in March.
I remember those movies being new, right? That makes me feel old now, because those movies are old.
What's your actual, like, date of birth?
May 28th.
May 28th, 2001? Right?
So I'm gonna be about, like...
No,
May
May 28th,
2001,
2001, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you are pre-9/11. Granted, you would have been way too young to remember it, but you are.
Yeah, I was way too
technically
young to
9/11.
remember, but I was technically alive during it, and I have memories of like, because when I was a kid, it was still relatively like fresh in everybody's minds, I guess. So like, I have memories of like the reactions to it, like how people actually like, not from when I was like live from when it happened, but like.
I have an actual distinct memory of 9/11 because I remember that at the time we still lived at my grandmother's house because my parents were saving up to try and get our own house a couple years later. And I was sitting in the back den by the back patio door overlooking the pool. It was an in-ground pool, wasn't really used back then. But I remember looking up, pointing at the sky, and asking my mom, "Mommy, where are all the planes?" Because it was so eerily quiet. Because we lived right by the airport, kind of. The city my grandma lived in at the time was about, if I had to guess, about 5 miles west of the airport. And so we were right over like the takeoff and landing airspace. So we saw planes over there pretty frequently. And so for an entire day to suddenly not be seeing any planes in the sky, even little 3.5-year-old me realized something was seriously wrong.
Yeah, that
right?
is
March 98 to 99, 2000, 2000. Yeah, I was like 3.5.
And the only reason I actually have like memory, like, the reason why I can like remember a lot of stuff about it, not that I was not that I can remember anything from when I was alive during, but I had a lot of family members who like lived near it when it happened, like in that area, and I still kind of like, I live in the New Jersey, New York area, so like I know a lot more people who were like involved in like the area that it happened. So like I've got like, because I've seen people that like have experienced like what happened on 9/11, so it's like, yeah, that's kind of like my memory.
Also, what's up, John?
Least, like...
Sorry, we were talking about 9/11, so I saw your message but didn't respond. But hello, I saw.
Alright, time to see if I'll get a tinted bunsweet. Yeah, you know, it might actually be worth it just to catch the skin. Like, if you get like a misprint hidden trait, I would just catch it at that point. Because if you think about it, like, the skin is only going to be available for a week, and it's like, it's transferable, where you can literally get any other aspect of the skin at any time in the game. So like,
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, you can literally just catch. I mean, if you want to catch it with the misprint on it, that's good. Yeah, technically speaking, the skin is really what you want to just get at this point. Like, you know, it would be really cool if there was like the misprint reskin was like a rare aspect of, like a rare
However,
aspect
what
of
I'll
the
say is,
reskin,
if
like,
you have to get it to a chain of 500 plus anyways, it doesn't hurt because, like,
yeah, it
you
doesn't
only
really
need
hurt.
to get to 4,000 to guarantee the hidden trait, and by that point you should have at least found hidden trait misprint. Like, I already found a hidden trait misprint. It was just only 4 stars.
Oh yeah,
so I didn't
getting a
catch
hidden
it.
trait misprint in the wild is so easy in this game. Like,
So like, I want a
getting
hidden
a,
trait misprint with a decent amount of stars.
So getting a tinted misprint before the actually technically you could guarantee a tinted misprint. It's not that hard. Technically, if the misprint
No, you
and
can't.
the trait are guaranteed at a certain point.
No.
Especially now there's like
misprint-
0 risk.
Misprint and hidden trait are. Tint is not.
Yeah, I was like, I think I just mixed up my words a minute. Like I do that every so often. I have a hard time speaking sometimes, so if I mix my words up sometimes, that's just like. 'Cause I am a little bit introverted, and I never really had like a huge social group to really like.
Oh, I
so
am
I'm
on
a little
700
bit, like-
chain. I can't see that because that's literally just on like the 1 inch of my monitor on the right side that I can't see. Because my monitor tower's blocking it, or my computer tower's blocking like the last inch of my monitor on the right side, and that's right where the chain is showing.
Hey, hang on. Which route are you? Oh wait, you're hunting on on Route 1. It's gonna probably because Route 1 is bunsweet, but I think you have a better odds of finding bunsweet.
You're
I think
wrong.
bunsweet
Bunsweet on Route 1 is uncommon. Bunsweet on Route 2 is common. I
Sure,
looked
it's
up
odds
the
on that,
official
too.
wiki encounter odds for routes. And on Route 1, Bunsweet is listed as uncommon. On Route 2, it is listed as common.
That's weird because I'm actually just getting more bunsweets than anything else on this route. Like,
You're having confirmation bias again, buddy.
oh, does it give the actual odds of the bunsweet, or does it just say it's uncommon on the route? Because that might also be uncommon in reference to everything else, but it doesn't mean it's like
Bro, what the
not the same
fuck?
odds.
Bro, I'm like idly browsing DoorDash because I'm feeling peckish. And I'm like, damn, $11 off my first order? That's a good deal. But then it's not only is it a $6 delivery fee, but it's get $11 off your first order of $75 or more.
Yeah, that's kind of like those oh, free necklace. Like, you know that whole scandal with the one YouTuber group where it's like they had this whole free necklace, but you had to pay $20 in shipping and handling. So it was really just a $20 necklace thing, right? Basically, it's kind of like that, where it's like, yes, you get $11 off, but you have to pay us like $70 first. It's like, at that point, I would just buy something for $60 and just like.
Oh, apparently this store also is a virtual brand, which means they don't even have their own brick and mortar place, which, nothing wrong with that, but it's Paul's Burger Joint? I wonder what celebrity that's run by.
Do you think Nintendo's gonna come out with like a new Switch in the next couple? I mean, I think they said the lifespan of the Switch is gonna be about 10 years. Not your actual Switch console itself, but like what they're saying, like they're gonna try and like go with the Switch for like 10 years or something. I mean, they'll probably do like an XXXXL Switch or something because they always tend to do that with their console. I mean, we got the OLED and the Switch Lite. Actually, Switch Lite's not that bad. I like that it's like cheaper Switch. You just don't have the Joy-Cons, but that's not necessarily a problem because like I tend to use my Pro controller anyways. Like,
oh, so apparently Paul's is just a New York-based burger joint, and so to expand to other cities, they're doing ghost kitchens rather than trying to expand brick and mortar. So it's not that they're a celebrity kitchen like most other.
Wait,
ghost
you live in New York
kitchens.
City, or
Were you even listening to what I just said?
I just heard New York City, and I was like, my brain tends to like lose context sometimes. I'm sorry.
I literally said, oh, they're a ghost kitchen. I wonder what celebrity they are. And then I Googled it and I said, oh, they're not a celebrity. They're just a New York-based burger chain who, rather than expand brick and mortar, is doing ghost kitchens because they're cheaper and easier. I didn't say
That's my
anything
brain
about
lost
me
context
living
for
in
a
New
moment.
York City.
My brain sometimes like picks up bits and pieces, and like I listen. It's just my brain starts to like piece it in the wrong order, and I have to like usually have to ask again. Sometimes
It's
'cause, like,
fine. It's fine. You're just a Pepega.
What does that mean? I'm curious. What does that mean? Yeah,
I guess the
usually always
closest
ask.
the closest way I could put it is like silly dork. it's kind of like saying lovable idiot. It's almost like Japanese baka, in the right connotation.
Okay, like you or anything, Baka. That kind
Not in that way, no. More
yeah, but I
like...
get what you mean.
More... I'm trying to think of, more like when your friend does something stupid and then they call you an idiot in Japanese. Like that in anime.
Yeah.
Where the main character does something stupid and they're like, what did you think was gonna happen, idiot? They're not actually calling them stupid, they're just giving them shit.
You know what, believe it or not, when somebody's being sarcastic, sometimes I'm like, wait, really? And then they're like, are you serious? You seriously are going to wait, really? For that? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like,
congratulations, you're
my
autistic.
Brain... that's something I have ADHD, I know that for a fact. It's like,
Trouble detecting
brain
sarcasm is more a sign of autism than ADHD, and they often go hand in hand.
It's only when it's like, so I understand a lot of sarcasm, but it's like,
okay, that's fair.
When it's like realistic enough, where it's like something that could actually,
just have
like if somebody were to say
function,
when pigs fly, I know, yeah, that's sarcasm, but like
I can understand sarcasm too. I don't have an issue with sarcasm, but I have high functioning autism, which a lot of times, high functioning, you can't tell you have it until you get a diagnosis.
Like I already expect that it's like my brain is getting mixed up because like the word autism is. It's not like I'm not when I hear it, I know it's probably sarcasm, but like my brain just kind of like goes, "What if it's not? What if it's actually serious?" So I always go, "Is that sarcasm?" And they're like, "Well, what do you think?" And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, it's sarcasm." I'm like,
"Was that sarcasm?" Kind of like... Guys, genius of the year over here. Get Einstein a medal.
Yeah. You know, something else that might kind of tip it off is that sometimes, like, my brain just, like, only picks up bits and pieces of it, and I need to, like, get the context of it again in order to actually, like, fully understand everything. Not that I don't understand everything.
That legitimately could just be an attention span issue.
Yeah, that's part of it. And the funny thing is I haven't taken my ADHD medication. I literally hate taking that stuff. It's like...
I
technically
stopped
ADD,
taking medication in middle school because that shit fucked me up. To put it politely.
I'm gonna be honest, like, I just don't like any medications they put you on for ADHD, because it's just like, they either have this like weird side effect that makes you like emotional, like not hungry, just a lot of different stuff, right? Too hyper.
Bottle.
I'm gonna be honest. Like,
Bottle. Do I watch anime? I don't know. Is Bakugo a temperamental tsundere asshole? The answer is yes.
I'm gonna be honest, I like the anime, but I've just been having a hard time finding any good anime at this point in time, because it's like, a lot of them right now just feel kind of like similar to one another. You go into an anime wanting like a new experience, you know, like kind of like what One Piece or Naruto.
The issue is
like...
you've watched a lot of anime, and so you've lost that initial wonder. It is not that anything has changed in anime. It is just that you have seen enough of it to start recognizing the staleness.
Exactly.
It's the same reason why you no longer enjoy reading as much as you probably did as a kid. You've read everything that interested you, and now everything is just stale repeats of something you've read before, mixed up a little.
Yeah, like, there are some animes that I think really do stand out. That like I could still watch One Piece, Naruto. Ranking of Kings is a new one that I really like.
And Ranking of Kings was
like,
kind of mid.
Really? Like, I really, really like that, because it does definitely, like, compared to, like, the bulk of anime right now, like, its, artistic direction is, like, something that, like, really does stand out.
No, the art style was fantastic. It was definitely
a lot of people
refreshing.
complain that it's, like, too simple, but I kind of like that. It's not, like, trying to be, like, the same, and I'm just gonna use, like, Kirito from Sword Art Online, like, not the same Kirito Sword Art Online stencil character that every other anime seems to like to use for some reason. Like, not too focused on like this like insane quote unquote high budget animation, which I think it's just too excessive. Like, it's too much of a focus on like the animation and not enough on the actual like. I mean, look at One Piece. You could argue that One Piece's animation technically isn't really there most of the time.
I have
What
not
it
watched
lacked
My
in-
Dress Up Darling, and I don't plan on watching it. Ranking
So
of
animes
Kings
tend to
was
follow a
okay.
lot
Hold
of
on,
tropes.
Turtle, hold on. Bottle. Ranking of Kings was good. My main issue with it was the plot was too convoluted. Like, maybe it'll help once we get season 2 and it clarifies some things. But the plot felt slow, dull, and confusing at the best of times to me.
Okay, that's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5 to me.
Oh
I'm just
god,
gonna say
don't
that.
even get me started on JoJo.
Okay.
In fact, I haven't
JoJo's
started
Bizarre
JoJo,
Adventure-
and I'm never gonna touch it.
The reason I say that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is an anomaly of an anime is that technically it
Oh
depends on the
no,
part
I'm
you're
sure
talking about.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is a fantastic anime. I just don't want
Because,
to touch
like-
it with a 5-foot pole.
Each part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is like another anime on its whole. Because I mean, you can't look at part 1, part 2, and say they're exactly the same as like part. They're essentially different animes each because it's different characters, different type of plot.
I
It
have
goes
not
from, like-
watched Shield Hero Season 2. I forgot that was out. I need to get around to that.
I'm gonna be honest, like I like the concept of the Shield Hero anime, but like I think it does follow a lot of like those tropes of like
Shut
the
up
one
and
anime where
leave
they,
my
like-
power trip animes alone, or we will fight.
okay, so like it's fine. I think that the Rising of the Shield Hero is definitely better than a lot of power trip animes. Only because its character is actually kind of like interesting in a sense where it's like not because he's
He
just
wasn't
powerful
just
from the
handed
start,
his
he was
power, he
actually
had to
supposed
work
to be the
for it
weakest.
against the odds.
Yeah,
is what really
exactly. And like it
separates
shows
Shield
the
Hero.
work that he put into it. It's not just like
And
he
the
just-
arrogance of
a bit
those
of training
around
off
him
screen,
that
he's
helped
like-
set him apart.
It's not like Kirito Sword Art Online where it's like he's just powerful. That's just it. He's powerful. You don't get to see why he's powerful. Like
Because he's
I
a
mean,
fucking
technically
gamer
speaking,
god.
look at Luffy and look at actually I don't really think Deku's a good example. I think Deku is just like I'm within the boat where I think My Hero Academia is kind of like I would want to see what would happen if Deku actually was kind of quirkless because I think it actually would have felt like the theme of him being like
It
this
would
like
be unrealistic is the issue.
yeah, it would be really hard for them to write. But like then again, don't we literally have like Batman in the DC universe literally like I mean,
Yeah,
he
but
has
Batman's
no-
superpower was that he was fucking rich and smart. Deku is neither. No
If
offense
Rich
to
was
him.
I mean, then again, no, I mean Deku was kind of smart. He could like literally analyze.
Deku is resourceful and has attention to detail.
Okay, and
that
another
does
thing I want
not
to point
make
out
him
that, like,
smart. He is
so
studious.
you know how a
There
lot
is
of people
difference.
say Deku is quirkless, right? I actually have one thing that might actually make it so that I could argue with that Deku isn't actually quirkless. He was never quirkless in the first place. Is that his quirk was just one that was so minuscule, like it was almost unnoticeable. Literally, the fact that he literally has so much adrenaline whenever something happens, he can literally break his arm, not even break a sweat. He doesn't even feel the pain until like later on. Like Deku is literally like the most adrenaline-filled like anime character like I've ever
Okay,
seen.
sorry, catching up on chat here. No, I have not watched Plunderer. I have watched Konosuba, fucking Aqua. My name's Izuku Midoriya, and I'm gonna become the #1 hero.
Really, I think what Izuku Midoriya is most well known. I think My Hero was good when Deku actually like broke his arms and like he actually like had like his quirk was too powerful for him. Once it was kind of like to a point where his quirk wasn't even like minorly
Manageable.
inconveniencing him. It just kind of got like yeah, like once it got to that point, I was like, all right, I've lost a little bit of my interest in this character, but it's still good. The anime's still good, and it's just kind of like become more of like a power trip anime, if anything, at this point. Like, actually, the one thing I don't get right, if we look at the whole art, and this is spoilers, if anybody hasn't watched my, are you fine with spoilers or
Depends. What season is it for?
I think season 5, the one with
Yeah,
the
no, don't
Shiei
talk about it
guy.
then. That's too recent.
All I'm gonna say is that
I fucking wish they would make a season 2 of No Game No Life. That anime was amazing. I was pissed off when back in November they were like, No Game No Life, the announcement coming soon. And then it was like literally nothing.
Too much fan service, I just get so uncomfortable. I just don't even want to watch it. Like that anime, from what I remember, has a lot of fan service in it, and I'm just like,
No Game No Life. Are we talking about the same anime?
Like, isn't that the one where it's like an isekai anime, right? And it's like they do all these different games. The world is like built on games or something, right?
I'm sorry. Are we talking about the same?
Not the one
No
where
Game No Life is the brother-sister combo.
Yeah,
where they're the ultimate gamer team. And like they beat the hackers at their own game. No, I have not watched Parasite.
Oh, just that anime is just so dark. I don't even want to rewatch it. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, if I'm gonna watch an anime, like I'm fine. If it's a little bit dark,
don't remember like any fan service in No Game No Life. Are we talking about the same anime?
Yeah, show me an image of the anime in Discord real quick. I just need to see.
Google it yourself. I am laying down.
I think the one thing with certain animes that I just can't tolerate, though, is like literally when they just do too much fan service, though. Like, it gets to a point where it's like, it's not even about the anime, it's just about the fan service. But you might as well just watch an anime that's actually got like good world building, good plot, and still have that if you're gonna go out. Yeah, I'm just saying, it's like. A lot of the time, a lot of those animes just kind of like have the same design.
I could be remembering wrong. There could be fan service in No Game No Life. I honestly don't remember.
From what I remember, there was quite a bit of it, and it actually got really, really sussy.
Bottle, yes, I've watched that anime. No, we're not talking about it.
All I'm gonna say is there's one anime that I was told about. I watched an episode of it, and I'm like, okay, no, I'm not watching this again. It's called Also, there was Devilman Crybaby, literally like one of the most depressing animes I've ever seen. It literally like there's some animes that are just outright depressing, and I'm like, who made this? Like, are they feeling okay? Like,
guys, stop talking about that anime, Jesus.
What?
Yes, I've watched that anime. We're not talking about it in chat, though. I'm trying to keep this somewhat appropriate. Jesus Christ,
oh, that anime. Oh. I think if it didn't have all the weird stuff, it could have been a good anime, because I think mechanically that anime, like, really had some interesting mechanics. It's just it got so much into the fan service. I just, like, if it wasn't for the fan service, I would like that anime.
Turtle,
That's
I
all I'm
literally
say.
just said we are not talking about this.
Didn't mention it by name. I just know what they're talking about.
I don't care. We're not talking about this. This is still a Roblox stream. Jesus Christ, you degenerates.
I didn't mention anything weird. I just mentioned the reasons why I don't like it, but if it removed those things, it would be good.
I know it sounds cliche, but all I'll say about that anime is I legitimately watched it for the plot.
Same here. Like,
and obviously because it's a notorious anime, you gotta watch it just for the memes alone. That's it. We're done talking about it. Moving on. Next.
Okay, so speaking of animes, have you ever seen the Ghost Stories dub? It is just like, from what I've heard, the way they dub over it, right? It's just so ridiculous that it's like so bad it's good. I've heard that like, I don't know, like it's weird when you get those animes that like the dub itself is like the better part than the sub. Like, apparently like the whole history behind it was that the anime apparently like failed in Japan or something. Everybody thought it was too boring. So they literally let the
are we talking about the anime where they literally just did whatever the fuck they pleased with the dub and didn't even translate it?
Well,
I've not
when they
seen
have a
that,
dub team,
but
they have
I
certain
need
rules
to
they have to
at some
follow.
point.
That anime had done so poorly in Japan, right? Literally to try and save it, right? When they sent it to them, they were like, okay, yeah, you can literally do whatever you want. We don't care anymore. It's like literally like, because nobody really even liked it in Japan. It was just so boring to them. So they literally took that opportunity to just basically ad-libbed the thing, and it just became so perfectly like
Memeable?
random that it just worked. It's like, I don't know, like I just love the just random writing to like the anime that like the story still flows. It's just that the writing is just so random that it's like makes me laugh. I actually like it just pulls stuff out of nowhere.
I have not
sometimes.
watched
Like,
Your Life in April, if that's an anime.
the question is Steven Universe an anime? American
No.
anime?
No.
I mean, a lot of people kind of treat it like an anime in a sort of way, like where it's got like that massive like fandom.
Steven
Like-
Universe is a cartoon. There's nothing wrong
Well,
with
that's
something...
the weird
no,
thing.
Shut up, let me finish. There's nothing wrong with something being a cartoon. Cartoons are not inferior to anime. They are simply different.
It's more like the Western style to the. Actually, what's weird is that a lot of Western shows don't do too well in Japan, but a lot of like they do better in the U.S. and same with Japanese shows in the not necessarily, but like
It's almost
Apparently they're
like
not
in
too big on,
America,
like,
everybody is
Western-
sick of our own fucking country. And so we want to digest other countries' media to forget our misery.
what's weird is like I think that like because we're like still technically foreign to the media, we notice more of the issues with some of it. Where like, wow, some awesome mold can both learn. Spirit
I've
Orb.
never even heard of Domestic Girlfriend.
You know what's the weird like case for an anime? Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Nope. Nope. We are
Okay.
not talking. Oh, wait. The actual
The,
show or the
show.
live action
The show,
movie?
not the movie. No, the live
Okay.
action is like so horrible.
Okay.
But, the actual show, and I'm not really sure how everybody thinks about Court. Like, I kind of like and dislike it at the same time. I like kind of like the first season of it, and then after that, like second season, all right. Third season, kind of like a little bit stale, but like introduces a new villain, and I think that's fine. Fourth season, I was like, the villain was so bad. It just no.
Yeah,
no,
animes I'm
babe.
wanting to check out now that I'm looking at Crunchyroll is Dawn of the Witch and Skeleton Knight in Another World, and maybe the Greatest Demon Lord is reborn as a typical nobody.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not big on like the video game isekai animes. It's just like 'cause usually when they do them, it's just the same concept with a little bit of a change, but like I just don't get why you'd want to like put them in a fantasy world where they literally have like a. If they're gonna be in a video game anime, just make it so that the video game world becomes more realistic.
Oh
Don't
yeah, and of course Rising
constantly
of the
try and
Shield
remind
Hero
everybody that they're in a
Season
video game by
2.
having like a menu screen level up system, like all that kind of. It just really messes with my brain where it's like, okay, once I see that level up screen in any anime, I'm like, okay, yep, that's a 13 episode anime. It's gonna rush all of its like story out to 13 episodes. There's not gonna be that many arcs. Like,
No
I think part
idea
of
when
me with
Apple
anime is,
evolves. Google it.
I have like longer running animes, a little more than like 13 episode animes, depending on the anime. If it's a shorter story, it can fit within a 13 episode anime, like Erased. Erased is a really good 13 episode anime.
Ooh.
But,
Ancient Magus Bride or Magus Bride looks like it could also be mildly interesting. I also need to finish Assassination Classroom. I started that one. I think I'm on season 2
I've
or
seen
3.
that one. That one I'm interested in. And it's gonna be like a on and off kind of thing. I like Black Clover as well. Black Clover really had me invested because it's kind of got that like almost like Naruto One Piece-ish style, which I really miss in anime, where it's like I don't even know how to describe that kind of style, where it's like
Okay,
it's got very distinctive world building, I guess. Like
on the note of new animes, honestly, one of my favorite new animes was World's Finest Assassin. God, I need to hear the song again.
That anime I kind of stopped watching. I watched it for a bit, then I was like, oh, for an isekai anime, this anime just started to like. It started off well. I kind of liked that it's like.
Here it is, Dark Seeds
taking the
Light.
time to develop the character, like in the time of the universe. It's not just like Time skip, time skip, time skip.
So I'm just gonna deafen for a second. Fucking banger. God, that is such a fucking good song. Also, no, we're not really doing this. I literally just had to listen to that one because it is such an absolute banger. And I haven't heard it since the first season ended. And I was thinking of it,
Okay,
I'm like, I need to hear it again.
I don't know what the context of what that was because I just literally just heard like the last couple words of it. But I'm guessing anime theme, particularly
Dark Seeks Light, the opening to World's Finest Assassin.
I don't tend to watch anime openings, but the one... Okay, so like I think the one anime that I definitely really like the openings to are either between Black Clover or specifically the one that they have. It's just so iconic.
Define Black Clover. Black Clover has a lot of openings.
I think it's one of the more recent ones once you get into like the
No, I'm not that far in Black Clover. I think I'm only on like episode 60 or something of Black Clover. I was watching it, and then I fell off and I forgot about it. I need to get back around to finishing.
You know how One Piece kind of has like the after the whole red line thing, right, where they go into like the new world kind of thing?
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. So please shut up.
Let's just say the midway point opening, okay? Just midway point of the anime. Just general time frame.
I'm trying to think though. Platinum End was an anime that had a lot of really good potential because the source material for Platinum End is amazing. But the anime adaptation is like, fucking awful.
So dark. It's such a dark anime. I'm like...
Yeah, it's by the maker of Death Note. What do you expect? He's exploring the other unrealistic extreme.
I absolutely hate Death Note. Not that it's like not a good anime, because I think it is definitely a good anime. I just hate depressing animes in general. They're just too depressing. I watch an anime to kind of like get away from real life, not to like be reminded that it's just gonna like death is a thing, like, you know, it's like
Turtle, jump in a voice chat, please. In my server.
Alright.
I'm not unmuting you, but hello, Bottle. Yep, Hypno, your permissions are still saved, so you're able to talk, correct?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
But anyways, like, I just have a really hard, and I think part of it is just that, like, when I watch like a depressing anime, I start to actually feel depressed myself. Like, to a lesser extent, I just like.
PT Jobber, thoughts on Date Alive and Comey Can't Communicate? Have not watched them. Don't have an opinion. The Domestic
I
Girlfriend
watched
Hits
Comey
Hard.
Can't
Have not watched that
Communicate,
either.
I mean, it's alright. It's like an anime, but it's a lot of similar tropes to other animes. Like, I mean, it's not bad. It's just not amazing. It's not something I really go out of my way to watch, I guess.
I am interested for more Faraway Paladin and Jujutsu Kaisen, though.
I watched a bit of Jujutsu Kaisen. I was initially into it, and then I was just kind of like, thinking this anime kind of started boring me at one point. I don't know why I suddenly got bored of it, but I just guess it was like, it might have just been the setting of the world that it was just basically in Japan. It's like, it's fine and all, but it was just like,
I'm sad that
for a
Hunter x
shonen
Hunter
anime,
will probably
it's
never
like-
get finished.
I've heard they're going to continue working on it, but because of like something that's going on with the creator, it's like,
The creator fucking died, I'm pretty sure.
no, I think they're just sick or something, from what I'd heard. Yeah, so I'm gonna be honest, Jujutsu Kaisen, it's a good premise. I like the whole curse aspect. I think that was really cool. It's just the world itself did not really... If you look at the world of Naruto, right, it's set in its own world. They really define what the world is like. You've got these hidden villages, you've got, there's nothing really... You've got, like, the chakra system, right, where, like, everything is based on chakra. Everybody's kind of like a ninja in, like, a village or something, right? Like, it sets up its world really, really well. One Piece, it's all pirates. You've got devil fruits.
Yeah,
that's like
speaking of that, The Strongest Sage with the Weakest Crest was a good anime. My main issue with it was that The Strongest Sage with the Weakest Crest actually means the strongest sage with the strongest crest because of misinformation by his enemies trying to weaken the human race. And so it's a heavily misleading title. Rather than seeing a weak protagonist overcoming difficult challenges with his intelligence, it's just an overpowered protagonist overcoming challenges with his raw power and knowledge. And so I feel like it could have been better if they actually went on the weak protagonist, using his past life knowledge to win rather than just brute power.
Oh, that, yeah, because, like, I think power trip animes are fine and all. Like, if they want to spawn an OP character, like, they
Power
can.
trip animes are fine. I love power trip
But
animes.
I think
but
they need
don't
to kind of have
mislead
enemies
me
that
about him.
feel like, 'cause it just feels like you get this enemy that builds up a lot of hype for, right? It's like just barely an inconvenience for like the main character, and I'm just like, it feels like they're so overpowered that it's like, unless they're playing it off as, no, not even like, look at One Punch Man, right? That's technically speaking a power trip anime, right?
That is
They
not
kind of write off
technically
the-
speaking a power
It
trip anime.
is.
That is
It
the most
is.
power trip animes of power trip animes.
But they write it off as the whole power that he has is a curse. He doesn't like, he's literally like so bored of all the power he's got, where it's like,
Later, John.
literally every other power trip anime that I've seen so far has been like, character gets overpowered
He
power. It's
doesn't
just-
revel in his power. He finds it boring.
Yeah, and I like that. I like that aspect of One Punch Man where it's like, let's say you were given like all the power in the universe. Like, let's say like you literally had no more inconveniences. Like, I have like what I was talking about before, where like if we had a perfect game, right? Like, let's say you literally like achieved all of your goals. You would literally like had all the power in the universe. You literally had like zero opposition, right? Like at that
Sees
point,
giant
once
enemy
you've
come out.
reached,
Sees giant enemy come out. Says, oh shit. Not because of the giant enemy, but because the coupons he forgot about expire today.
Exactly. Like, I think it just perfectly describes what it would feel like if there was, like, if you achieved that level of, like, perfection. You would just kind of, like, you'd have nothing left to achieve. There's, like, no more purpose. Like, there's no more, like, drive to do anything. It's, like, he gets excited, but he doesn't really care. Like, he wants to have something fun and engaging with his, like, fighting, but, like, you just can't find it engaging because he's so overpowered, and that's, like...
Yeah, it's also very
what makes the
interesting.
character of, like, Saitama so interesting is that, like, he's this character that technically is incredibly overpowered. He's
Also,
the most
nobody
powerful...
the other really big thing is that nobody recognizes his power because King has accidentally claimed credit for every one of his major feats.
Actually, that's kind of like one of my favorite aspects of the characters, because like technically isn't being so incredibly unlucky and lucky at the same time where you're like in just the right spot at just the right moment to claim the credit, like isn't that kind of like a power on its own where it's like you kind of just get all the credit for like everything that happens even though you don't do anything. Like it's not even that you weren't even there. He was technically there, but he was the one that like actually technically speaking part of his whole power set, like even if it wasn't really like intentional, was kind of like intimidation, I guess, because like his heartbeat thing, not that it was like that he was trying to intimidate them, more that he was intimidated, but like I mean, to be fair, it was kind of more just like mental fighting, I guess. Like,
oh, hey, we broke
actual
750 chain. I was not even paying attention.
Yeah, I don't even pay attention to my chain anymore either. I'm just like,
yeah, it's high enough. It doesn't matter as long as I don't catch something.
Honestly, at that point, since you're at the 700, you could go up to the 3,000, but like, I mean, at that point, that's just so abnormally high, and you've already got such good odds of finding like the misprint, hidden trait, whatever. Like, and the tints don't really go up. You might as well just keep running around and just have the better odds. I mean, you could go up to like 1,000 or something. That could always be good, but it's to a point where it's like, do you even really need to go higher in the chain? Because like, even if it's guaranteed at a certain point,
yes,
like
because
1 in every
it
4,
slowly
you even
increases the odds. It makes it easier to find the higher you get the chain.
I mean, yeah.
And so
like,
it's less so about going for the guarantee
like
and more so about increasing the odds.
Like, once you get to a point where it's already really efficient, you have to go, like, really, really out of your way to make it more efficient, right? Like, let's say you already have, like, 1 in 10, but you want to make it 1 in 1, you have to go another 1,000.
It's not like I'm not encountering them anyways. All I have to do is knock them out. It's not like I have to capture them and actually spend a good amount of time.
Yeah,
I
but
do
that
one
also
click,
takes the power
like
points. You have to go back to, like, you have to go back to heal, though, which is, like,
yeah, but not that often.
I mean, once you run out, but, like, every 100 or, like, 200 or so.
30 plus 15, every 60 encounters for me if I were to use every move and hit every time.
That is, if you hit every time. Which is why I am so glad they basically added a new trainer in Lumion Legacy that doesn't have dodge. Because Teddy was just so annoying because literally all he would do is just dodge with all of his swims, and it just... I don't know how much that frustrated me, especially since I was using an Ikazune, like... Or literally, Quick Punch, or Quick Attack, whatever the move was. Quick Strike, I think? No, that's Doodle. Yeah, at the very least, like, they're not, like... The new trainer isn't, like, using these, like, moves that just makes it really difficult to deal with. I don't know. You know a concept that I think Pokemon should really explore? Just going back on the topic of Pokemon, in other words. So something that I thought of that probably will never happen because it's going to be, like, so much, like, time and effort put into the development of it. What if they did a Pokemon Past in the future, where Pokemon Past would be kind of in more of a 2D, like, kind of like DS or like Game Boy Advance kind of style, but, like, more mechanically in-depth? Or, and then the future would be kind of like the 3D style, in the same region, but based in, like, different time periods, like... And it would actually explain why certain Pokemon would not be in the other game, is that, like... It's not that you're in, like, another universe to the other one. You're basically in the past and the future of the same universe, so, like... I don't know, I just think that would be an interesting... They'd never do it. It's gonna be, like... Because as somebody who's developed the games before, like, and I've seen, like... How if there's too much thought put... Like... My brain can't think of the word I need to use for this, but, like... Like, if it's too ambitious, sometimes it becomes too much to handle, and it, like, ultimately ends up just failing because of that, like... I don't know. Hey, Rabbit, are you done taking a little bit of a break from, Lumion and just playing, like, some Row Beats or something? Or not, Doodle.
No.
Because I've been at this chain for a while. I want to kind of like change things up a bit.
Oh, that's adorable. I think you've been in it a while. God, how far am I in?
Actually, you know the one nice thing I am finding about Doodle though, not talking about Lumion Legacy or anything.
4 hours in? Oh yeah, I'm 4 hours in, and that is just what I've been streaming. You have to remember, I got this chain to 500 before I even started streaming. Granted, I got it to about, I think, 350? Somewhere around there before I called it quits at 2 a.m. last night, but...
I think the one thing that I do like about Doodle, not comparing it to Lumion
this
Legacy
one
or
is
anything,
5 stars, but it's not hidden traits, so... It's better, but... I'd rather
at the very least, because Doodle's out now, there's one more game that's not just a basic simulator game, and I appreciate that. And Doodle's actually big. It's not just gonna like die out in like a few days or something. Like, I think I want Doodle to continue. I really like the concept of like having another Pokemon-like game on Roblox that actually like feels more like Pokemon. Yeah, because the other two quote-unquote competitors, they were just kind of like not even close to what a Pokemon game was. Like one of them was literally a Pokemon Go clone, and that just... I think that's why it died off.
Oh wait, yeah, I remember what you're talking about. Didn't they get into a massive scandal because they stole the their trading interface from Bereza?
They never had trading in Bloxymon.
I remember there was some Pokemon Go knockoff, and I thought it was even made by Wish, where they stole the trading terminal from Azure Mines, which was made by Bereza at the time.
You know what's weird though? Technically speaking, Doodle World is actually using some of the old code from Brick Bronze. Not the same, but like, because they did change it up to fit Doodle World, but some of the animations actually have the same code as Brick Bronze, from what I've heard. But it's not even really bad. It's
literally tested an old Brick Bronze exploit, and it worked on Doodle. Like they proved beyond a reasonable doubt that it's the exact same code in places.
Which, you know what, like, I'm fine. I think if it's like...
No, that's fucking... That is literally plagiarizing their work. Code is intellectual property. If they wrote that code for that game, it is their intellectual property. And the fact that another game that makes money is using their exact code is illegal.
To be fair, though, look at what Brick Bronze and Project Pokemon were. Technically speaking, Pokemon are still the intellectual property of the Pokemon Company themselves.
Okay, and neither of them are using any IP from Pokemon anymore. Also, you have to remember that they were fan games at the time.
Yeah.
They were not ever intended to be up forever. They knew they were going to get taken down eventually. These could be up forever. And so it is a legitimate thing where, you know,
it is the same code, but at least they did something with it. At least they actually I'm not going to say it's all the same, because I think they did rework the code and add their own things and their own elements to it. Or if you look at a lot of the games where it's like literally people just copying and pasting Brick Bronze, which the devs have said they don't like when people do that. It's just not respectful to the work they put in. They just want it to kind of because they've already made their own game. They want people to just move on from Brick Bronze, and I completely agree with that. At the very least, Doodle is just while yes, it's using the same code, it is technically going far enough away in its own identity that it's
it's still theft. It doesn't matter if it's its own unique game. That's not the argument. The issue is they stole somebody else's work, didn't pay them for the rights to the code, and didn't even credit them for the stolen code, and it was from stolen copies of the game. It would be different if Pokemon Brick Bronze at any point was legally open source and they grabbed the code while it was open source. Brick Bronze was always a privately developed game where you could not view the internal code.
So the question I have though is like, yes, they are technically making money off the game, and that's like where the issue would come in. But is the money being made off of said code that the Brick Bronze devs had created? Because technically speaking,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if that particular part is a moneymaker. It is that it is part of the game that is making money. That's the bottom line. You have to understand, this is not an ethics question. It doesn't matter whether it's ethically right or like how bad or how good it is. It is either legal or illegal. There is no in between in the law. That is what you have to realize. In a court of law, they are illegally using stolen code. That is the only fact that matters. It doesn't matter if that code directly contributes to a part of the game that makes money.
That I can think of. I'm not sure if it actually is true or not, because I have not looked into the terms of Roblox terms of service, because these are both considered Roblox games, right? They're both on the platform. Roblox might consider the code open source as long as it's like transformative, I guess. Consider like look at a YouTube video, right? Technically you could use certain clips of certain movies, right? But it has to be used in transformative use, so it's not under like copyright infringement, I guess. Like, and sometimes like copyright infringement
does not apply here, so it doesn't matter. There is a difference between using a piece of media and commentating or changing it in a way where it actually has its own identity, and taking someone else's code. You cannot take a Nikon camera, add in 2 custom parts, and say it is no longer a Nikon camera and resell it as your own brand. Nikon will sue the shit out of you.
Okay, so that's another thing. So let's look at a music video, right? Let's say somebody were to take like a song that doesn't technically belong to them, and they were to make like a music video on it, right? So would you say that that video is legally made by the person who made the music video?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I was reading another comment.
So let's take into account something like a music video, right?
Hold on, in general, my food is here.
Alright.
Bottle, I will get back to your question. I'll get back. I am legitimately impressed with my DoorDash driver. He did not drive past my place once. Y'all don't realize how rare that is with how my building is designed.
Oh wait, you mean like drive to try and find your
Yeah. Y'all think y'all have problems with your DoorDash driver finding the right address? Bro, my address is hidden behind a fucking tree on a split unit where my entire unit is only a third of the building. And this is like a house-sized building. This is not an apartment complex. So, even though I literally have written down on the special instructions, same address as the unit that my landlord owns, I literally, yesterday when I ordered my food, I literally had to call my DoorDash driver because he had driven past, not once, and I'm not saying he just drove past, I mean full circles, both directions. Drove past once one way, once the other, once one way, once the other, once one way, once the other, pulled over on the side of the road, called me and was like, dude, I can't find your place. And I'm like, I'll flash the porch light for you, look behind you, because I could see his headlights. And I flash it and he's like, oh, you're right there. I'm like, yeah, see you in a second. Like, the fact that this dude literally could not find the place and just gave up and called me. One second here. I'm trying to remember what Bottle's question was.
You're gonna sit in voice chat until they have a friend. I just saw that in the chat.
Yeah, do you want to turn on timestamps and see when they sent that? Because that was a while ago. If you want to turn on timestamps for chat, it's the 3 dots.
Weird,
drop
my
down.
timestamps are usually on, it just doesn't seem to be on right now.
Yeah, sometimes they turn off for some reason.
Well, it's not as bad as my my desktop audio on OBS just randomly turning off on me when I'm streaming sometimes. Like, I won't even notice it because I can't really see that. Like, usually I have to go back to OBS and just see, oh wait, that's off. You guys haven't been hearing desktop audio on my stream, but like, yeah, it's my brain just short circuited. I don't know what I was saying, but anyways, back on the topic of the code and stuff, like, so the argument that I want to bring up is, what about if you had like an animated music video, right, where like the audio itself is not owned by the person who made the music video. Let's say they animated it themselves, right? Like, all of the animation belongs to them. So the question then goes down to, does the music video belong to the person who animated the content? Or the music? Like, because technically it's 50-50. The music isn't technically theirs, but the animation is. So that's where I'm kind of like... wondering if that's where the line should be drawn at, like, what percentage is theirs, like, because I mean
that is actually covered legally, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but don't quote me on this. I believe that under fair use, if you are using the entire song and simply doing an animation for it, it is only considered fair use if you do not monetize it. Also, the person, at least when it comes to YouTube, who owns the music can still claim the copyright on your video and monetize it themselves.
that to me is where I think that's kind of wrong.
Takedown, though, because it is covered under fair use that they are allowed to make the animation as long as they are not making money off of it.
So that to me is where I kind of like
where
find
the technicality falls.
That to me is where I find it like really difficult, like in the sense of the copyright, because technically speaking, music owner shouldn't be taking 100% of the copyright, because if the animation is the animator's own thing, right? Shouldn't it just be 50%, not 100%? That's where I'm like very, very like, because if the animator did put in 50% of the work, they made the animation, but the music isn't theirs, right? Shouldn't the amount of monetization be 50% the animator, 50% like goes to the song? Because the animation is 100% theirs. The music company doesn't own the animation, therefore like money off of the video is half the animation, half the music that the animation is based on.
You are correct. The animation is their legal property. However, because the subject matter of the video, what they are animating, is the driving force behind whatever interest may be generated that would be actually profitable, it becomes an issue of the thing that actually is drawing people in is our IP. The song or whatever that you have animated.
So I think that, in all fairness, like,
It is the same reason you cannot take a picture of somebody else without their permission. Yes, you took the picture, but that does not make what the picture of your property and give you permission to photograph it. Just
So
because...
that, to me, is another different... Because technically speaking, that's only, like... I'd say that goes more in the favor of, like, the IP than the actual, like... photo. Like, that's not... I don't think that's a perfect example. Because, like... That's more of, like, a... 90 to, like... 90% the IP owner and 10% the photo taker kind of situation where it's, like... The subject is basically about that thing. Yes, you did technically take the photo, but most of it is basically what's in the subject. That's the whole... Where with a music video, right, it doesn't even need to be about what's going on in the music.
Hold on.
It could be about, like...
I just thought of a really good actual analogy to explain this. If
good example. Mystery Skulls animated. Have you ever seen that?
No, but if I build the foundation to a building, the foundation, the primary part of that building is what makes up the core content of it. If someone comes in and builds on top of that to make an animation off of it, the base content is still that foundation. I could take inspiration from that building and then build my own foundation and make my own version of it, and then yes, that becomes my IP. But just building off the foundation, at the end of the day, the foundation of your content is still based on somebody else's property.
The way I see it, right, so I'm going to take Mystery Skulls Animated as a really good example of this. Yes, it's based on the music, that the music is like part of the premise of it, but that's not really the IP of what Mystery Skulls Animated. The IP is more based... Actually, this is a good example where the animation that was based on the music is better than the music itself. Like, people had more interest in the actual animation in combination with the music than the music itself, and then they started showing interest in the music, which the creators of the music even said, yeah, we actually like this, attention, keep going. Like, it's kind of like, or yes, it is technically like using the IP of something else. It's creating its own IP, using that like sort of identity that the older IP has, but creating its own identity in the process, where it's like so transformative that yes, it does use the old IP, but it's creating its own IP where it's like, technically speaking, not even the original anymore.
End up with the maker's permission. If you have the maker's permission to use their content, then they have given you the blessing to use their foundation to build off of. And then it becomes a very different legal case.
It also depends on how much you're using, because let's also take into account, like, let's say you made a full 10-minute video, right? And you put in like a 1-second clip of like a movie. Like, technically speaking, yes, that's in there, but that's not the full bulk of like what the video is, like, which is why I say the whole copyright system can be out of whack sometimes, because like they will literally like in your entire video for a 1-second clip that's not even like the main content of that video. Just be a reference to it.
You're also trying to compare apples and oranges right now.
Oh, let's look at Doodle World, right? Well, yes, some of its script is using the old Brick Bronze script. What percentage of the script is it actually using? From what I was aware, it was just the animations. Battle is still the Project Pokemon script, and a lot of the actual assets that they own are by the Project Pokemon developers. Like, they have made the battle screen from scratch, and they have added their own elements.
The issue
so to that end, it goes down to what percentage of the actual Pokemon Brick Bronze code are they actually using. Which, from what I can tell, I'm guessing it's probably around like 10% of the script is recycled, assuming it's just the animations. I'm not sure like to what extent it is the Project Brick Bronze code. Well, I don't necessarily agree with like reusing old code to a complete like exact copy. If you're using it as a framework and you're only using like let's say like 10% of it to kind of like build onto your own code, kind of like almost like a stencil, like a small little bit of framework to kind of like build onto and like make your own identity. You know what I'm saying? Like kind of like with fan games, right? Technically, yes, they are illegal, but they are also kind of like building their own identity with that IP. They're not trying to make the exact same thing as the IP owner with the IP. They're trying to make their own thing while still kind of like using that IP to make their own spin on it, I guess. Like something that the IP owner would never do. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I kind of like have a very mixed take on it right now. Because yes, technically, legally speaking, the copyright owners do have the first say. How much of a say should they really get in that sense? Because I mean, look at a lot of fan games that Nintendo's taken down, right? Like look at Pokemon Uranium, right? All right.
What you're forgetting here is you are allowing your emotion to cloud what legally matters, and that is what we're talking about here. Is the legal standpoint. It does.
Oh no,
not
yeah,
matter.
legally
So,
speaking.
when you said the movie clip thing, using 1 second of a clip is fair use. Because you are not making it the sole content. But fair use does not apply to works like games. They are not the same law. So it doesn't matter if in fair use, yes, technically they used little enough of it that it could be considered its own thing. From a legal standpoint, the code is stolen. There's no question about that, and that's the only fact that matters. They're using stolen code from a private game without the distributor's credit or permission and are making money off of it. Those are the only 4 facts that would matter in a court of law. That now, they may not be able to outright shut down the game. That would not be their first legal course of action. You don't just have the game shut down or have a lawsuit. The first route would be to hire a lawyer and send an official cease and desist order to Wish, saying, hey, you are using my code, which is my intellectual property, illegally in your game. You need to remove and fix it within a reasonable amount of time or further legal action will be taken. And you have that written up by a lawyer, notarized, and sent insured first class, whatever legal mail system they have to make sure it arrives. Similar to how the court systems do it. And then you have a legal standpoint to base your case off of. We know they're using our code. We have proof. We have sent them a legal cease and desist, and they have not listened. At that point, you have a grounds for a lawsuit of malicious use of code and IP. That is what matters. It doesn't matter about the ethics. It doesn't matter about what percentage is it. The fact is the code is stolen. At the end of the day, that is what it boils down to. Do you or do you not agree?
Oh, no, I agree. Like, and then there's also bylaws, which I don't really know the Roblox bylaw. It could be.
Yeah, I guess it could vary country by country.
Yeah,
because
if
I'm pretty sure they're both U.S. and or Canada based.
So if the Roblox bylaws are that like anything on the so for example, look at YouTube content, right? Technically speaking, when you upload a video onto YouTube by its own terms of service, YouTube owns that video, right? So technically speaking, like copyright claims on a YouTube video are a lot different from like. That's actually the reason why if you were to like take a clip from a movie compared to another YouTuber, you're a lot more likely to get a copyright strike because again, like there's not as much grounds for a YouTube creator to kind of like copyright strike another YouTube creator because again, like it's a lot more. Technically speaking, they don't own the content, YouTube does, because that is within their own bylaws. So that's where I also say that yes, while Doodle is using the code from Brick Bronze, would Roblox's bylaws technically make it legal within the terms of Roblox games? Like, so I think we'd have to look into like the Roblox bylaws of it. So with any other game that is like by a AAA developer, right? Let's say Roblox copied the code of another developer, right? And by those laws, that would technically be illegal.
I'm going to cut off your argument here to point out it would be different if it was open source code provided by Roblox, and that's what they copied. But because it doesn't matter what platform it was developed on, because they were the one who created it. It's not open source on Roblox. So, like, I very highly doubt there is a clause in the Roblox Terms of Service that says, you know, that others can just use your code like that. That would be a very, like, it has already been proven in, I believe, EU courts of law, and I think US as well, that terms of services are not legally binding agreements because nobody can be within any amount of reasonableness or whatever legalese they say, expected.
Hang on a minute. I think I might have just realized a loophole that like might actually like. So that might actually be the case if it was like copyright or had a trademark. Let's say that the work is not trademarked, right? Like, let's say a friend of yours draws a picture, right? And you take a photo of that picture. So let's say that a friend of yours draws a picture and you take a picture. Would you be able to legally sue somebody over your friend taking that picture if you did not have that picture, like, copyright, whatever I know there's a lot of terms for that. Like, if you do not have, like, the legal ownership of that specific IP, can you really sue somebody for copying that IP? Which means that, like, yes, the Lumion Legacy owners created Brick Bronze, but do they technically own Brick Bronze, legally speaking? Like, did they ever, like, file the ownership of that game, legally speaking? Or is it just, like... Because, I mean, if it's not within the ownership rights, right? Like, they didn't actually, like, file for ownership of the game. Yes, they made the game, but they don't technically own the game, legally speaking. Which is why a lot of, like, games can have, like, mods and stuff, because
I'm not sure if you're aware, but in US law, copyrights are a formality. As soon as you actually create something, it's automatically protected under copyright law. The actual, or I should say patent and copyright law and whatnot. The actual act of going in and getting the patent or copyright or whatever is mostly a formality to get it down on paper. However, if it comes up in court and you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you were the person who made this, it doesn't matter if you went in and formally filed the copyright, as far as I understand. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Yeah, I'm not really 100%, because I'm not really a law. I haven't really taken any law. All I know is just general, like, because copyright has a lot of, like, really weird bylaws and stuff. It's like, you know what's weird though? Like, literally, like, depending on how you use the content, right? Like, for example, if you were to, like, use a video clip compared to, like, a 3-second clip of audio, right? The copyright system treats it differently for some reason. Even though it's, like, both should technically be under fair use, they're both still just mediums that are just, like, being used transformatively under fair use, right? Like, what's weird to me is that, like, you can literally get copyright strike for a 3-second clip of audio, or, like, actually, it's happened before. Where literally, a music creator, right, literally sampled something, and then somebody took that same sample, right? The music creator sued the person who took the sample, right, because they used that sample as well, even though they didn't technically own the sample. So it's just like, this is why I say copyright cannot be, like, isn't really set in stone in how it's, like, dealt with and how legally,
music
like,
companies heavily abuse YouTube's automatic copyright system. It's an issue, but I don't think it's a legal issue. It's just that greedy corporations are exploiting shitty YouTube policy on how their automatic copyright system works. And
But,
it is not up to the corporation to prove on each copyright claim that there is in fact copyrighted content. It is up to the individual creator to go through and prove that they did not use copyrighted content.
Yeah.
And so it really, the corporations just abuse that most people don't have the time or legal resources to go through and manually appeal every one of their videos. It's like the whole situation with Toei Animation and that one
I
guy
heard
a couple
that,
months
yeah.
ago, where Toei abused the automatic copyright system to take down like 167 of his videos, and only like 30 of them got reinstated when they and it's an issue.
Alright, so this is gonna be a bit more of an opinion on this, not really like trying to like argue about any. So in my own opinion, I think the copyright system needs a lot of reworking because it's just such a mess that can be so easily abused. I think that transformative is where it should lie at. So like, I think legally speaking, if a company can say it's like, let's say it is only 1% one IP, the rest is like your own IP, right? Does the 1% owner, right, have the right to say the entire project, which is 99% the other owner, right, is theirs? Like, let's look at like references in movies, right? That's transformative, but they're still allowed to make money, right? Like, they're still referencing other things. Like, it's...
Oh, I was never
So-
arguing that PBB now owns this game just because a little bit of their code is in there.
Yeah, I think
That was never what I was saying.
I think the devs have also kind of said they're fine with it. So I believe they said it recently, right? They said that they're actually pretty fine with Doodle World being. They actually like the idea of like when they're not updating, people can go to Doodle, make content on Doodle, like whatever. Like, so I think the LL devs have actually said that they are comfortable with Doodle being up right now, and they do kind of like that Doodle's up. It kind of like gives them time to like work on their updates from what they've said. But anyways, off that topic, like, I definitely think the whole copyright system needs to kind of take into account that, like, sometimes content is so transformative that the actual IP that's, like, being disputed is so insignificantly, like, used. I don't really think it's, like, even significant enough to say that they can even claim anything with the content. Like, I have the case with Doodle where, like...
Stuff, as I said before, it's just that it has not caught up to the internet age. And that's not just referring to things limited to the internet, but general policies in government as well.
I don't know if they're ever going to change it, but, and I think there's way worse things they could, like... For example, I think there's, a lot of misleading stuff and a lot of, like, ads that get very, very misleading they can be cracking down on, but no, they have to crack down on, like, a 2-second audio clip of, like, whatever song and, like, a video that doesn't have anything to do with that clip. It's just used as, like, a little reference or something. Like, when it's at a point where it's, like, just referential or just, like, very, very minutely used or something. Sorry, I've got hiccups right now if there's, like, little... I think at that point where if it's so minutely used, even though if legally speaking it's not legal, right? I think if it is so minute, it should go to the majority owner, where it's like... I think that might actually be how they dispute it too, because like... I think they look into how transformative the content is, like... If it is literally just the same exact clip, right? And like, I know that a lot of creators of like... on YouTube, like, get by this by like changing the audio of like a show or something just to like... upload the show, and that is where part of that argument should be kind of like... looked at. But I think if the context of the content is changing, right, where it's like you're not really using the context of the content in the original context to like kind of just copy and paste the same exact game.
I do think intent, going on opinions, I do also think intent should play a major factor, Because, like,
Oh yeah, definitely.
for example, Jacksepticeye, in one of his recent TikTok videos, he included the audio of a copyrighted song, because you still needed the audio to understand the TikTok, but all he did was just pitch shift the song way higher, so that it technically fell outside the copyright. And his intent there was not to circumnavigate the copyright and, like, show the music illegally. It was simply so that he could show a single TikTok that he wanted to share with us, so that the corporation couldn't claim his video for one small part of it when it was not his intent to show that song. It was about the other part.
Exactly.
Of the
Like, I definitely think there is some abuse, like, with the greater, more expensive. I definitely think that in a lot of cases, like, the people that have the money tend to win these things because, again, they have the money. They kind of abuse that power in that whole regard of, like, copyright. And I definitely feel like it's one of those things they really need to look into. Like look at memes, for example, right? How do you, like, put a meme? Because technically a meme is, like, using an IP, but it's really just for the intent of a joke. It's really just, like, it's not even meant to, like, be the original IP. It's meant to be, like, well, I mean, what about, like, YouTube meme creators? Like, depends on the context of the meme. Like, it's an image, it's usually not for profit, but if it's a video, it might be, maybe, depending. And then there's, like, animators too. Like, how do you, like, judge that? Because, like, let's say somebody made, like, an animation of, like, SpongeBob, right? Or, like, look at Meat Canyon, right? His whole entire, like, content is literally making parodies of other IPs, right? Like, so how do you judge a parody of something? Because yes, you're using that IP, but it's in a transformative sense where it's just parodying it, like, so you are essentially making the content. It's just that it's based on some other content.
The IP laws regarding parody and fair use. I know parody is covered under fair use.
It's weird, is like some big shows will make
hold on.
like.
I'm not familiar with enough of the nitty-gritty to even try and argue that or, like, talk about that. So I'm gonna let you have the floor on that subject because I don't feel I have anything to contribute. That.
Yeah. So if we look into, like, copyright with parodies and stuff, right? It's a very, very, very messy state because I'm gonna use Meat Canyon as a great example, right? So he made a video based on, like, Bugs Bunny, right? He called it Wabbit, right? And I don't know if you've ever seen it. You might actually want to watch it for context. Basically, it got copyright claimed by Warner Brothers, even though he's the one that made the animation. He doesn't own the character, but he owns the animation. He owns the story of the animation. He owns, like, literally everything about the animation. It's basically a parody of what the IP is, right? So the question is, does Warner Brothers legally have the right to, like, take down a parody, or is the parody still within, like, the legal boundaries of the creator of the parody? That's, like, because if you look at it, even major TV networks have made parodies as well. Like, it's not just, like, not just small-time YouTube creators, right? Like, look at Mad, right? Their whole entire, like, IP was that they were parodies of other IPs. Like, there are literal, like...
Yeah, but Mad changed up, like, small details, so it wasn't the exact same character. That I do know. So,
but
like,
the same also applied with Meat Canyon, where it was kind of like the character was changed so drastically. Like, if it was the exact same design as Bugs Bunny, like the exact same, like, art style, like same animation, then I would understand that. That's, like, that is within close enough boundaries of IP. But, like, Meat Canyon has his own distinct style. The writing was his own. The animation was his own.
To, like, argue one way or the other, so I'll have to take your word for that.
Yeah, but if we look at that, right? So you might not necessarily change the name. Then again, you also have people who reference a certain style. Like, let's look into art style, for example, right? So look at I'll go back into, like, the anime topic, right? look at like One
can't
Piece, JoJo's,
technically copyright
Naruto.
an art style, because an art style is not something that is technically unique to an artist, because anybody can mimic the art style and do it themselves. It becomes an issue of it is something that anybody can do just because it's how you do it doesn't make it your property, is how that works. It's like anybody can sculpt a statue of a cross. Just because you sculpt a cross that has an extra bar on the bottom to help it stand up doesn't mean you suddenly are able to copyright the shape of a cross with a thing at the bottom. It's the same reason you can't copyright a square. Anybody can draw a square. Therefore, it's considered public domain.
Alright, so here's where I'm kind of like drawing the line on why I think copyright just literally the copyright law makes zero sense, why it literally like contradicts itself. So let's take into example monster collecting games, right? Like technically speaking, Pokemon was the first game to like create the genre.
No, it wasn't.
Does that mean they own monster collecting games? Well, no, it wasn't, but like people say that it was like the biggest monster collecting game. Every other monster collecting.
It mainstream is what you're trying to
Yeah,
say.
exactly. Like, but since Pokemon was the first to mainstream it, like, does that mean that Pokemon owns monster collecting games? Does that mean that like
No,
the
because
first
in the case
RPG
of
owns all
PUBG
RPG?
versus Fortnite, you cannot copyright a genre.
Exactly,
case
and
of,
that's where I think that copyright law gets very, very thin. Is that
actually,
like
no, hold on, I want to talk about that. That actually has legal precedent because PUBG attempted to sue Fortnite claiming copyright infringement that they literally just made a clone of their game and didn't change anything. However, Fortnite won the lawsuit because according to US law, you cannot copyright a genre. And Battle Royale was determined to be its own distinct genre of game. It's the same reason you cannot copyright a horror game. You can copyright the individual things in your horror game, like a character you add to it, but the genre of horror is not something you can claim to own. And it was determined that PUBG and Fortnite were different enough within the bounds of what was defined as the Battle Royale genre that it was considered to not be a clone, because you can't copyright guns either. You can't copyright having an assault rifle, a shotgun, a sniper, and other types of gun, because that is just the standard for shooter genres that those are included. And using common guns like the SCAR and the M4 is not copyrightable, as well as the fact that Fortnite introduced the build system, which PUBG did not have. And so it was its own unique innovation on the genre, and it was, I believe, the build system that made it distinct enough in a very recognizable way that it lost PUBG copyright. Now, if Fortnite had added a frying pan that you could equip on your back that could deflect bullets, PUBG would then have an argument that that was copied, and that is a copyrightable idea. That is our game mechanic, and then they would have an argument that it was copied. But Fortnite was different enough within its own genre to be its own legal entity. And so in PUBG's attempt to fend off Fortnite, they actually shot themselves in the foot by blasting the door wide open legally, because the lawsuit ended up doing more harm than good, because everybody realized that they could just make their own clones and be legally protected based on legal precedent.
That's also another thing. Like, if you look at like bootlegs, are bootlegs legal? Which I personally say no, they are. Like, so they could technically make them in a way that's like technically speaking, you can make a Pikachu with a second tail or something, and that's technically not Pikachu because this Pikachu has 2 tails. It's not Pikachu. It's Pikachu or something. You know, it's not technically Pikachu. But if the intent was to kind of like actually
what exactly makes Pikachu Pikachu, and the issue becomes that the rest is still the same enough that you have not added anything to make its own distinct creature. It is still clearly just a Pikachu, but with this one different feature.
exactly
Like
so
Dead
here's
End
where
and
I
Pikachu-
actually like will put a little bit of an opinion into this, but like so what I think, right? Instead of judging copyright on a whole, because copyright is just so loose and like it's so messy, right? Like literally anything could be copying anything. Instead of judging copyright on is this the same as this, right? Judge it on is this the same as this and is it trying to harm this? Like is it malicious copyright? For example, like IP theft, right? So like bootlegs, for example, like those are I would consider malicious. They're trying to like steal the attention away from like look at Ratatouille to Ratatouille, right? That movie is technically like
The one thing I was gonna add on before you continue. I think it also matters is A, is it malicious, and B, are they trying to profit off of it? Because I think profiting off of it is an actual issue, because at that point it no longer is like a fan thing, it becomes a profit thing.
I think that does fall in the same category as what I was mentioning. So like are they actually profiting off of the IP that they are using? Or are they profiting off of their own part of the IP? So for example, look at the bootlegs, for example, right? So yes, they are profiting off of the Pokemon IP when you've got like a Pikachu bootleg figure, right? That is malicious copyright. But let's say we get back into the case of Doodle, right? Is the are the animations really what is selling, like what draws you into Doodle? Like is that really what the main focus of Doodle is, or is that just like something that yes it is using, but it's only really referencing that in its like actual usage? So that's where I say like fair use comes into play, where it's like let's say you only use a 3-second clip of audio.
Animations themselves from scratch, and it was actually their own code, but it was similar to that of Brick Bronze, then you could make the argument that yes, it was inspired by, but not actually stolen. However, because they directly stole and exactly copied the code, that is where it is wrong.
It's also kind of weird too, because like that does also kind of like, why is it exactly that if you're using like a code in the same, so like let's say you've got a game that tries to basically reference an art style of another game, right? For example, Monster Crown, right? It tries to base itself off of the style of like the original Pokemon games, right? But it is essentially its own game. So while yes, it uses that same art style, and this is like in a different context because it's art, so like it's art to script, right? But it's using that same art style. Like it's not really transforming the art style at all. It's basically the same exact art style, but it's using it in a different way to kind of like portray its own usage of that, right? Where it's like it's not technically Pokemon. It's the same art style as the original Pokemon, but it's not Pokemon. Where if we look at the animation in Doodle, right? So yes, it uses the same animation, but at the end of the day, it's just like a animation. It's not that the doodles themselves are using that animation. It's just a few assets are using that animation. Like, so is it really trying to copy the actual like game of Brick Bronze, or is it just copying a certain aspect of Brick Bronze, like mimicry almost? You know, like yeah, it just like gets into some really weird questions of like where it's kind of like very thin grounds, I guess. I'm back. Yeah, so like, it is very weird to think about copyright because they're just so loose, I guess. Like, and it also kind of like goes into like, yes, technically speaking, it is a copyright. Like, let's say there was like a Pokemon fan game, right? Yes, they're using the IP of Pokemon, but is it necessarily harming Pokemon to a point where Pokemon is going to issue a shutdown? Like, is it really worth shutting down a fan game that's only making like a small percentage of what the actual IP is making? Like, yeah, some people will do that. Like, for example, music companies, because they're greedy, they like the money. But like, to what point is it actually worth it to really like issue a takedown of something that's like barely even like touching into the IP that it's supposed to be copying? Like, because I mean, if you look at like how many times like people make fan art of something, fan games, right? Like, how often do you see those fan art, like that fan art, fan games, like getting taken down, and they still make money off it, right? Like, I mean, a lot of artists, they make commissions off of drawing like things that are like Pokemon, like stuff like that. But you still don't really see them getting taken down, and I don't really think it's necessarily wrong to be making money off of that.
The issue is commissions are one-off things, as well as the fact that they are usually the commissioner would be the person in violation of the copyright then, not the person drawing it.
So I think
unless you were explicitly selling that it was specifically this thing, because usually what a commission means is that someone else is coming to you and telling you what they want, and usually like you'll have a genre you do. Like say one person does space themed commissions. If I come in and I
think that's exactly where this is going to.
Hold on.
Like, I think I might have found the endpoint to this.
If I come in, if I come in and I tell the commissioner I want Samus space art, I am the one bringing the copyright into the deal, and so I take responsibility for it. They are only providing me with the service they provide. Because it is a one-off thing and they are not making multiple of it, that they are the ones making the, like, it is a gray area because it becomes an issue of who is actually responsible for the copyright infringement. Not if it is technically infringing on the copyright, but whether or not the artist or the commissioner is the one responsible. And I believe the answer in, like, the legal court would end up being the commissioner. It would be different if an artist makes a series on their own, of their own volition, and it is their series and their story with a fan character. Then it becomes the person drawing it, because then that is not a commission, that is a story they are making.
So the thing I'm thinking of right now is that this actually ties into the whole bootlegs thing, right? So technically speaking, is it really illegal? Well, iffy illegal. Like, if they say they're not affiliated, right? Would the company really care if they say they're not affiliated with said company? Or, so here's where I kind of like draw it more into like the more, because sometimes like in cases like it does come down to like, if it was like just for example, there was a case with like a shotgun loaded spring trap, not copyright involved obviously, but like it was all came down to like the morals of it, of like, was it really, yes they broke into the house, but was it really like legal to set up a shotgun spring trap to like defend yourself when you weren't home? Like,
I'm tempted.
So
Look
it makes me think,
I'm tempted.
what is that, a misprint hidden trait bunsweet?
Misprint hidden trait and 5 stars. It's not.
Yeah, catch it. I'm gonna
It's not
catch it.
6 stars, but honestly, we're already 816 into the chain.
And you can re-roll the trait, so it doesn't really matter that much, but it's hidden trait, it's misprint. And the skin doesn't really matter too much because you just always get the skin. But yeah, at that point I'd just say catch it. I mean, you could go for a tint,
at
but
the end of the day, it's still a 5-star hidden trait. And those
you always have the... Yeah. I mean, you could guarantee it further on, but at this point, like, it's just easier to get it earlier on when you get it early, and having to like go 3,000 in to get it again. And yes, you could keep chaining for like the tinted version of this, but again, like, you can get a tinted bunsweet at any time.
Yeah.
Or the reskin is really just exclusive to this time. Yeah, exactly. So like
this
I think catching the misprint catching the misprint hidden trait would definitely be good. Yeah, I'd just catch it at this point. Like, I mean, at this point, actually, you know what? So, if you were gonna keep chaining at 500, right? Yes, you could go for the misprint and the hidden trait, right? But if you get like something like this early on, you could just keep it.
I'm gonna catch it.
Or if you're going for like a 10 or something, right?
Anyways, and just grinding off stream, and now this gives me a reason to not stream the grind, so I can get back to 500. So I'm gonna catch it and end stream. That's what I'm gonna do.
And the other thing is, if you're going for like a tint of it, right? Like you can literally just get that anytime, and you don't really need to chain for the tint. You can just go at 500 and just like kind of just keep going, because the odds of the tint don't go up. So you can just get to the point where it's like you're going to get the bunsweet there, and you just... I don't even think you really need to do that for the tint. You just need to get it to the point where the encounter rate is better. So like, you could probably do it at 50 if you really wanted to get the skin and then just put it onto the thing. So it's like...
No, yeah, wait, what happened?
What?
What just happened?
Wait, you use Panhandle?
No, what the fuck just happened?
It's a little bit behind. Did it just like lag you out of the encounter, or like?
Bunsweet literally just randomly lost fucking health. It did not explain why.
Okay, so that's on camera, right? Just report that to the devs. Just say, hey, I got this, right? And literally this happened. They're probably going to, 1, compensate you because they do communicate a lot, and 2, fix whatever bug that is. Just report it in bug reports. That's, yeah, that's probably a bug.
Oh my god, no, I know what happened. I'm fucking stupid. I forgot hidden trait bunsweet uses some of its health to increase the power of its moves.
Yeah,
and
you
so
just thrown
you
a disc
can't
at it
knock
too.
it to 1 HP because it'll just kill itself.
Honestly, I don't really knock anything down to 1 HP in general because I'm always too afraid of it like struggling to death. So you like get a bit more time when it's at full health, and yeah, it's a little harder to catch, but like I think at the end of the day, not failing a shiny is just better than like being a little bit safer, or like having a couple extra turns, I guess. Like,
it's not gonna be that hard to find another
yeah, especially if your chain's that high. It's like,
yeah, but that's just... God, that makes me feel like a fucking idiot. Oh well. I mean, yeah, it's not like my chain gets screwed, so that definitely sucks, but whatever. Maybe now we'll find a 6-star instead.
Yeah, maybe you'll find a better one.
No, I wanted to make sure that was actually a bug before I even tried to go crying to the devs.
Do you want to take a break though, and you want to play another game for a bit?
No.
No? Alright, I just wanted to ask. Have you played Robeats, or
No, I'm not really interested.
Alright, fair enough. Yeah, because I am heavily into Robeats. I love rhythm games. Oh yeah, just on the topic of like just games in general, did you know that Sega officially released their own game on Roblox? In coordination with a couple fans, but they released Sonic Speed Simulator, which like came out of nowhere. I don't know where that game came from, but like It's just weird that there's an actual like official Sonic game on Roblox. Like,
Question.
what is it?
You there?
Yeah.
You ever played Notoriety on Roblox?
I don't think I have now.
Oh, I'm really tempted. Do you want to check
I
it
think
out?
I'm at a point with Roblox where it's kind of similar to anime, where like I've played enough Roblox games to know when they're similar, especially. And part of it's also that simulator games have just overtaken everything. Yeah.
Have you played Payday 2? Or do you know what that is?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay, we're playing Notoriety. I'm gonna introduce you.
Alright. I actually might need to let my laptop rest for a bit, so it might have to be tomorrow. Actually, I might be watching a movie tomorrow. I might be seeing the new, like... I think it's like the new Fantastic Beasts movie or something. I'll watch it. Like, I'm gonna close as many tabs as I can, though, right now to kind of, like, cool my laptop off a bit, because it's been running for a bit, and it's, like... It's not insanely hot, but it is kind of, like, running, so I want to just cool it down a bit, so... Oh, is that like a first-person shooter game on there? Like,
No. Well, I mean, by definition, technically, yes. It is in first person, and there is shooting, but it is not a first-person shooter. Not in the
Okay.
sense you're thinking.
because when I saw like all the weapons and stuff, I was like, wait, is this like Arsenal or something? Like,
Oh, interesting. The server auto-generates missions? Were you joining?
you know what's really weird too? So you know how Doodle World exists now, right?
Uh-huh.
I actually at one point had an idea of doing something similar to Doodle, where it's like not Doodle on its own, like not necessarily the doodles, just like the idea of like handmade whatever, like creatures, right? Like having the aspect where like the fans would kind of like send a design that would be put into the game, like so like I kind of had an idea like that. I didn't really go through with it because again, lack of experience, and also being a one-person dev team just is more effort than it really should be for a game that size and that. Plus, I don't have experience in all the fields I would need. For example, modeling. I can do basic modeling, but I can't really rig and like do a model for any kind of like creature. Like that would take a lot more time than I need to actually learn stuff like that before I can actually like do that. Like I think I'm gonna head off for the night though.
Okay.
Yeah, because I do have to let my laptop cool, so I'm gonna close all my tabs, go on my Switch for a bit or something.
Okay.
But I'll see you tomorrow, or maybe not because I have class and then I have like I'm gonna go see a movie, but maybe like Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll see you then.
Blah blah just moved us. You should be able to unmute now if you wanted to. Anybody watching stream want to join me for this for a little bit? Probably just one round or game or what have you, whatever you want to call it.
What game would it be?
It's called Notoriety, if you're familiar. Basically, Payday 2.
I'm joining.
Anybody else who's watching stream want to join? Infamy 2, level 70 something. Let me know when you're in, by the way.
I'm in.
Okay. Let me know when you're like actually at the menu.
I'm in like the main menu, yeah. Do I click play game?
Yeah, hold on. Never done this, for sure. start with something a little more simpler that we can actually manage. Jewelry shop is fairly simple. Disabled. Invite Mr. Hewitt. Right side, hit accept. Ready up. I'd recommend going over to music and turning on no track.
Okay.
Let me know when you've done that. So literally on the main tab, just click music, top right, and then just click the bubble that says no track.
Oh, okay. Done.
Okay. I readied up. Okay, let me handle most of the stuff here. I just want to get you money to start. It's a pretty low difficulty, and I have very low visibility, so just stay back and let me work some quick magic.
Okay.
Ooh, yikes, they changed this. Where the hell am I going? Okay, no, it's not that changed. I just went the wrong direction. Can I really not mark a guard through glass? That's stupid. God, this is weird with no music. I normally always play with music. You have no key card. No, back. Get out of there. You're not supposed to be back in there. I just have much lower detection, so they don't really notice me as much.
Okay.
No key card. No key card. Where's the disable cameras? Okay, cool. Well, we're going loud. Hold on. Oh, you might want to get your gun out. Can you answer that pager? Never mind, doesn't matter. Found what we needed. Let me pick this open real quick. You might want to come in here. Break the glass in the main store and start grabbing jewelry. You can shoot it to break it. Don't need to use quite so many bullets.
Oh, 900.
Can you secure these bags that I'm grabbing? There's a bunch of them on the floor.
Oh god.
Don't be afraid to shoot them. Grab blue bags, start running them. Get out, flashbang, 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 back here, back here, back here. Wanna maybe secure bags? Okay, I'm down. I don't have the armor for loud.
I haven't already ever.
Okay. So that went delightfully. Hold on. There should be a vote to reset. Hit reset. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Let me try this again and let me just assets, body bag, back alley, purchase, music, no track, ready. Don't forget to turn your music off. Let's go.
Yeah.
We're just gonna grab the crown and dip and get the completion. Oh, I wonder, could I just ECM rush this? I could probably just ECM rush this, can't I? Wonder. Hold on, give me half a second. Run around the perimeter here, marking guards. hide that there anymore. Who is getting spotted and how? What? Oh, you're getting spotted. Back off of whoever's spotting you. Or not. Okay. And you alerted everybody on the map. You don't have a suppressor. Hit tab and click restart. What were you doing that he noticed you?
I was standing next to a yellow safe.
Did you have your mask on? Did you hit G?
I think I might have.
Yeah, that would be why. Don't do that. Don't hit G. Stay in casing mode.
Okay.
Once you have the mask on, anybody can spot you. Otherwise, only guards can notice.
Okay.
Okay, so just relax.
Hello, Franklin, sir.
Do 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 do. Stay in casing mode and head to the back alley I just went through. Come to me. Wait around that corner. He is not in a good spot to take out. He should move in a second here. His patrol path is from like here to around here-ish, so he should come over here in a second. While I'm waiting for him to do that, I'm gonna go remark the guards inside, so I know when they are and are not looking through the window. Yeah, my detection is so low I can just walk in and out of that restricted area. They do not care. They just don't notice. Okay, that should be isolated enough in a second here. Come over here to me, quickly, quickly. Are you able to answer that pager? Or do you have to, does it say you can't be in casing mode?
Can't.
Okay, I got it. So you kill the guard outside, grab his body. I can now sprint, you can't. Hide the bag here. Reload the pistol. Oh yeah, that's right, cameras are here. Disable the cameras. Walk up to this window. I am now way more noticeable now that I have a gun out. Let me back through the window. Okay, so he's there. He's there. bet he's blind enough that I can just stand here and do this. Wee zoom. Make like Moz does. Zoom zoom. I have a perk that allows me to pick open safes without having to drill them. We can technically go now if you just want an easy escape. I have an idea though. How many do I have? I have 2. Mask up, go inside, hurry. Grab a bag, grab a bag, grab a bag. Start securing bags. Quickly. Just a couple bags. ECM jammers last for a little bit, and they'll delay the cops being called so we can grab some extra loot. Here, take that, secure that. And then we should go in a second here. Because I'm not sure how much... The jammer just wore off. Get to the van. Van. Boom. Done.
Yeah.
The alarm goes off after we leave, but we got out, quote-unquote, stealthy.
Yeah.
Because the alarm didn't go off until after we were in the van. So that gave us 61,000 cash. Head to menu. Okay, so now go to your inventory, go to go to profile 1. Go to your... What's your primary? Do you have the assault rifle? The M16? Yeah. So go to inventory, profile 1, click on your M16, then click on your M16 again, modify it, near the bottom, do you see the rotating thing where it says like sights, patterns, and silencers? Yeah. It should say one of those 3s with arrows to the side, right?
Yeah.
So scroll over to silencers.
Okay.
Select jungle and buy it, and then equip it. How much money do you have, by the way?
I don't think 140,000.
Oh yeah, you're way good then.
Alright.
Okay. That's the main thing. You don't need a deagle right now, because that'd be a 50,000 investment. You should already just be wearing this suit.
Yep.
ECM jammer, you'll have to buy an equipment. Mask doesn't really matter. Skills. Go to skills.
Okay.
Go to Enforcer, under your skills, and grab Pack Animal. Just the first tier, so basic. Just click it once.
Okay.
1 second here. Go to Ghost.
Yeah.
How many points do you have right now?
3.
3? Okay. Grab Chameleon, that you can spot enemies while in casing mode.
Alright.
How many points does that leave you? 1 or 2?
2.
Okay, and you still only have access to tier 1, right?
Yeah.
Grab Optical Illusions Basic, and I don't think you're going to be able to ace it. We'll start with just a normal Shadow Rain. Accept invite, right side. And then ready up.
Alright.
I know what I'm doing, so just let me do my thing and run bags.
Okay.
I am ready when you are. How did you instant ready lock? It doesn't let me do that.
Yeah.
Okay, to start with on this one, you do want to instantly mask. So hit G. Over here, grab a thermal paste, hit F. Follow me. Shift to sprint. Sorry, I was Crouch if you're having trouble getting in. Control to crouch. That'll slow down your movement so it's easier to drop. I'm using the first paste, so don't worry. I got this. Okay, now we just wait a second. Bars will drop in a second. Little quick rundown. This ladder leads up to the courtyard. We don't fuck with that ladder. That ladder gets you caught.
Oh.
Nice. This grate is not here, which means we have run of the full compound.
Okay.
There's almost always a crowbar here. I'm taking that. Use your thermal paste on this gate.
Yeah.
Just walk up, hold F. This leads into the main warehouse. Of course there's a camera right there. Hold on, I'm disabling a camera. I gotta drop, because there was a guard spotting me. Okay, it might be too tricky to go in through there. What the? There we go. So let's head in through here. Guard there and camera. Screw that. Hold on. Excuse me, sir. Do you have a key card? Yeah, you do. Come to me real quick.
Okay.
So, head out the ladder, come down this way, just ignore him. Down here. Pull out your or wait, which one's suppressed? Pull out your pistol, please.
Alright. What key is that?
2. Neither of your weapons is suppressed. You forgot to equip the suppressor. Over here, I'm going to drop him. I need you to answer his pager and bag the body. Ready?
Yes.
Once you've bagged the body, drag it over to where I'm standing. Over here. Just hit G and toss it in this corner. Nobody ever comes back here.
Alright.
Cash line around here, so that doesn't matter. Look out. Hold on. Wait. What spotted me? That was weird. Wait down there. Up yours. Not you. Took a tiny bit of fall damage, whatever.
Avery? Avery?
Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Don't. Stay down there. Hold on. Okay, cameras are down now. That makes it a little safer. I took him out, so this should be clear. Pick open this door, come out here, drop him with the other body bag. I know this map way too well. I have 2 key cards. Hee hee. You see nothing. I'm gonna toss it back down. You take it to the van. They're gonna start coming pretty quickly here, so just keep running them to the van. You see nothing. Excuse me, sir. That is very rude. Oh, no. You got that. That was close. You don't have the suppressor, which is the only reason I'm having you only run bags. Ooh, hello. This one's heavy as shit, so I'll run this one for you.
Yeah, this one's real heavy.
Oh, that one's not that bad. You want to know real heavy? Drop that bag real quick. G to drop, by the way. Try and carry that one. Nope, you grabbed the wrong one. Here, I'll trade you. You take yours back. I'll run the heaviest shit one. Also, the yellow bar on the right side is your sprint. Make sure you save enough sprint to go past the gate out front, because they can and will spot you through that at times.
Alright.
So, like, this area, make sure to sprint once you're, like, in front of the gate. From, like, the light pole there to about here, you want to sprint the whole way. Oh my god, you're so slow. Toss me that bag. Hurry. Hurry. G. There you go. Zoom, zoom. I love how I'm literally across the map in about 5 seconds. How does that look on your screen? Do I just, like, zip away like Bloody Sonic?
Yeah.
don't see me. This is just cash. This shouldn't be too heavy. You were spotting me. Eh? What? Who? How? What? Confused? How? Who? What? Oh, hello. You're just sitting in the open? Okay. Don't mind if I yes. Mr. Guard, yeah, please stop watching my manhole. Nothing suspicious going on here. A manhole opened up on your floor, and now you're losing drugs and money that were, you swear, a second ago on that shelf. It's the darndest thing. Okay, there's nobody on the roof. Hello? Oh, you spotted me for half a second, okay. Fair enough. Can you head around the backside to the docks? Where I had you kill that guard? The backside there?
Yeah.
No. Towards me. Come towards my blue outline, but stay on the ground. Take this bag. Oh wait, I can't toss that from here. Gotta drop down. Take that bag. That landed near you, right? You can grab that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I know the map very well. I'm gonna toss another bag there in a second.
Okay.
There we go. That one I threw a lot better for you.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I don't know why I can't pick lock that one. It's a little annoying, but whatever. Okay, so you're there. This is fine, I just need to wait for you to turn around. No, don't come closer. Fine, I'll go in here. Anything of note in here? No. Anything of note over here? Just a crowbar. safe to hack open.
I got all the bags that you threw down before.
Okay, I should have more for you in a second here, I think. Maybe.
Alright.
Gotta remark him. Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Okay. Yep, there's some guns. Oh, hi, why are you here? Well, that complicates this. Can you come dockside?
Yeah.
You know where that is now, right? Don't come too much closer. I'm not sure exactly how far this guy's wander range is. Okay. Move. Take that. I'm gonna take an alternative route. I know this map a little too well. Oh, this is a risky move, but I have low enough detection even if it turns around mid-hack, I should be fine. Bag in the sewer. Oh, hi. Super duper risky because there's a bunch of civilians around. Only a crowbar. Okay, cool. I feel gypped. Nope, you see nothing. Anything of use in here? No, not really. Nothing in here. I need to reset so that I know what I'm doing. Okay. I think I have to clean the second floor. It's just main warehouse now. The fact that I can do that is ridiculous.
What?
You didn't see what I just did on stream. I literally ran past him holding a gun. My detection is stupidly low. It allows me to get away with stuff that I should not get away with. I essentially brazenly ran past him like I belong there. And it takes him so long to realize that I don't, that I'm out of his field of view by the time he realizes. Come on, fuck this hitbox. I'm so exposed to Magnus, but whatever. Just in the middle of a wide open warehouse, stealing drugs.
That is overpowered.
Oh, yeah, no, the ghost tree is absolutely broken when you cap it out the right way. Nowhere to run. Okay, that's everything in the main warehouse, I'm pretty sure. It's just the courtyard left. Which is admittedly the suckiest area. Oh, hi. Nope. I'm gonna help you finish running, because we're gonna do the biggest payoff but highest risk thing real quick. Can you meet me by the, main sewer entrance? I dropped a bag there for you. You want to wait right here. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Yeah, that's what I mean, why you have to be careful running past that gate. That is a civvy. I can just wee.
It's so hilarious when you run there.
Here. It's in the sewer. Please open. Thank you. This is the one we don't mess with until everything else is secure. Are you coming down to the sewer? Nobody main courtyard right now, so let's just sprint across. I gotta backtrack to avoid him. Let's open this one while nobody's in the center. That's just cash. That's empty. Mark them. We'll open this from this side to avoid their line of sight. There's him though, but there's nothing in there.
I love how the Bloxy Cola is worth 3 times more than the literal money.
Oh, yeah, no, that's because Bloxy Cola is a euphemism for drugs.
Oh.
Yeah, don't mind the container that just opened right in front of your face. Everything is normal. It literally smacked you in the face, but you're not gonna notice. Now for the worst part of this entire heist. This one crate. Oh my god. This one crate's an actual nightmare. Fat fuck, jump. It's like the most exposed crate, of course, as well. I swear, it never wants to jump here. There, okay, got that. Okay, yes! Thank you! Okay, now I got it open. All that for a single gold bar. Not a gold bar bag, a gold bar. Now for the legitimately hardest part of the heist. Meet me in the sewers.
Alright.
Oh, there was so many there. Holy shit. I don't know how I didn't get spotted by 90% of them. Hello to the one viewer watching. We're basically wrapping up the stream. I was just showing off a game I heavily enjoy in my past. No, don't show yourself, Dan. Have a good night, Blue. This is where it gets tricky.
It's been 30 minutes on this heist.
In here, quickly.
Alright, yeah.
Grab the boots on the ground there. Actually, let me just run these, at least to the sewer itself. Because these are heavy.
Ah, yes they are.
Get out, don't let them see you. This version's a lot more lenient. Normally, if they even see the vault door open, they sound the alarm. Just wait in the vault for a second. Oh, never mind. Stay there, perfect. Fuck you, that... Did that go down? Is there a second bag down there?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I thought it had glitched on the ground and I was about to get caught because it didn't want to go down the manhole. Oh my god, you really move insanely slow with that, huh?
Yeah. Sad part is I'm sprinting.
My walk is faster than your sprint. These are worth a stupid amount, by the way. Hey, what's up, Kringles?
Yeah, it's samurai armor.
I'll leave one bag there for you. It's probably all you'll be able to do by the time I get back for the other.
Probably.
For you, abuse throw physics. The fact that you can throw it farther than you can carry it a lot faster.
Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, 1 second here.
Throw.
Back. Wait. Oh, wait, you're not that fast. Now I have sprint. I should be good. Just leave the rest of the bag running to me, because it's all the super heavy samurai armor. Yeah, 93,000 a bag. Yeah, just get it to that lamppost and I'll take care of the rest. What, how much it's worth? What, how much the samurai armor's worth or something else?
Huh?
What were you saying Jesus to? Wait.
Yeah, how much it's worth. What?
Okay, there we go. Now he's looking the other way. I wasn't confident that he wouldn't spot me even with my low detection simply because of how slow I run. With samurai armor. Waiting for stamina. Guard's not running this way, so it should be good. Let's get to the van. That's literally everything. Hit tab, by the way, when you get over here.
Alright.
So if you
Crouching?
Yeah. If you hit tab, you can see it's secured 18 bags for a total of 1.27 mil. And that's before
Jesus
the 1
Christ,
million for
dude.
completing the contract.
It's like a lot of money.
Oh wait, it's 79,000 for the contract, but still, that's for a normal difficulty
Jeez.
mission. 1.3 million is insane.
Dude.
And I literally make that look like a cakewalk.
I'm just quietly collect $2 million.
The issue is you can't just do Shadow Raid over and over again. Because there is a repeat penalty bonus that goes up to 90%.
Oh jeez.
Basically, if you just do one mission over and over again, you only get 10% of the rewards. So
When does it like once per lifetime or once per day?
No. So like right now, after doing one Shadow Raid, right now my repeat penalty is 0%, because we've only done it once. But it will go up eventually.
Okay.
Alright, if you want to rewatch that entire heist from my perspective to like learn the map and what I do, it's actually a super interesting watch. Just seeing how I do everything. Also, I'll show off my perks real quick so you know what to go for. So on Mastermind, I mostly just have the cable guy, which gives me more cables, because I also aced it. There's a difference between a basic and an ace. Basic is cheaper, but doesn't give you as good. Ace usually gives a better perk, but costs more. So cable guy, I have that aced, so that I cable tie civilians 50% faster if I'm taking hostages in stealth. It's good for not getting caught. And I get more cable ties, so I can get in the way civilians out of the way. An apple a day just gives me, if I ace that, gives me 30% more stamina, which is why I could get across the map so fast. Plus, the 25 additional health is good. The quick draw means not only do my pistols aim faster, but once I ace it, my first bullet is guaranteed a critical hit when I headshot them. So even heavily armored units in stealth, I can take them down. For the most part, because I have a deagle.
Oh, jeez.
Enforcer, I really only have Pack Animal to reduce the weight. It's the only useful perk in Enforcer that doesn't require a lot of points to unlock. For Technician, I have the ability to deploy drills 50% faster. The drills run 10% faster. I can repair drills 50% faster. And I even have the ability to repair a drill by hitting it with a melee weapon. Most of my points are in Ghost, as you can see. Chameleon, I only have the basic. Optical Illusions, I have Ace. Because it gives me more concealment by quite a bit. Because every silenced weapon is now worth 3 additional concealment. So because I have 2 silenced weapons in my pistol and my rifle, that's an additional 6 concealment for very cheap. Plus, you need a lot of points to unlock the higher tiers, so... Duck and Cover, my stamina regenerates 25% faster, and I sprint 25% faster. Inner Pockets, my concealment with melee weapons is increased by 2. So that's now a bonus of 8 concealment. 6 from Optical, 2 from Inner Pocket. ECM Feedback is what I activated in order to jam... Or, no, it's good for basically loud. So if this loadout has to go loud, it's good to run bags that I can place down the jammer and, like, it basically causes the cops to not be able to do anything. And acing it allows it to recharge. Also, the Professional is a very good perk because normally if you let go of a pager mid-response, it'll trigger the alarm. So if a guard suddenly walks up and I have to kill a second guard, I can stop answering the pager, kill him, quickly answer that pager, and a teammate can come answer the other one. Nimble is just very good to ace because it allows you to pick safes, not vaults. There is a difference. The small safes, you can pick lock those now, as well as Nimble allowing you to disable cameras by looping them. Which is what I did to first enter the warehouse through the sewers until I had the cameras down. Because did you even notice right at that sewer entrance where I was coming in and out of all the time in the main warehouse, there was a camera right in the corner there watching it?
Yeah.
Parkour just increases movement speed by 10%. That's good. Low blow is very good if this loadout suddenly has to go loud because it turns the stealth concealment into critical hit chance. Infiltrator is very good because my melee can now open non-reinforced doors as well as 2 free concealment points, and that's a concealment bonus of 10, and picking locks 100% faster. ECM Overdrive makes my ECM jamming and feedback last 25% longer. Jamming is what I used on the jewelry store heist to allow us to secure some extra bags. It basically prevents the alarm from being tripped while it's active, but it's 1 use per ECM, and it only lasts like a minute even with the perk. ECM Specialist, 2 ECM Jammers, very good. And then here's the big perk is ECM Specialist aced, ECM jamming and feedback duration is increased by another 25%, and pager timers are now delayed during the jamming. So that's why the guards dying didn't matter and the cameras seeing us and the gunshots is because nothing can go out during that. Unseen Strike is good just for, again, more critical hit chance. And that's everything I have skill points in, basically. It's everything really useful.
What makes your points to 98?
Leveling up over time. Leveling up gives you 1 skill point per level. So because if you go to type in chat. You can see I have 2-86, right? So now you type in chat.
Yeah.
Just say like, hey back. I forget how else to do this. I know there's a way, but I can't remember. I just know this is faster. Were you still in the lobby?
I'm in the lobby, yeah.
Oh, type in chat and say hey.
Oh, okay, in chat.
Wait, are you in this server? Oh, you're not in my server.
I'll just join you since I already have. Did you ever misprint?
Did I what?
You ever get the misprint bunsweet?
I got a misprint, hidden trait 5-star that I tried to catch, but I forgot its, secret ability. Sacrifices health for move power. So I knocked it to 1 HP and it killed itself.
Oh.
I mean, I didn't lose the chain, so it's not the end of the world, but still.
Fast. Okay, now it works.
Were you joining?
Yeah, I'm joining.
Alright, thank you everybody for tuning into the stream. I'm gonna end it here since we're pretty much done anyways. I will see you all late tomorrow.